Chapter 23, Xiantian. Chapter 23, Xiantian. Lin Ming knew it was useless to conceal who he was, so he decided that he would instead fabricate the identity of a master in order to placate any questions. The inscription techniques were not possible to be self-learned, much less to the point that he had at such a young age. In the eyes of a reasonable person, it was most likely that Lin Ming had some sort of legendary inscription master backing him, even if this character did not actually exist. Of course, there were also risks. The world had many crazy people, some who would even disregard the existence of such a person. If Lin Ming ran into such a person, he would be in danger. But Lin Ming didn't run from such risks. Instead, he faced them head-on. He cultivated martial arts. How could he run from something just because there was the risk of danger? If he feared every shadow and shade, then it would be impossible for him to reach the peak of the martial path. Mui saw Lin Ming go on alert, and he said to everyone behind him, "Leave, quickly." Everyone had left this small room, included Tai Feng. Soon, there was only Mui and Qin Xingxuan. Mui circulated his soul force, and something, an invisible bubble, surrounded the entire room. "Little brother, I don't have any ill intentions. This is merely my sound sealing skill. Under it, no one will be able to hear what we are saying. I just want to ask you, are you the one that created that flame-engraved inscription symbol?" It was a tradition for the inscription master to have their own personalized image that they used on the inscription symbols. It identified who they were and represented the spirit behind their inscription path. Lin Ming's was a raging flame that represented his desire to tread the martial path. Qin Xingxuan held her breath, her eyes wide and unblinking as she waited for his answer. Lin Ming hesitated, nodded, and said, "It was me." Since he decided to act, then he would do so thoroughly and completely. Only then would he be in a strong position, and others would believe that the mysterious master behind him was a legendary figure that could not be offended. Although they had already expected this, after hearing Lin Ming's affirmation, Mui gasped, and in particular Qin Xingxuan's eyes widened with shock. She was also an inscriptionist, so she knew that it was immeasurably difficult to become an inscription master at the tender age of 15. Qin Xingxuan understood that for every mountain, there would always be a higher one. Sky Fortune Kingdom was only a small state in the entirety of Sky Spill Continent. If though she was talented herself and considered the best here if she had left for other lands, then perhaps she would only be one in any countless number of talents. But Qin Xingxuan still had not left the country before. After all, even in the surrounded few countries, she was the top #1 talent. There was not a single contemporary around her that could compare with a tenth of her. 6th rank martial talent. In addition to an inscription talent that was second to none in Sky Fortune Kingdom, Qin Xingxuan was truly blessed by the heavens and had not found a match in those of her generation. She had never felt a half-ounce of frustration at her age. So Qin Xingxuan had grown up with a self-belief of arrogance. But today, she was suddenly defeated by a youth of the same age. Although his strength was less than hers, his talent and ability and accomplishments in inscription had outstripped her by miles. Concerning inscription technique, it could be said that she was a little fledgling that hadn't learned to fly, and he was a soaring eagle that rules the skies. The gap was simply too big. She was frustrated, but Qin Xingxuan was not depressed or hopeless. She was actually excited because now that she had found a goal, she could then strive to improve herself. To this young boy, Qin Xingxuan was filled with curiosity. She also hoped to become his friend and compare notes with him in the future. She could learn from these exchanges and further increase her understanding of inscription techniques. But she remembered that before, her invitation had been rejected. Qin Xingxuan felt wronged. Girls were naturally thin-skinned, shy, and proud. Beautiful girls from aristocratic families were all like this, even if in her heart she wanted to become his friend. But because of that single time, she was not able to take her own initiative to invite him again. After Mui heard Lin Ming's answer, he finally managed to compose himself from the sense of disbelief he felt. This truly was unbelievable. He had originally guessed that the inscription symbol's creator did not have a cultivation that surpassed the third level of body transformation, but it seemed he was wrong. Lin Ming's cultivation was only at the peak of the first layer, but because of his solid foundation and the density and precision of his soul force, it had given the illusion that it was higher than it was. Because of this dense soul force, he was afraid that this youth practiced the top-tier martial skill manual, the kind of skill manual that only the most ancient and powerful of clans would have. Moreover, this young boy was extremely assiduous and dedicated. For instance, he had just cut apart that vicious beast now with the back of a knife. Perhaps this young boy came from an ancient clan or had the backing of a supreme master. Thinking of this, Mui took a deep breath and asked with a respectful tone, "Excuse me for asking, by may I request the name of your esteemed master?" Mui had a high and aloof position with the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Even if he approached the emperor, he would no need to bow. But from this respectful expression, it was sufficient to see the deep awe and reverence he had for this supreme and mysterious master behind Lin Ming. Lin Ming said, Sorry, senior, but my master once told me that to speak his name was a taboo. The truth is my parents do not know that I have apprenticed myself to a master. When I was 12 years old, my master found me and taught me some skills. Lin Ming had lived in Green Mulberry City since childhood, so this was easy to investigate. He only said as little as he could to avoid being suspected. Mui said, "I apologize for being crass with my words. For an elder of such high skill, they tour the four corners of the world, so it is difficult to glimpse their whereabouts. I should not inquire so rashly. It's just that little brother's inscription technique was so outstanding that it is unlikely to belong to someone from the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Likely is someone from an ancient sect." Mui said that he did not want to ask who Lin Ming's master was, but he was still vague and wanted to ask for some information. After all, a legendary master like this was rare to see even once. If one does, then perhaps it could be their own stroke of luck. Mui had already been stuck at the peak of the Hotian boundary for a very long time. He had always wanted to pass the threshold to the next stage. But without guidance, the single-step simple and impassable ravine. In the 8 years of Sky Fortune Kingdom's history, there had been many pulse condensation martial artists, and in those were many talents that would even arrive at the Hotian stage. However, disregarding the peerless talents that had entered the 7 profound valleys, then Sky Fortune Kingdom had not had a single Xiantian master. If the step from bone forging to pulse condensation was a little stream to pass, then the path from Hotian to Xiantian was like a raging ocean. If one did not depend on the direction from a sect, then depending on one's own skill and personal discovery, the possibility to enter the Xiantian stage was close to zero. It was already too late for Mui to enter into a sect. His only hope was to encounter a mighty elder who was able to give him a pointer or two, and thus also give him the hope that he could one day dream of crossing into the Xiantian level. He did not ultimately seek to enter the Xiantian level. He only wanted to know the direction, to give him a goal so he wouldn't remain clueless and lost for the rest of his life. Lin Ming said, "My master is a recluse, but he had once said that he had entered a sect." After Mui heard this, he felt a bit envious. He did not have the good fortune to enter a sect, but Lin Ming's master had already left his sect. He said, "Your master's cultivation must have been very high if he left his sect to go traveling. He had probably reached the limit of some high boundary. Perhaps he was above the Xiantian stage?" To Mui, the Xiantian stage was an immeasurably distant ideal. For martial artists that were not in a sect, let alone the Xiantian stage, the stages above, it must be even more unimaginable. Hearing Mui's question, Lin Ming finally understood the intentions of this old man. His interest in this so-called master of his was very strong. His eyes were eager and full of earnest. He must have been looking for some answers for his own cultivation. It was very difficult to practice oneself. After all, Mui was at such an old age. He had probably reached his own limits. Thinking of this, Lin Ming considered the memories of the elder's soul fragment. These memories, although there were some memories of martial arts cultivation, they were not complete. But there was not much value, so it was easy to say a thing or two. Lin Ming said, "I don't know what boundary Master is at, but Master once said the martial way is divided into two major parts." He was now contemplating the second part. "Oh, which two parts?" Mui's eyes lit up. He feared missing even a single word, for he knew that the opportunity to listen to the words from a learned senior were truly precious. Qin Xingxuan's eyes were also bright, and she did not blink as she listened to Lin Ming with reverent attention. Chapter 24, Understanding. Chapter 24, Understanding. Lin Ming said, "Martial arts are divided into two major parts. First, cultivate the martial path, and then grasp the principles to attain enlightenment. To cultivate the martial path is to cultivate the body. To enlighten oneself is to cultivate the soul." Master often said that the life was a boundless sea of bitterness. Cultivating was the path of traversing the waters. To cultivate the body was to build a boat that could cross the sea, and cultivating the soul was to create oars to move the boat. If one does not cultivate the body, then the boat would not be steady or strong. A storm would easily capsize it. If one does not cultivate the soul, then their motivation and will would not be enough. And even if their predestined death was near, they would be unable to arrive at the distant shores. But the cultivation of the body and the cultivation of the soul is the difference in transition from the Hotian to the Xiantian stage. Before Hotian, the martial artist will cultivate the body. After Xiantian, the martial artist will cultivate the soul. After Xiantian, cultivating the soul. As soon as Mui heard this, he was startled and felt that he would faint. No wonder all these years which he had been practicing, he had actually been unable to take that tiny step. He realized that he had been headed the wrong direction the entire time. He had not imagined the Xiantian stage to be like this. He muttered, "And what is the meaning of Xiantian?" Lin Ming said, "Master once said that the answer lies in how a baby breathes in the womb. He said that when humans are babies in the womb, they cannot breathe through their nose or mouth, but must depend on the mother to give them sustenance through their connection only. This is how they breathe. This is the characteristics of Xiantian. After the human is born, then they can breathe through the nose and mouth. This worldly air is filled with impurities that gradually accumulate. This is the characteristics of Hotian. In the Xiantian stage, the soul enters a state of incomparable tranquility and peace. The body changes the way they interact with their surroundings, and the soul becomes aware of the world and is able to communicate with nature, even being able to actuate the power of the heavens and earth with soul force. That is the true Xiantian. But from Hotian to Xiantian, one must cut off every root in order to pass through and return to the state of being in the womb. "So, I see that's how it is," Mui muttered under his breath. His eyes showed both admiration and dismay. This young boy casually tossed out a few words that were akin to ancient enlightenments. If this boy had these teachings, guided by the top-tier Xiantian skill manual, then he would soon become a martial arts master. The sects and clans were able to rely on their heritage and legacies. A martial artist that tried to fumble his way through would not find it possible to think of these things. Mui lamented, "How laughable! To think that I reached pulse condensation at 36 years of age and then reached Hotian at 50 years of age, and afterwards I spent 60 years exhausting all my efforts to step into the Xiantian realm, and I had been wrong the entire time. I had started down the wrong path all this time. I have wasted 60 years. Lamentable, truly lamentable." Mui's face was excited, and yet his emotions were complex. Lin Ming stood at the side and watched his heart sighing. This old man did not inherit the legacies, and yet had wanted to step into the Xiantian boundary. This was naturally hopeless. One needed the legacy and understandings of a sect to accomplish this, but which sect would not stubbornly control their secrets from spreading? Not only that, but from Hotian to Xiantian, one needed to return their soul to a state of being in a womb. This required the most precious and rare of medicines. These medicines' methods of production and rare materials were tightly controlled by the sections, not to mention the common people, but even the royal family could not purchase it. So even if Lin Ming told Muyi these memories of his, even if he wanted to use them to advance into the Xiantian stage, it was simply not possible. Therefore Lin Ming said, "Senior, I will say frankly that Master once said that if one does not have the support of a clan, even if one obtained a skill manual that allowed them to enter the Xiantian stage, it would still be impossible." Muyi said, I know, it's just that I have long striven to reach the Xiantian stage. It is my lifelong wish, even if I cannot achieve this wish of mine, but to at least let me see its direction and to know where I was wrong, then I can also die in peace and without regret." Even though Muyi said these words easily, the tone behind them was lonely. Lin Ming also unavoidably sighed with emotion. If he hadn't obtained that mystical magic cube, then perhaps he too would be like Muyi. After reaching the Hotian stage, he would forever try to track down that illusory lifelong dream of reaching the Xiantian realm, and would eventually hold these regrets even when he died. Muyi reflected for a long time, and finally said to Lin Ming, "Little friend, I feel like old friends even after meeting for the first time. If this little friend does not mind my old age, I would like to become good friends with you." Lin Ming also had a favorable impression of the Muyi who had earnestly pursued martial arts his entire life. He said, "Lin Ming also would like to become your friend." "Ha ha! Then no other day is as lucky as today. Let us go downstairs and feast at the great Clarity Pavilion. We will drink wine and speak fast and free. How about it, good friend?" Lin Ming hesitated slightly and then agreed. He also said, "Senior, about the inscription technique, I would like to ask Senior to keep it a secret for me." Although Lin Ming created an imaginary master for himself, he also wanted to avoid those that were blinded by greed and took risks, not matter what. It was therefore better to be low-key about these inscription techniques. Muyi guessed correctly Lin Ming's worries and said, "Little brother Lin, feel relieved. As long as the martial quarters of Sky Fortune City exists, I guarantee your absolute safety. As long as little brother meets any trouble at all, then just send me a sound transmitting talisman, and I shall handle it personally about this. But I may now know everything. But why would little brother Lin have to sell the inscription symbol and also work at the Great Clarity Pavilion? Is it for practice?" Listening to Muyi ask this, Lin Ming forced a smile and said, "It's because of economic reasons. Master taught me, but never gave me any money. My family is ordinary, so it is not enough for me to cultivate the martial path. Like that, it must be a true martial artist's way. No anger, no extravagance, no greed, no laziness, and true hardship to forge the spirit. Your master must have consciously made this informed and experienced decision, as he naturally has his own reasons and truth. Such being the case, although I do not know if this goes against your master's opinion, but if little brother Lin would still like to sell your inscription symbols, I could buy them at market price. If it is that flame-engraved inscription symbol, would 3,000 gold taels be enough?" After Lin Ming heard this price, his heart almost leapt out of his chest. 3,000 gold taels. 3,000 gold taels, but since he had 3, that was 9,000 gold taels. Although Lin Ming had expected his inscription symbols to rise in price, he had not thought he could receive 9,000 gold taels. What concept was 9,000 gold taels? Lin Ming's family's restaurant was also valued at 3,000 gold taels. If he could buy that restaurant, then his parents would not have to work so hard every day. he would have 6,000 gold taels left over and could use it for medicines. He could buy any body transformation pill or altering muscle pill and eat them like rice. As for blood ginseng and other medicines, he could eat one and throw one away because to Lin Ming, creating another inscription symbol was an easy matter. Lin Ming quieted the excitement in his heart and said to Mui, "Many thanks, Senior." Mui naturally saw Lin Ming's joy. When Lin Ming had been with his master, he had lived a simple and poor life, but now he had suddenly arrived at this lively capital city. A 15-year-old young man would find it hard to resist all the wonders and amazements and treasures that the world had to offer. Mui said, "Little brother Lin's inscription symbol is naturally at this price. Also, please do not call me Senior. My name is Mui. My full name is Mu Ishwa. By just Mui is fine." This, Lin Ming hesitates slightly. Although he did not know who this old man was, he only needed to look at Qin Xingxuan's attitude of respect to suspect that this man's status was high. But Lin Ming was not a person affected by conventions. Since Mui said so, then let it be so. He simply nodded in agreement. Mui smiled and said, "Xingxuan, let's have great Clarity Pavilion set aside a room for a banquet. I'd like to have a drink with little brother Lin." Qin Xingxuan had been silent. She had also been carefully listening to Lin Ming's explanation of what it meant to be Xiantian. Now she heard Mui say this, she said excitedly, "Yes, master." When the staff of Great Clarity Pavilion heard that Mui was arranging a banquet and had asked Lin Ming to drink, everyone blanched. What kind of person was Mui? He was the marshal quarters seat of honor official that was invited to serve at court. Qin Xingxuan's master was also the tutor of the crown prince. The crown prince would ascend the throne in the future, and Mui would be the emperor's teacher. Not only that, but Mui's cultivation was immeasurably deep, and he was also skilled in inscription techniques and was skilled in astronomy, geography, and the ancient art of divination. He truly was an outstanding person. Even the emperor had to give him 3 points of respect. But he actually asked Lin Ming, the deboning boy, to eat a meal. Moreover, as the two left the kitchen, it seemed they were speaking very familiarly, like they were contemporaries. What sort of background did Lin Ming have? If his real background was not small, would he willingly come to the Great Clarity Pavilion for deboning work? As the saying goes, the gentleman stood far from the kitchen. The kitchen, and especially the butcher's job, was always despised and looked down upon by martial artists and the scholar. Lin Ming had deboning skills that they admired, but it was difficult to say that it was a refined work. What background is that sparrow's chopper little Lin? I don't really know. The two waiters who were serving the guests could not help but chat amongst themselves while they were serving. They were both dedicated staff that served the high-level guests, and were each around 20 years of age with outstanding looks and also proficient at the fine arts of poetry and painting. They first saw Mui and Qin Xingxuan enter the Great Clarity Pavilion and were shocked. After all, this type of honored guest was rare, and once it happened, there was a reward of 10 gold taels for good service, which was equivalent to 2 months of wages. But they had not actually thought that they came to look for Lin Ming. The banquet dishes were simple but very exquisite in taste and texture. The liquor was several hundred gold taels and was called Red Dragon Liquor. It was specially prepared via a secret recipe and mixed in with a variety of rare herbs. A martial artist who drank this could cure their internal injuries and promote a stronger and fitter body along with a higher degree of cultivation. However, the brewing method was complex and the materials used were precious, let alone Lin Ming. Even the juniors of the aristocracy could not afford to savor it. In the banquet, Mui wanted to ask Lin Ming if he would like to stay at the martial quarters, but Lin Ming thought it would be inconvenient to practice martial arts there while preventing people from discovering his secrets, so he politely declined. Mui was forced to give up, but in light of these, his opinion of Lin Ming was heightened. Before leaving, he left behind the 9,000 gold taels along with a gold-purple VIP card. Through this card, it was possible to receive a 10% discount from every shop that was under the jurisdiction of the Chamber of Commerce, and in Sky Fortune City, nearly every large ship was under them. He had finally managed to attain 9,000 taels of gold. He looked at this thick gold banknote and felt very excited. His blood boiled and finally proudly raised his head. 9,000 gold taels, and he would send 3,000 gold taels to his parents. He would have enough left over to buy medicine to easily break into the second stage of body transformation. If he obtained the precious medicines and increased their effect with inscription techniques, then later even breaking through the pulse condensation period would be an easy matter. He is doomed to go far down the path of martial arts. If in the past Zhu Yan was like a mountain that Lin Ming could only cross with immense effort, now Zhu Yan could only be a stepping stone on his road of martial arts. Lin Ming would only step on it to reach a higher peak. Lin Ming was in a sterling mood. He passed on a sound transmitting talisman to inform Lin Xiaodong. Dong Dong, let's go. Today I will treat you to some shopping. I'll see you at the 100 Treasure Hall's entrance. Lin Xiaodong had helped Lin Ming many times. This type of sentiment was priceless. And now that his own situation was better because he had come into possession of riches, he would naturally help him back. A man must always repay favors. Go shopping. After Lin Xiaodong seized the sound transmitting talisman, he thought to himself, this crazy guy also has money to use sound transmitting talismans. Chapter 25 World Peace is My Duty. Chapter 25 World Peace is My Duty. After Lin Xiaodong arrived at the 100 Treasures Hall, Lin Ming was already waiting there. Brother Lin, what sort of thing did you want to buy? Did you manage to sell those 3 symbol papers? Lin Ming smiled and said, I ran into some good luck and sold out. No. Lin Xiaodong cried out exaggeratedly. What fool was taken advantage of? This could also be an omen. He was a bit worried and said, Brother Lin, you sold so many. If people come to look for us in the future, they might beat up us brothers. Lin Ming snapped, Humph, you actually think I created some fake inscriptions to trick people? I'm not saying you intentionally trick people. I am just thinking what happens if your inscription symbols don't work. If we spent 100 gold taels today, when the time comes we may not be able to repay the money. Lin Ming smiled and shook his head. Don't worry, there is absolutely no problem. Let's just go shopping. Lin Ming was saying this as soon as he stepped directly into the entrance of the 100 Treasure Hall. Lin Xiaodong gave him a silly look. He thought that they would only meet here and then perhaps go somewhere else like the city square or some other small place to go shopping. He did not expect they would go straight to the 100 Treasure Hall. This place frequently sold items at several hundred or thousands of gold. It was one of the most luxurious shops in all of Sky Fortune City. My brother, my own dearest big brother, are we really going shopping here? It's here, Lin Ming said as he entered the store. The shopkeeper somewhat recognized Lin Ming, as he was also in ordinary clothing and was young and small of stature. This was a very conspicuous look, and after a little thought, the shopkeeper remembered that Lin Ming was the youth who had tried to sell him inscription symbols a few days ago. The storekeeper was immediately impatient and said, You again. I told you that I will not take your inscription symbols. Lin Ming also naturally remembered this 100 Treasure Hall's storekeeper. Initially, when he visited the private shops, none of the storekeepers had treated him with respect. These storekeepers were in truth not the owners. The bosses were usually some rich character and would not often be in the store. They would hire some clerk or shopkeeper to take charge of the store's business. Of course, their salaries were also tied to performance, so these shopkeepers would naturally treat the juniors of wealthy families with respect in order to earn some percentage of profits. Lin Ming still remained salty from the experience. Lin Ming said, My inscription symbols sold. I'm here today to do some shopping. Sold? The shopkeeper's eyes showed a faint touch of contempt. With his experience, this inscription symbols were not worth any money. With their cost, at most it would be a few dozen gold taels. This country bumpkin was truly a hillbilly. If he thought that a few dozen taels of gold made him a rich man, then that really was funny. What a ridiculous boy. The storekeeper did not throw him out, though. Hundred Treasure Hall had not listed a rule that said only those with money were permitted to come. Lin Ming looked at the dazzling pavilion shelves that were stacked high with precious materials and rare goods. It really was amazing to see. The 100-year ginseng that Lin Xiaodong had purchased for him could only be considered inferior goods here. There were also rare and precious medicines, materials, masterclass inscription symbols, even treasures that were several thousand gold taels. Lin Ming casually said, "Xiaodong, is there anything you want to buy?" Lin Xiaodong forced a smile and said, "Brother Lin, what crazy song are you singing today? Although it doesn't cost anything to take a peek. Did you not see the look the storekeeper gave us, like we were some bumpkins? It really made my whole body uncomfortable." Lin Ming said, "He's just a small-minded idiot. There's no need to care about what he thinks. If you aren't going to choose something, then I'll help you. Or you buy a flexible armor." Lin Xiaodong shook his head like a rattle. "Brother Lin, let's not waste our time. If I choose something in the 100 Treasure Hall, then we won't have the money to pay, and they'll come after us. Think about it. When that time comes, you will run faster, but I'm a bit fatter than you, so I'll fall behind and get beat up." Lin Ming couldn't find the words to respond, so he said, "When have I wasted your time? What time have you not thought of these evil plans? Look at me. I am an honest and good-natured person. Pity me." Lin Ming laughed and opened his clothes a little. Near his chest pocket, there were the edges of golden banknotes. He said, "Well, is this not money?" Lin Xiaodong saw those numerous golden banknotes in a red envelope and froze for a moment. He felt his mind go blank, and his eyes were sluggish. They are banknotes worth 1,000 gold taels each. It actually turned out to be 1,000 gold tael banknotes. Moreover, he could see from the thickness that there was more than one, perhaps up to 10,000 gold taels. Up to 10,000 gold taels. What was this? Lin Xiaodong short-circuited, and he swayed on his feet. "Brother Lin, you rob people? It's not right. Even with your martial arts, you should not steal so much." Hearing this Lin Xiaodong mutter, Lin Ming's forehead was full of black lines. "My God, this guy," he reluctantly said, "I got the money for selling inscriptions. You just do not believe me. Inscription symbol? You said those 3 toilet papers were inscription symbols. You sold. How much did they sell for?" 3,000 gold taels. 3,000. Lin Xiaodong's chubby face began to tremble. He was shocked, but still managed to lower his voice in fear that others would hear him. "You sold them for 3,000 gold taels? You said you had practiced for 1 month, and you could somehow create an inscription symbol that could sell for 3,000 gold taels?" Lin Ming nodded. Lin Xiaodong was his best friend and good brother. He did not want to hide anything from him, and furthermore could not hide. If he wanted help Lin Xiaodong with some money, then he would also need him to understand what happened. Moreover, in the future, he would most likely be contacted by Qin Xingxuan, Mui, or other high-level persons, and it would be impossible to hide the truth from Lin Xiaodong. "You are simply insulting my intelligence," Lin Xiaodong exclaimed. "You've only practiced 1 month, and you can create an inscription symbol like that? You think I am some little 3-year-old that you can trick into thinking cabbage leaves are rare medicines, or something?" Lin Ming shrugged. "The facts are facts. If you do not believe me, then there is nothing I can do. Big bro. Oh, Brother Lin, don't play with me. Just tell me what happened." Lin Ming sighed and said, "Good. I'll tell you, but you have to promise you won't say anything. This is a promise." Lin Xiaodong immediately announced, "Well, the truth is I have a secret mater. When I was 12 years old, that year my master appeared, and said that my talent was good, and I had good intelligence and a grand destiny. He wanted me to maintain world peace, so he gave me the duty to do so, and compelled me to work as his apprentice. Finally, I began to study inscription technique with him. As if Lin Xiaodong felt like he had eaten a fly. Brother Lin, can you be serious about it? Lin Ming said, I'm not lying to you. I really do have a master. Knock it off. If you have a master and studied inscription for many years, then why did you ask me what inscription technique was? Lin Ming said, my master only taught me the skills and did not give me any money. As for the inscription technique, although I studied it, I did not know if it was of any use until you told me. Then I knew that I could use it to make money. Damn it. Lin Xiaodong felt as if the world had gone crazy. This is like casually picking up a little kitten to raises and feeding and petting it for several years, and then finding it turn into the most beautiful woman, and then having her be the overthrown demon emperor's legendary clan princess who just happened to fall in love with you. It was the exact same chance. Good. Well, you understand now. Let's go shopping. Lin Ming pulled soulless Lin Xiaodong and continued to select flexible armors. Lin Xiaodong was not an ambitious person, and he did not like to practice martial arts. He was just diligent enough to be able to preserve his status as a direct descendant in the Lin family. Lin Ming thought a flexible armor would be good as a life insurance. What material is this flexible armor? Lin Ming asked. The storekeeper impatiently looked at Lin Ming and said, it is a high-quality treasure of the shop. The description is in the notes on display behind the table. Look yourself. His words contained a jeer that taunted Lin Ming for coming into a high-quality shop. The shopkeeper had done enough business that he developed an innate ability to recognize who would purchase items and who wouldn't. When some rich and powerful figure came to the store, he would greet them and assist them, but those with no money he would ignore. Not to mention Lin Ming would not only looked ordinary, but had come in a few days ago trying to sell him some toilet paper. This kind of boy was impossible to be any sort of good character, so the storekeeper was impatient. Lin Ming went to where the flexible armor was and read the description. This soft armor was made with 10,000 6-foot-long day ruler hemp. It had also been mixed with several thousand strings of goldenwood root silkworm silk and been made from combining over 20 advanced crafting techniques. The price was 392 gold taels. This sort of excellent, flexible armor was treasure. It could withstand attacks up to the 4th layer of body transformation. But after the 4th layer, then it would be easily broken, so Lin Ming did not need it. It was something that much better suited Lin Xiaodong. He continued to look until something caught his eye. It was a golden deer pill and soul-gathering pellet. Before now, Lin Ming had not taken any pills because the cost was simply too high. Pills and pellets were made from combining medicinal herbs and raw materials from vicious beasts and then refining them. It was many times better than simply using medicinal herbs or vicious beast materials. Moreover, because of the formulas, it was possible to achieve effects which the medicinal herbs or vicious beast materials could not achieve by themselves. Golden deer pills were very rare. They were made from 100-year-old golden deer's deer embryo as the main ingredient and supplemented with a variety of herbs. Golden deer were rare, and moreover, mostly found in remote mountain forests. It was not easy for them to be difficult, and to take a golden deer's embryo was as difficult as it sounded. Because the golden deer pills were refined from the deer embryo, they contained a rich and fragrant vitality. In addition, they had not been contaminated by the Hotian phase of air outside the womb. Thus, it was possible to remove the impurities of the body and promote an increase in soul force and physical cultivation. This kind of pill was a yellow rice-sized grain valued at 200 gold. The soul-gathering pellet also required precious raw materials to refine. Its main ingredient was 100-year-old blood fungus, and the main effect of the pellet was to increase the absorption of soul force and speed up a martial artist cultivation. This kind of pellet was at 200 gold. Also, even aristocratic families' juniors had to use their savings to buy it. Lin Ming stopped looking as he decided what he wanted to purchase. He turned to the storekeeper and said, "I'll take this goldenwood root silkworm armor. Wrap it up for me. I'll also take 6 golden deer pills and 10 soul-gathering pills, as well as the materials on this list. Don't miss a single one." Lin Ming said this and pulled out a list which had a variety of materials written on it. They were all used for inscriptions. He had taken a look a moment ago and saw that they were all sold here. Chapter 26 Breakthrough. Chapter 26 Breakthrough. Having listened to Lin Ming's words and seeing this exceedingly long list, the storekeeper flushed red. Did this country bumpkin think that the 100 Treasure Hall was somewhere that he could just play around in? Such a large order would cost several thousand taels of gold at the bare minimum. It was as if this young little boy was buying bok choy at the market, spending a few thousand gold taels. Not even the sons of those aristocratic families would be able to afford so much. He waved the list impatiently and placed it on the counter, then said, "I'm going to give you two a warning. For anyone that intentionally causes trouble in the 100 treasure halls, there will be severe consequences. I'll warn your mom." Lin Xiaodong slapped his hand against the storekeeper's hand. The storekeeper had only ever done business and did not have the talent to practice martial arts, and with a loud pat from Lin Xiaodong, he pitifully screamed, "You!" The storekeeper could not believe this hooligan would dare to cause a scene in the 100 Treasures Hall. "Look, you snobby little son of a bitch. Us young masters have money." As Lin Xiaodong said this, he reached into Lin Ming's robes and took the golden bank notes near his chest. He slammed them on the counter with 100 genes of strength, and the counter shook. With gold notes in hand, Lin Xiaodong's confidence shot through the roof. This storekeeper was already a sore in his eyes. How could he miss this opportunity to teach the rude man a lesson? The storekeeper froze when he saw the golden bank notes. His eyes flashed as he fiercely calculated the total amount in that stack of bills. They were banknotes worth 1,000 gold taels each, with that the total amount had to be at least several thousand taels. He immediately realized that the golden banknotes were the real deal. As long as he went to a bank that was part of the Chamber of Commerce, he could exchange them for gold taels. The storekeeper was thoroughly shocked. He sized up Lin Ming and also Lin Xiaodong. These two little guys were by no means the children of an aristocratic family. Just a few days ago that Lin Ming was just a poor boy that was door-to-door selling symbol papers. Where did he suddenly come into so many riches? Did he actually sell those symbol papers? It was impossible. An apprentice inscriptionist's inscriptions would be inconceivable to sell for that much money. Two upstart nouveau rich boys. He did not realize that they were suddenly high-class characters and had been acting arrogant in front of them. In the storekeeper's heart was only melancholy, but money was God, and this was a temple. He rubbed his hand, which had swelled like a grapefruit, and put on a smile. Taking the list, he quickly scanned it. On it were listed materials that weren't cheap. In addition to those items that Lin Ming had wanted, he quickly calculated that this business transaction would almost be 6,000 taels of gold. This was equal to the price of 2 rare treasures, and with the commission he could earn 120 gold taels for himself. This was not a small number. Although his heart was still a little resentful, it wasn't worth it with the amount of money on the line. So the storekeeper groveled and bowed and said, "My foolish self did not recognize such esteemed guests of honor had appeared. Please wait. I shall prepare everything immediately." The storekeeper's keeper body was bloated like a pig with too much gas, and yet he moved like the wind. Lin Ming wanted a variety of materials that were all in different sections of the store, but the storekeeper was quick on his feet and fast with his hands, and soon gathered everything together. The storekeeper had a radiant smile as he said, "Two esteemed guests, please examine the authenticity of the goods. The total is 5,800 gold taels." Seeing the stacks of goods, Lin Xiaodong asked Lin Ming, "Is this everything, Brother Lin?" Lin Ming said, "Yes, It looks like this is it. By now, Lin Xiaodong's mouth twitched, and he slyly smiled and said, I'm sorry, this is embarrassing, but I would like to see a different storekeeper to pay. The storekeeper's happy face instantly stiffened. In such a high-class store like the 100 Treasure Halls, it was only natural that a storekeeper's worth was dependent on his ability to sell. Therefore, all the storekeepers here took commission on all items they sold themselves. Lin Xiaodong understood this and decided to give the slimy man a hard time. Please move a bit faster. We'd like to finish this as soon as possible. The storekeeper realized that Lin Xiaodong was messing with him intentionally, and his heart ignited with fury. If a junior of an aristocratic house had decided to play a joke on him, then he would bear with it. But these two were only some newly minted hicks that came into some wealth. They didn't have the right yet to be so insufferably arrogant. How could he let himself be at their mercy? His voice was cold as he said, In this 100 Treasure Hall, I am the only one storekeeper. Who do propose I find another? You little clown, don't try to lie to us. Hurry and go, otherwise I'll complain to your boss. Go ahead. The storekeeper sneered. Boss? The idiot thought that he could see the boss just because he wanted to. He was preparing a few more harsh words when his eyes suddenly caught on something. In the golden banknotes was a purple gold-colored card. It was the card that Mui had given to Lin Ming. The VIP card. Everyone who used one would automatically be given a 10% discount on all shops that were under the government's jurisdiction. It was the Marshal Quarters and Imperial Family's purple gold VIP card. The storekeeper's heart skipped a beat. This VIP card was given by the Chamber of Commerce to Royal Family and Marshal Quarters to please them. To date, there had been less than 100 sent out. The only ones that had the qualifications to own one of these was either a member of the Imperial Family or a top-tier figure within the Marshal Quarters. Any of these figures could squish him like a bug. He was finished. Everything was over. These two little punks absolutely had the background and qualifications to do as the wished. It might even be possible that they were the Emperor's little sons putting on some disguise and coming out of the Imperial place to play around. *CK. His luck was such dog shit. The storekeeper despaired. Two young masters. This lowly one was wrong and foolish and deserves punishment. This lowly one will look for another storekeeper for you. Please have grace and mercy, and do not keep in your heart my pathetic transgressions. The storekeeper began to slap himself, and although it wasn't heavy, the fat on his cheeks jiggled. Lin Xiaodong was dumbfounded. This guy, did he take some crazy pills? The storekeeper moved with fear and trepidation and found another storekeeper to close the deal. He kept apologizing and finally also called a carriage to bring them back. As they returned to Lin Ming's lodgings, Lin Xiaodong did not know that the reason for the storekeeper's actions was the purple gold VIP card. He thought that it was the gold that overawed the snobbish storekeeper. So his mood at the moment was excellent. Ha ha, that was fun. Damn, remembering that storekeeper's scared, shitless expression really makes me want to laugh. Brother Lin, if you weren't in a hurt, I would have complained to that 100 Treasures Hall's boss and made that little snob pack up his bags and leave. Lin Ming had actually been watching clearly and knew that when the storekeeper had looked at the purple gold VIP card, his expression had greatly changed. He could not restrain a sigh of emotion as he thought that the Marshal Quarters' power and influence that had accumulated over time was no less than that of the Imperial Family. He said, little people have their little ways of living. Flattery and rudeness was what they were forced to learn in order to live. There's no need to be so ruthless towards them. Xiaodong, this flexible armor and these 3 golden deer pills are for you. The golden deer pills were able to remove impurities in the body. The first one was the most effective, and afterwards the efficacy halves. Taking more than 3 would generally be a waste. As for the soul-gathering pellet, there was no limit to taking them, but it was only suitable for those that were diligent in practice. Lin Xiaodong naturally had no use for them. the 3 golden deer pills, and flexible armor added to a value of nearly 1,000 taels of gold. To Lin Xiaodong, this was a great sum of money, and he hesitated for a moment until he thought of Lin Ming's story. If it were true, then 1,000 gold taels was only a drop in the bucket compared to what he would make in the future. Thinking of these, he accepted the items and smiled with a laugh as he said, "Then I will shamelessly accept them. Brother Lin, later you will become my protective umbrella." Ha! Lin Ming smiled and said, "We are brothers. There is no need for formalities between us." In addition, Li Ming took out the remaining 3,000 gold taels. "When the family messengers come, next time to Sky Fortune City, help me get this to my parents and have them buy the restaurant." Lin Ming's parents had invested more than half their lives into that restaurant and naturally have a close attachment towards it. Lin Ming first thought of helping them by buying it. "All right, let me handle this matter." As Lin Xiaodong left, Lin Ming returned to his room alone. He looked at the calendar and saw that the 7 profound Marshall House entrance exam was 50 days away. In these 50 days, he must be reborn. Regardless of the golden deer pill or the soul-gathering pellet, these medicines were not able to directly increase the cultivation of a martial artist. The former eliminated impurities of the body, and the latter made it easier to train with soul force. Combined together, they could increase the rate he could practice. As for directly increasing one's cultivation, these medicines could be bought, but they had implications in that they created more impurities in the soul force. Although cultivation would increase quickly, the foundation would not be steady, and one would have to spend a massive amount of time to consolidate the foundation in order for it to be stable. Therefore, Lin Ming did not rush to buy this sort of medicine. At the moment, Lin Ming was among the treetops and had finally begun to take the first golden deer pill. Although the golden deer pill was expensive, it was not really a rare medicine. Although Lin Ming knew how to increase the potency of medicine with inscription techniques, it wasn't necessary for the golden deer pill. So he ate them directly. Lin Ming had filled a large wooden barrel with water. He stripped himself and then jumped in. In his body, the medicine began to dissolve with him. He could feel a flow of heat circulating in his chest. Lin Ming began to meditate and revolve the true primal chaos formula. The soul force stirred in his body, and the golden deer pull began to display their use. With the onset of the effects, Lin Ming felt a slight tingling sensation, and his body began to purify. The body of a martial artist, ever since it comes from the womb, would constantly be exposed to the contaminated Hotian air of the world. This kind of air was contained in every breath, in the grains they ate, in the rivers and streams and lakes they drank from. It was inevitable that the impurities would accumulate in the body. The golden deer pills contained a hint of Xiantian air from the deer embryo, and thus they could purify the body. Lin Ming lay in the wooden barrel for the entire night. The surface of the water began to shimmer with greasy dark oil. This was Lin Ming's impurities. An aristocratic family's junior would begin this process as early as 12 years of age. They would practice martial arts after their body had been tempered and purified. Soaking in baths of rare medicines were commonplace for them, and they naturally had fewer impurities in their body, and it would be much easier to integrate the soul force. Even if they were a grade 3 talent like Lin Ming, he would find it difficult to keep pace with these juniors. At dawn, Lin Ming finally opened his eyes. The golden deer pill had been completely absorbed by him, and his body had been purified. Lin Ming again revolved the true chaos primal formula. It really was easier to circulate the soul force in his body. Lin Ming also found something else. It seemed the soul force had spread throughout his entire body. This was the starting stage of the second stage of body transformation. Lin Ming had finally reached the second stage of body transformation. Lin Ming exhaled slowly in relief. He had already long reached the peak of body transformation's first stage and was only a small step away from reaching the second stage. Even without the golden deer pill, it would only have been a matter of days before he reached the second stage. Lin Ming exhaled slowly in relief. He had already long reached the peak of body transformation's first stage and was only a small step away from reaching the second stage. Even without the golden deer pill, it would only have been a matter of days before he reached the second stage. Body transformation's first stage was strength training, where true essence mainly concentrated in the muscles, and with the advent of the second stage of body transformation, it began to proliferate and spread throughout the body. Not only would one's strength increase, but the body's fortitude would also rise a notch. Although one wouldn't become invincible, it wouldn't be difficult to say that the sword that would have easily pierced you before would only give you a slight injury. The combat effectiveness would also increase by a small margin. However, Zhu Yan had only been at the peak of body transformation's third stage half a year ago. He had only reached the second stage of body transformation, and even though it was with the power of the potent primal chaos formula compared to Zhu Yan, there was just too large a disparity between them. And this was discounting the half year that Zhu Yan had been training. He was a fourth-grade talent, so his practice speed was similarly quick. Although he had not slept yet, Lin Ming had just broken through and was feeling refreshed and not tired or drowsy at all. He immediately ran outside and headed towards the Zhou Mountains. The Great Clarity Pavilion was a few miles distance from the glade that Lin Ming usually practiced at. Even running there at breakneck speed, it would have taken the time to burn 2 sticks of incense to cross the distance. But now that he had broken through to the second stage of body transformation, the time it took was less than half. Lin Ming was exceptionally happy at this moment. After he reached his usual spot, Lin Ming tossed his knapsack on the ground. In it was the materials for medicines and also bandages. The medicine was not the cheap stuff. They were all rare and precious medicines. Even the bandages had been steeped in black bone grass juice, which provided an extra healing effect. With this kind of luxurious medicine, he did not have to worry about internal injuries. Lin Ming was able to enjoy practicing with all his heart. Lin Ming ate a soul-gathering pellet to increase the rate he absorbed true essence. Lin Ming began to practice both the true primal chaos formula and the chaotic virtues combat meridians. In Sky Spill Continent, within those that practiced martial arts, having the strength of 1,000 genes was considered a small accomplishment. Then the martial artist would go through altering muscle, bone forging, and pulse condensation. By the time the body transformation was completed, a martial artist's strength could amount to 8,000 genes, in which a small percent who were born with divine, heavenly strength, their strength could amount to 10,000 genes. This was the limit of strength. Even if one were a Hotian master, their strength would not grow. They could only raise their true essence. Then, after reaching Xiantian, including the levels above, they would understand the true essence and cultivate the soul. This was considered the correct path of martial arts. But recorded in the chaotic virtues combat meridians, having a strength of 1,000 genes was only a beginning. Those who just entered should reach 10,000 genes, and those with a small bit of accomplishments could reach 100,000 genes of strength. As for the strength of the highest cultivators, there was no way to estimate. If they opened the 8 gates of hidden celestial stems after the 9 Stars Palace, the body could borrow power from the heavens and earth. Their feet would crack mountains. Their fists would break the sky. That sort of strength was not even describable with a strength of 100,000 genes. It could only be at least 1,000,000 genes, or above. When Lin Ming saw this in the memories, he could hardly believe it. If it had been 2 or 3 times stronger than normal, then perhaps he might have. After all, this was the legacy of countless millennia from the realm of the gods. But this difference of several thousand times was just too unbelievable. He was able to recall in his memories that in the sects, the custodians that swept the entrance and the little children that ran amok would have the strength of several tens of thousands of genes of strength. As for the true disciples, their strength would be above 100,000 genes. The memories were so detailed that Lin Ming was forced to believe them. Even if Marshal Qin Shao was compared, he would not even be able to compare with a simple floor sweeper. However, this sort of strength was very remote to Lin Ming, because if it was said that the step from tempering marrow to pulse condensation was difficult, then the step from tempering marrow to opening the 8 gates of hidden celestial stems and the 9 stars palace was even more so. Let alone Lin Ming. From his memories, he knew that these sects had many disciples that were stuck at this stage. Compared to the Sky Fortune Kingdom, it could be said to be more difficult than ascending from Hotian to Xiantian. Lin Ming thought all this and took a deep breath. It was premature to consider these possibilities. What he had to do now was practice the basic abilities of the chaotic virtues combat meridians and at least achieve strength training stage of flowing like silk, where one could punch a tree and leave the bark untouched while turning the inside to pulp. However, the elder's memories were a bit blurry here. Lin Ming had not yet reached this stage and could only attempt to decipher the secrets behind it himself. In the southeast of Sky Fortune City, there was a squad of armed guards that stood on alert. A youth dressed in the finest silk clothing and with a fine long sword strapped to his waist stood in the corridor and looked around as if he were waiting for someone. As soon as an incense of time passed, another young man wearing a mail armor and helmet walked down the end of the hallway. He seemed to be a bit over 20 years old. Although his stature was not princely, his step was calm and his breath relaxed. He appeared to be a master. The young silk-robed youth saw this man and smiled joyfully. He immediately welcomed him. "Elder brother, you've returned. Father will surely be happy. He was very satisfied with your successes on the frontier these past 3 years." The silk-robed youth was all smiles. He was the man who had lost 1,000 taels of gold to Lin Ming and had his name read in reverse, Wang Yigao. Wang Yigao had been pitiful. Although he had tried to suppress the news and prevent it from spreading, his father had still found out. Regarding this matter, General Wang was furious. He was not angry that Wang Yigao made a gambling bet, but that he has lost. Not only did he lose, but he had lost to a boy at the first stage of body transformation and had his name called in reverse. He was simply a great shame to the family name. Wang Juju had issued an order that he be confined for 2 months and had just exited. The 2-month confinement had been rough on Wang Yigao's life. He could not eat meat, he could not go to the brothel, he could not lead his little minions to terrorize others, and had to read military classics and complete daily schoolwork. Wang Yigao hated these things with a passion, and all this was due to Lin Ming. He simply could not swallow this aggrievement. But Wang Yigao didn't know of a way to deal with Lin Ming. He did not have any real power with the army, nor could he defeat Lin Ming himself. As for those scoundrels that were his friends, not one of them was Lin Ming's match. Moreover, his father had cut off his purse, so he did not have the means to hire someone. Simply put, there was nothing he could do to Lin Ming. Until today, that is. His elder brother came back, and Wang Yigao almost cried. He felt that his opportunity had finally come. Therefore, he waited a long time for his brother to arrive, so he could complain. Wang Yiming looked at the pitiful Wang Yigao. The two were both sons of the main family and had the same father and mother. Naturally, he understood his little brother. He said, "You waited for me to discuss the matter of that bet you lost." General Wang had admonished and punished Wang Yigao about this, so naturally he was very clear about it. Wang Yigao looked up. "Elder brother is perceptive of the smallest details, truly fierce. You do now know, that boy is just too arrogant. First he hit my servant, and then cheated in the bet. Not only that, but he insulted our army family." Wang Yiming listened and knew that his little brother was shameless and concocting irrational explanations. He impatiently said, "Cut the crap. You think I don't know what you want? You want me to take revenge for you? Elder brother is truly an unparalleled hero. Taking care of that guy is just like lifting a small finger." Wang Yiming said, "I am a dignified military commander, and you want me to help you get rid of some kid at the first stage of body transformation. Is this a joke that I should laugh at? Wang Yigao smiled a little. Yes, it is a bit overkill. One must not use the oxen knife to kill a chicken. Elder brother, do you not have 4 strong-armed guards? Letting them go is also the same. My father is the captain of Sky Fortune City's armed forces. The throne is about to be passed down. Now is a sensitive time. You want me to use the armed forces guards to make an arrest in the national capital? You actually want to commit this sort of absurd matter? What do you think the results will be? I think your 2 months of confinement were not long enough. Wang Yiming yelled these words and paid no more attention to Wang Yigao. With a turn of his heel, he departed. Wang Yigao was left standing there to stew in his resentment. He had not thought that even his own brother would so loudly upbraid him. He clenched his fist and teeth until he was shaking. F***CK. Never have I suffered such an injustice in Sky Fortune City. Lin Ming, if I do not cripple you, then my last name is not Wang. Sunrise, sunset, 50 cloudy days quietly passed. In the Zhou Mountains, a young boy was shadowboxing in a glade. The mountain wind howled, but the sounds coming from the young boy's fists overshadowed the mountains. Bang! As soon as the youth punched the wooden pillar in front of him, a pung rang into the air. Even though the wooden pillar had been infused with special medicines to make it more durable, it broke in half with that single fist. As the punch finished, not even waiting for the dust to land, he whipped his leg downwards and split the wooden pillar in half. Although I still haven't been able to figure out flow like silk, I still have reached some small success with the first stage of the true primal chaos formula, and my body transformation's second stage has consolidated very well. My strength should be at least 2,600 genes. This youth was Lin Ming. In these 50 days, Lin Ming had been constantly training in the mountains. He had unlimited precious medicines and had taken 20 of the soul-gathering pellets. Because of this massive gold consumption, Lin Ming had also sold an inscription symbol to pay for them. However, even with so many medicines, Lin Ming had still not been able to break through to the third stage of body transformation, viscera training. Chaotic Virtues Combat Meridians focused on building a solid foundation. It wasn't something where one hastily progressed. It's been 50 days. Tomorrow will be the 7 profound Martial House's entrance exam. I should have no problem in passing. Lin Ming said as he picked up his clothes from a large rock. He also took a quick wash in the river. Under the shining sun, Lin Ming's muscles were symmetrically solid. The light made his skin gleam with luster, and it was filled with an aesthetic strength. He was like a supple cheetah at the peak of his power. Just from looking at this back, it was hard to believe that this was the physique and spirit of a young 15-year-old boy. After washing himself, Lin Ming put on his clothes and left the mountain. He launched himself quickly like a falcon chasing after a rabbit, his speed like a flash of light, and in a few breaths he vanished into the boundless forest. Chapter 28, Conspiracy. Chapter 28, Conspiracy. Every year, at the beginning of fall and the beginning of spring, the 7 profound Martial House would have their examination of potential recruits. This was also the most important day of those youths of Sky Fortune Kingdom who cultivated in martial arts. To them, the 7 profound Martial House was the final goal. If they reached it, they could become a dragon that could touch the skies with a single bound. By entering the 7 profound Martial House, resources were important, but it was the inheritance and legacy skill manuals that everyone obsessed over. The inherited skill manuals had accumulated over many years, and in them was the culmination of experiences that all the preceding martial arts seniors had learned. Without these experiences, then if one were to try and learn martial arts themselves, it truly would be a moron talking nonsense on the streets. But the available skill manuals were always very popular and dependable, but the true highest quality genuine goods could only be found and inherited in the sections. This method of inheritance was strictly controlled by the sections. If they were to discover even a hint that a disciple had revealed the secrets of their skill manuals, then a light punishment would be the destruction of their cultivation. A heavy punishment would result in instant execution. It was very difficult to inherit skill manuals. They were inconceivably hard to transcribe and duplicate. The martial arts pathway profound and esoteric, the flow of essence and the feelings that followed, the route of cultivation. These true essence-gathering skills were unable to be described with words. Therefore, the true rare skill manuals were not recorded in books and were unable to be transcribed paper. Skill manuals were usually recorded on jade slips. Each small jade slip contained a wealth of mysterious and arcane information. Even a manual could only contain a general idea of what can be explained inside. If one wanted to engrave the mysteries onto a jade slip, one must have complete understanding of the skill manual. This was truly difficult to achieve even then, and moreover had to spend a great deal of time and energy. The skill manual could also not be understood by everyone. Even if they attained the jade slip, they might not be able to decipher the mysteries. It was just like a bank that released golden banknotes. Although it was money, those who did not understand it could only use it as tissue. Therefore, the jade slips that contained these ancient manuals were very few and could not be obtained no matter the price on the market. This was also the reason that the 7 profound martial house were able to cause young martial artists to go crazy with the desire to enter. However, these selecting conditions were harsh, and every year there were inevitably a massive number of aspiring martial artists that failed to be elected. Lin Ming himself had the highest quality body transformation skill manual, the Chaotic Virtues Combat Meridians, so he naturally did not have any interest in the 7 profound martial houses' inheritance or legacies. The reason he desired to enter was not because of Lan Yunyue. After he had decided to devote his life to pursue the pinnacle of martial arts, the matter of Lan Yunyue could no longer cause turbulence in his heart. Lin Ming desired to enter the 7 profound martial house because he needed the practice resources. The resources were not medicines or herbs, but special areas where one could exercise. These special areas were either created through array arrangements or were special environmental areas which were formed by Xiantian practitioners. They were able to allow humans to cultivate with twice the result and half the effort. But most important were martial skills. Martial skills were critical to a martial artist, as they were directly linked to their level of combat strength. Lin Ming also knew a few martial skills that he had absorbed from the elder's memory fragment. In those memories were 3 or 4 martial skills he had seen, but they were incomplete. The truth was that even though those martial skills were incomplete, they were in fact the top-tier martial skills even in the realm of the gods. Needless to say, even those incomplete versions were far superior to those of Sky Fortune Kingdom. But it was a pity that those 3 to 4 martial skills that Lin Ming knew were impossible to practice from the start. To even dare begin practicing them, he would need to be at least at the Xiantian stage. In those memories, the weakest of the martial skills were able to destroy mountains with a single stroke, let alone killing people. It would probably be easy to destroy the entire Sky Fortune capital city. This sort of martial skill was almost an alien language to Lin Ming. Therefore, Lin Ming needed to take this entrance exam and enter the 7 profound martial house. He also had to attain a good result. As with every year, the candidates with the top results were always richly rewarded. Perhaps it was precious medicines or rare treasures. These medicines were often produced from within the sect, the 7 profound valleys. In Sky Fortune City, not even the richest man could buy these. Even the juniors of aristocratic families would drool with envy at these coveted rewards. Lin Ming was also tempted. Before, his strength was low, so he had low expectations, but at the present, The situation had turned so he had high aspirations for them. At the first day of autumn, the square of the Seven Profound Marshall House already had a sea of people crowded inside. Because there were too many candidates that would come to apply, the examination would always begin at sunrise and continue all day. Lin Ming and Lin Xiaodong had not entered the square yet, but were on the major road outside. Although there were relatively fewer people here, Lin Ming's ears still buzzed with the sound of discussion. They say that this time there are several top-tier talents that have come, included that number one talent Wang Yanfeng, 15 years old, grade 4 talent, and his cultivation has already stepped into the third stage of body transformation. Truly a formidable man. Isn't it weird? Why would he not enter the Seven Profound Marshall House earlier? Why didn't he come during the spring entrance exam? I guess his goal is the heavenly abode. As soon he enters the Seven Profound Marshall House, he wants to enter the heavenly abode. How aggressive of him! The heavenly abode is absolutely impossible. The only one these past years to enter the heavenly abode was Qin Xingxuan. The lowest cultivation for the heavenly abode is the peak of the third stage of body transformation, and usually inside are those at the fourth stage of body transformation. Not even this Wang Yanfeng has the qualifications to enter. I think the reason he waited such a long time is to take the entrance exam reward for first place. Heavenly abode. Lin Ming muttered in his heart. Half a year ago, Zhu Yan had relied on his peak of body transformation's third stage to enter the heavenly abode. Without a doubt, Zhu Yan's strength was truly outstanding even among those of equal cultivation. He could absolutely not be compared to a sack of potatoes like Wang Yigao. As Lin Ming was lost in thought, he suddenly felt the gaze of someone fall on his body. Was someone observing him? In the large crowd, there were many that were looking at him, but the average person could simply not discover these people and their intentions. But Lin Ming had practiced the true primal chaos formula, so his perception was acutely keen, and even with so many people, he could feel a cold ice staring his way. He pretended to be nonchalant as he turned his head. There was a blue carriage at the origin of that sight, but when Lin Ming turned to look, the carriage's curtain dropped back down. Lin Ming sighed in his heart. He had not even begun the entrance exam, and there were probably people plotting against him. At this moment in the blue carriage, a youth in silk clothing and another gloomy-looking youth were sitting inside. It was Wang Yigao and Zhu Yan. He won't discover us. Wang Yigao had been frightened the last time by Lin Ming. Even though he claimed publicly that he wanted revenge, he was afraid of Lin Ming. Those 3 moves that caused him to suffer defeat had left a dark mark on his heart and tanked his self-confidence. Zhu Yan frostily said, "Stop being so scared and suspicious. There are many people here. It's not as if he has eyes on the back of his head. This guy, he even managed to break through to the second stage of body transformation." The gap between the first stage and second stage of body transformation was not small. A 15-year-old that could achieve this was not simple, especially when considering Lin Ming and his poor family background and mere third-grade talent. I think the guy probably practiced like a freak. Otherwise, there is no way. Even I only hit the second stage when I was 16 years old. He probably overtaxed his body and received some permanent internal injuries. This kind of idiot, in a few years, he won't be any different from a vegetable. Wang Yigao viciously cursed. Zhu Yan despised this sycophant in his heart. Even with so many rare medicines supporting him, he only hit the second stage when he was 16 years old. Not only that, but his combat level a completely weak mess. If his father wasn't Sky Fortune City's army major, then Zhu Yan would be disinclined to even bother paying attention to him. Zhu Yan said, according to common sense, it would be impossible for him to achieve this stage. Overtaxing the body and receiving internal injuries, then he would sooner or later be disabled. But if he had the support of 1,000 gold taels, then it would be less certain. Hearing Zhu Yan say this, Wang Yigao's face instantly turned bright red. He thought that Zhu Yan did not know of the gambling matter, but it seemed he already did. Was there anyone who didn't? Damn it all. He really disgraced his grandmother. Zhu Yan paid no attention to Wang Yigao. His expression was gloomy. Generally speaking, a 16-year-old boy, if his cultivation had surpassed the third stage of body transformation, then he would enter the 7 profound martial house. Many disciples in respected families entered like this. To them, the massive amount of rare and precious medicinal herbs supported them, so this was not too difficult. Regarding these matters, the 7 profound martial house did not mind the family helping. After all, this too was part of a martial artist's strength. Family background was equivalent to talent, whether by virtue of their own talent or virtue of medicines helping them. They were a master martial artist and could expand the strength and influence of the 7 profound martial house. Those who relied on medicines had hopes of entering the 7 profound martial house, much less Lin Ming, whose combat ability surpassed someone from the same rank, so his chances of entering were higher. Zhu Yan did not want Lin Ming to enter the 7 profound martial house. He didn't fear Lin Ming surpassing him. After all, he was only a 3rd-grade talent. Zhu Yan had absolute confidence in himself. Even if Zhu Yan jumped a level or defeated Wang Yigao, it was no big deal. After all, Wang Yigao was only at the 2nd stage of body transformation, and his combat level was piss poor. He was confident that he would always keep Lin Ming under his boot. But if Lin Ming were to enter, it would definitely arouse some mighty waves in Lan Yunyue's heart. Lan Yunyue had not forgotten her former friendship with Lin Ming. Would it be the same if he entered the 7 profound martial house? Zhu Yan liked Lan Yunyue. Half of this was because of her temperament and lovely appearance, and the other half was because of his possessiveness of all good things. He was absolutely unable to tolerate any other man being in Lan Yunyue's heart. Because of his family, Zhu Yan had a small connection to the royal family, so he had some connections to the 7 profound martial house. However, the martial house's inspections were a very public matter, so it was impossible to prevent Lin Ming from entering. So the only plan that he had left was to not let him participate in the entrance exam. Chapter 29, Overturn the Cavalry. Chapter 29, Overturn the Cavalry. Zhu Yan pondered as he traced the ring on his finger. He said, "Brother Wang, Sky Fortune City is your domain. What kind of connections do you not have? Naturally, you associate with superior individuals that are at the 4th stage, or even the peak of the 4th stage." Zhu Yan suspected that Lin Ming had a solid foundation and was stronger than he appeared. It would be impossible to have an expert at the peak of the 3rd stage deal with him in an easy manner. It would be best to jump straight up and look for someone at the 4th stage to send him off. Wang Yigao said, "I know many masters at the 4th stage, but they are the guards of my father or brother. Because of the previous matter, my father already issued a decree. Now no one listens to me." People at the 4th stage of body transformation were usually not some fresh spring flower. This sort of person tended to be over 30 years old and often occupied a high position, or were some powerful person's personal guard. By Wang Yigao's ability, asking them to deal with a 15-year-old boy was just not possible. Zhu Yan thought of this and said to Wang Yigao, "This 7 profound martial house inspection isn't the one policing at Zhaomingshan? He seems to have received a promotion from your father recently." Wang Yigao was surprised, but he nodded and said, "There is such a matter. Brother Zhao is usually very nice to me." Zhu Yan had heard from others that Zhao Mingshan was the captain of Sky Fortune City's police force. The city police force and the city protection army were 2 parts of a system. The city police force was responsible for public security, such as catching thieves and maintaining law and order, and the city protection army was responsible for maintaining the emperor's ruling power and suppressing rebellion. I know. I have an idea to make a cripple of you Lin Ming Zhu Yan peeked through the carriage curtain and stared at Lin Ming like a poisonous serpent as his face began to darken. 7 profound Marshall House's inspections were divided into 3 parts: the strength trial, the dream trial, and the exquisite pagoda. This morning was the first test, the strength trial. Strength training was the first stage of body transformation. It was also the foundation of martial arts. If strength training was not solid, then the later stages of flesh training, viscera training, altering muscle, and bone forging would all become useless. Therefore, strength was very important to martial artists. The measurement for strength was also relatively simple. As long as the trial was done well, then a large number of applicants could be eliminated. Because of this, for the last several years, the 7 profound Marshall House had placed the inspection of strength as the first test. The test was a special stone structure the height of a man. There was a beam of light at the top that was formed by true essence. As long as someone punched the stone, the beam would transmit a light that signaled the person's strength. An inch-high beam of light would be a bit less than 100 jin. If one managed a beam of light a foot high, then it would be 1,000 jin, and one would qualify. Anything below that was instant elimination. But body transformation's peak of the first stage of strength training was usually around 9 stones. It was enough to break ironwood, but generally martial artists at the first stage had around 900 jins of strength, so they had a difficult time passing the first trial. Lin Ming had already surpassed 1,000 jins of strength early on in the first stage. Presently, he was a bit stronger than 2,600 jins. This was because of the overwhelming prestige of the chaotic virtues combat meridians. Naturally, in this test, strength was his forte, and he would be able to fight for first place. In the square, the trial had not yet started. Lin Ming was meditating on a stone platform off the road and controlling his breath. Suddenly, a rapid burst of sound came as a loud voice shouted, "Out of the way! Out of the way!" Lin Ming opened his eyes and was surprised to see a 20-year-old man bolting down the road on a horse. He wore thick, shiny armor, and his hand was a 2-meter-long lance as thick as a child's arm. He dispersed the crowd by waving the lance around with one hand while wielding a horsewhip with the other. Da-da-da. The sound of the hoof beat was crisp in the air, and the people in the crowded major road scattered. Lin Ming frowned. Today was the date of 7 profound Marshall House's entrance exam. Sky Fortune City would send the city police force here to maintain order. How did they allow someone to wildly buck into the crowd? Lin Ming soon noted that although this person was aggressive in his manner as he waved his lance around, he actually did not bump into anyone. It looked as though this man's martial arts was decent, and he was also skilled at horse riding. Lin Ming originally sat on the roadside and did not get up, but at this moment he saw that the men sinisterly smiled and flicked his reins and turned and galloped towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming's expression sank. He realized that this man was coming for him. The horse was coming faster and faster towards him. Not only was the man wearing armor, but the thick and long lance in his hand was at least 100 jins. In addition to the speed of the horse's sprint, that lance would be able to pierce through a wall. When he was less than 10 meters away, the lance in the man's hand began to glow with a faint yellow light. Martial skill. They really think much of me to actually use a martial skill, Lin Ming thought as his eyes turned ice cold. He slightly opened his right, and as the true primal chaos formula quickly revolved in him, Lin Ming's perception instantly reached the maximum limit. In his eyes, the lance speed had slowed down, and the noisy hoof beats disappeared. When the man was within 3 meters, Lin Ming sprung from a sitting position, and he unexpectedly moved towards the man. Lin Ming had not attempted to dodge, but stretched out both hands and grasped the lance. 100 jin lance, a horse's barreling force. It could even break down a tree. And this boy actually used his hands to grab it. With the lance in hand, Lin Ming circulated true essence throughout his hands and feet. His right foot took one step back and braced against the stone platform. And with both hands pulling, more than 2,600 genes of strength instantly erupted. Up. Lin Ming called out, and the arms holding the lance suddenly rose up. The man only felt a brief sensation of strength as he was directly lifted from his lance and thrown off like a rag doll. The man felt dizzy, and there was a whistling sound in his eyes as his vision blurred from twirling in the air. The next moment, he impacted the ground directly from behind with a malicious pain. His organs seemed to have misplaced themselves as he crashed into a tree and spit up a mouthful of blood. Lin Ming tossed aside the 100-gene lance in his hand and sat back down. This man only had the strength of the second stage of body transformation, although he also had the support from the horse, but compared with the chaotic virtues combat meridians that Lin Ming practiced, it was far from enough. The crowd that had been watching was simply speechless. This man in armor had sprinted at him with full speed, but was still lifted up and tossed aside by Lin Ming. This youth was simply a vicious monster in human form. Zhu Yan had been watching this scene from afar on his carriage. His face became increasingly gloomy. Wang Yigao, this useless rice bucket, even that person he knew was nothing more than a walking potato. He also had the strength of the horse supporting him, yet he was the one that was thrown away. However, he had also expected this result. He just didn't think that Lin Ming's counterattack would have been so unexpectedly fierce. Just then, a crowd of noisy footsteps could be heard approaching. What the hell is going on? Someone dares to attack others in public. As soon as Lin Ming looked up, it was actually Wang Yigao that had brought a crowd to the scene. He sneered in his heart. Obviously, this man had planned well for this. Wang Yigao looked at the man, who had been flung away by Lin Ming, and he felt his heart jump. This strength was truly terrifying. But his mind calmed as he remembered the crowd of people he brought to support him. Wang Yigao was emboldened. He clenched his teeth and looked at Lin Ming ferociously. Lin Ming, you bastard. Again and again you fight my men. I already wasn't going to quibble over these small details with you, but this time you have gone too far. Go. Bring him to me. Take him on. Kill him, and I will take responsibility. Wang Yigao heroically waved his arm, but unexpectedly, even after he gave the code word, no one moved. Kill him, and you will be responsible? What a shitty joke. If he kills us, will you also be responsible? The majority of the crowd was only at the first stage of body transformation, and a few of them were at the second stage. However, they could be considered weaker than someone at the same stage. They had all seen the horrifying image of Lin Ming throwing off the man on a horse, and it had been etched into their minds. Wasn't trying to bring him down, just courting death. Lin Ming smiled and said, "How, after 3 months, have you group of lapdog minions not improved?" Chapter 30, Beating the General's Son. Chapter 30, Beating the General's Son. As soon as Lin Ming mentioned 3 months, Wang Yigao lit on fire. This was the greatest humiliation that he had ever experienced in his life. What are you waiting for? Go. Do you want me to deal with you later? In this group of minions that followed Wang Yigao, there were those who bullied men and harassed women. Wang Yigao was the one who acted as their high umbrella. If Wang Yigao decided to kick them to the curb, not only would they not be protected, but there would be others who would take revenge and ferret out all of their criminal records. They would have no place left in Sky Fortune City. Thinking of this, the group of people braced themselves and decided to bite the bullet. They did not dare to attack him, and instead just rushed up to take a blow. Lin Ming's eyes were cold. He used his right foot and picked up the lance. Firmly grasping it with his hand, he waved it towards the group of rushing minions. Each time he swept it towards them, it was as if he were sweeping chickens. 5 to 6 people flew into the air with each wave. Moans of sorrow and pain began to linger in the air. These weaklings were truly pathetic. As soon as they hit the ground, they began groaning. Seeing this, Lin Ming did not have the words to say anything. He just lightly swept them. Not even using a quarter of his strength, it shouldn't have hurt this much. Although these small idiots were all just sacks of rice and were acting, when Lin Ming mowed down 7 or 8 people each time, it shocked bystanders, and they began to crowd around him. In a flash, the only one left was Wang Yigao, who had begun panicking and sliding backwards. Seeing Lin Ming walk towards him, his outwards appearance was fierce, but he was close to fainting. He said, "Lin Ming, what do you want? I warn you not to act too rashly, or else your death will be very ugly." Lin Ming looked at him, as if he were some kind of bug, and coldly said, "Even rotten leaves have clear veins. As someone who practices martial arts, how could you lose your backbone like a coward? You bother me over and over. I've already put up with you twice. If I put up with you again, then for what reasons did I practice martial arts?" As Lin Ming said this, he instantly arrived in front of Wang Yigao. Wang Yigao's goose hairs rose and almost pissed his pants. He had one thought on his mind. This Lin Ming, was he crazy? He dares to hit me? You dare? My father is... Wang Yigao screamed pitifully as Lin Ming punched his stomach. Lin Ming's fist contained a hidden energy. Although he hadn't achieved flow like silk, but he drew one step to achieve a hard and gentle movement. The fist's energy penetrated into Wang Yigao's organs, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Lin Ming used his other hand, aimed it, and slapped Wang Yigao's right cheek with a paw sound. Wang Yigao spun like a spinning top and fell with plop on the ground, seeing stars. One side of his lip was split open by Lin Ming's palm, and a tooth had fallen out. Wang Yigao covered his mouth. He looked at his bloody hands, and his eyes turned red with anger. He had grown up in the general's office since childhood, and no one had ever dared to hit him. He stretched out his blood-stained, trembling finger at Lin Ming. I will kill you." "Kill me? Perhaps you won't have this opportunity." Lin Ming stepped forwards, his hand holding the lance. A murderous intent began to flow from him. Feeling this killing intent, and seeing that his neck was less than half a foot from the lance, Wang Yigao's high confidence and anger completely shattered. He tumbled onto the floor and began crawling away as fast as he could while screaming, "Murder!" Lin Ming knew that in the broad daylight he could not kill the son of the general. Although that punch was filled with a concealed energy, it was a very slow, non-fatal attack, and only let Wang Yigao feel pain. As for his split lip, although it would hurt, it could be cured with some medicines. But on the main road, more hoofbeats began to resound. Lin Ming looked and saw that a 30-year-old man had arrived. He had a mustache and wore the clothes of a captain with a sword hung on his waist. He rode here swiftly, and behind him were several additional officers. Seeing these officers, it was as if Wang Yigao had seen the light. He shouted loudly, "Save me! He wants to kill me!" Then he rushed towards them. Lin Ming saw these officers and he frowned. He suddenly understood the purpose of Wang Yigao's actions. His goal had been to stir up some trouble. The truth was, he had not expected the man on the horse, or even his minions could do anything to hurt him, but he had wanted to create some trouble, so that the government that maintained the 7 profound Marshall House entrance examination would come and arrest him themselves. Once he was arrested, he would miss the entrance exam. He might even be sentenced and jailed. "What's going on here?" The captain, Zhao Mingshan, said. He was 35 years old and was at the 4th stage of body transformation, and also held the post of the captain of the Sky Fortune City Police Force. Zhao Mingshan asked those that were crawling on the ground like pitiful bugs. Those that were wounded began to crawl towards him as if they were re-energized. This was something that Lin Ming had already guessed earlier. They began to point at Lin Ming all at once. "He beat us up. He was plotting to kill our young master." "Your Honor, please look at our body's injuries. That guy was fighting with a lance. I luckily had quick reflexes and only received a bone fracture." A man lifted up his shirt. A big blue line on the chest was visible. Right now Lin Ming was also holding the lance. It could be said that the evidence was conclusive. Big Brother Zhao, you have to call the shots for me. As soon as Wang Yigao opened his mouth, blood began to froth out. This fellow was just too pitiful. He totally did not have a dignified appearance. Zhao Mingshan quickly handed over medicine to Wang Yigao. As the captain, Zhao Mingshan always kept medicine with him. Naturally, it was not anything that was of low value. Even as he was howling and sobbing, Wang Yigao wiped the medicine on his mouth. The medicine was effective, and Wang Yigao's pain was alleviated just a little. Big Brother Zhao, you must get justice for me. Wang Yigao looked at Lin Ming with hatred. He did not think that Lin Ming would hit him. He decided that he would kill him. He would just need to get him in a jail cell, and then he would find some way to deal with him. Kill him, cripple him. There would be no way to escape. No, killing him was too easy. It was best to let him wallow in suffering. This kind of matter was not something that Wang Yigao's father cared about. He had lost the bet, and lost to a young boy at the first stage, and had only gotten his name reversed. Wang Junju was of course furious about this. And this bullying that also crippled several civilians, as long as he didn't cause his family to lose face, then Wang Junju would simply not pay attention. Thinking that he might possibly react to this matter was not necessary. Thinking of this, Wang Yigao felt his heart finally be relieved. Although he had been hit, the pain was temporary. What was most important was that he released the anger in his chest. It was as Brother Zhu had planned. As long as they could write the truth of the incident, then they could use the hand of authority to oppress others. Zhao Mingshan was not a fool. He had been in the police force for many years. He had been made captain because he was also smart and quick on his feet. He only looked at the scene and accurately guessed the majority of the situation. This young boy had offended the general's house. Although he might have only given him a hard time, this young boy had injured someone from the general's house to this degree. He estimated his life was over. As a captain, he had to be cognizant of the influence of Sky Fortune City's major players. Zhao Mingshan's position in the government wasn't high. He absolutely could not stir up these powers. So like this, Zhao Mingshan had learned to survive in the cracks. With a matter like this in his hands, who was wrong and who was right, he did not look at the facts but at their backgrounds. Not only did Wang Yigao's father, a general of the armed forces, promote him, but even if he did not then, he would still have to look at General Wang's big name. Wang Yigao may not amount to anything in the main house, and he may have been disciplined if he was inside, but he was outside now, and so there were the concerns of face. If Zhao Mingshan gave the right order, then it would suggest that he was not one of General Wang's men. In his heart, he understood these things, so he was resolute in his decision. He waved his hand, and an officer moved out and began to inspect the injuries of the men on the floor. He then inspected Lin Ming's lance, contrasted them with the scars, and said, "Yes, these wounds are from the lance." Zhao Mingshan nodded and said to Lin Ming, "Name." Lin Ming already guessed what Zhao Mingshan had prepared to do. He defiantly stared at Zhao Mingshan and frankly replied, "Lin Ming." Looking in Lin Ming's eyes, Zhao Mingshan felt a faint feeling of contempt that made him uncomfortable. He was also not feeling well as he said, "The evidence is conclusive." "What do you have to say for yourself?" "The evidence is conclusive." Lin Ming sneered. "Have you tried asking the bystanders? You only listened to the statements of Wang Yigao's party?" Zhao Mingshan frowned and thought that this fellow was not clear in the head. As soon as he appeared, he had guessed that events would develop along this path. But now it looked as if this boy's death was looming over him, and he was still joking. This boy, why did he have to hit Wang Yigao? Did he not know that his father was the leader of Sky Fortune City's armed guard forces? Although General Wang did not tolerate the idiocy of his son, and would even punish him frequently, this did not represent that he would allow others to hit his son, as that was equal to slapping him on the face. This boy Lin Ming couldn't also be anyone with a background. Looking at his clothes only confirmed that. This must have been some sort of personal matter. Zhao Mingshan sighed and said, I will certainly question the bystanders. But first I ask that you return with me to the office to record an oral confession. I will have someone stay here to record statements. You will be kept there until the examination is over. As long as people were not stupid, they would not fight with the government and speak out of turn. If someone decided to have a big mouth, then they wouldn't have a pleasant result. Let's go. As soon as Zhao Mingshan waved his hand, 2 officers walked up, twining rope around their hands. Wang Yigao revealed a fiendish grin on his face. Fight with me? Ha ha, let's see how you die now. As Lin Ming saw the 2 officers approach with rope in hand, Lin Ming shook his sleeves and coldly said, You want to tie me up, but once you do, there won't be a good outcome for you. Chapter 30, One Regretting Capture. Chapter 30, One Regretting Capture. As Lin Ming saw the 2 officers approach with rope in hand, Lin Ming shook his sleeves and coldly said, You want to tie me up, but once you do, there won't be a good outcome for you. You want to get out of this situation? Don't even think about it. Once you're in my hands, you'll never escape. Ha! Wang Yigao happily laughed to himself a few hundred times as the success of the situation got to his head. Even though he was the one that was injured, his smile was unsightly, and moreover these would clearly contain the suggestion that he wanted some sort of accident to befall Lin Ming in jail. Wang Yigao turned his head and saw that Zhao Mingshan was staring at him with an ugly and disgusted expression on his face. Wang Yigao coughed, said with a bit of embarrassment, Brother Zhao, I will let you investigate the situation. I was just a bit angry and overreacted. This little rat was just too damn arrogant. Lin Ming dusted himself and said to Zhao Mingshan, It is your responsibility to ensure the public safety of the 7 profound Marshall House entrance exam. Someone had just tried to run me through on this main road with a lance, and you did not come. Someone tried to plot my death by getting a bunch of morons to beat me and leave me disabled, and you did not come. And yet when I finally fight back with the lance, you finally come, and you don't even attempt to ask the crowd watching any questions, and single-handedly decided that I was the guilty one. Are you playing with me? Lin Ming spoke, pronouncing each word unhurriedly, and each word was punishing and caused Zhao Mingshan's heart to sink. This kid really had some guts. How could he be so calm in this situation? What was he relying on? Zhao Mingshan looked at Lin Ming and decided that he couldn't drag this matter on any further, and began to say angrily, This is official business. It's not up to the likes of you to comment on the process. Tie him up. When he issued the order, the rope had already wrapped tightly around Lin Ming's neck. Even though Lin Ming was capable, Zhao Mingshan was already at the 4th stage of body transformation, so he did not resist. At this moment, a familiar voice cried out from the crowd, Make way, let me through. Lin Ming looked up and was surprised to see a plump youth twisting and squeezing his way past the mob of people. In his hand was a rattling lunchbox. It was Lin Xiaodong. When Lin Ming had been meditating just a moment ago, Lin Xiaodong had gone to buy breakfast and had just arrived back to see a commotion. As soon as Lin Xiaodong saw the rope wrapped around Lin Ming's neck, his heart was suddenly inflamed. *T. Why the hell did you fuckers tie him up? Zhao Mingshan did not know where this brave fat boy came from, and was preparing to wave the command to throw him away, when in the corner of his eye he saw a light spark of light. As he turned his head, he saw that a faint fire had ignited in Lin Ming's hand. Sound transmitting talisman. Zhao Mingshan's eyes widened. The talisman could record voices and transfer them. They were used to communicate. This boy had obviously used it just now without their knowledge, and had recorded their conversation and transmitted it. This guy. Zhao Mingshan felt an inexplicable chill in the air as he looked at this youth. Today he had offended him. Later he would come looking for revenge. It seemed he really did have to tolerate Wang Yigao's idiotic plans and kill him. Otherwise there would be no end to his future troubles. But Who has he transmitted the talisman to? Lin Ming had naturally sent the talisman to Mr. Mui. Previously, Mui and Lin Ming had exchanged tips about inscription techniques and had become good friends. Mui had told him that as long as there was the martial quarters, then he could guarantee his absolute safety in Sky Fortune City. As long as there was any trouble, he could just send a talisman to inform him. Although Lin Ming was brave and courageous, he was not a hothead who would let his impulses rashly dictate his actions without paying attention to the possible consequences. Before he had struck Wang Yigao, he already had a plan for this situation. He wasn't going to let a little matter like this be something that could stop him. He would just simply owe Mui a future favor. Although Mui was in the government and serving the court as the crown prince's tutor, he was not a court official. In his heart, he was still a man of the world, and those that dwelled in that world valued loyalty and friendship above all else. Mui was not a man who spoke or agreed to anything easily or thoughtlessly. When he had asked to be Lin Ming's friend, he had said so with all the conviction in his heart. Hearing the recording from the sound transmitting talisman, Mui had a good grasp of the situation that was occurring. He sighed with disgust. He had always been disgusted by the government officials or lesser officers who curried favor with powerful people, not to mention that Lin Ming was his close friend. Behind him was also an unfathomable master. Even if he were not related to this matter, he would still meddle in it. Mui was lax when it came to keeping up with all the bureaucratic nonsense, and didn't know many powerful people who could immediately handle this situation. The only one he could think of to deal with this was his student, the Crown Prince Yang Lin. He sent a sound transmitting talisman to Yang Lin. Crown Prince Yang Lin had always deeply admired and respected his teacher. If Mui requested a matter of him, he would naturally do everything possible to carry it out. So Yang Lin then sent a personal message to the Minister of the Police Department. The Emperor and the Crown Prince used a unique purple gold sound transmitting talisman. At this moment, the minister was hugging a concubine and giggling and laughing while enjoying some romantic times with her. As soon as he saw the purple gold flash, he immediately rolled out of his chair. This message was from the Crown Prince's sound transmitting talisman. After he learned the reason why the Crown Prince had sent him a message, the minister felt as if someone had smashed a rock on his head. His legs turned to jelly, and he felt suffocated as he said, "Forgive this lowly one for not being strict. My supervision was truly lacking." Each word, he said, caused his heart to skip a beat. He certainly knew what sort of person Zhao Mingshan was. He was part of the General Wang's palace guard, and the youth was a boy of indeterminate background. It was easy to see how Zhao Mingshan would handle this matter, but this boy was unexpectedly a person of the Crown Prince. "Zhao Mingshan, you are your mom's drop-dead bastard. You actually made your father, suffer such a mess. Like hell. Why did you tie him up?" Lin Xiaodong huffed and puffed. Zhao Mingshan waved his hand and pointed at Lin Xiaodong, obstructing official business and insulting the captain of the police force. "Officers, tie him up for me." Zhao Mingshan sent 2 officers to grab Lin Xiaodong. The officers were mostly at the second stage of body transformation, and they were not some walking potatoes like Wang Yigao. They had solid foundations and combat training. Lin Xiaodong was only at the first stage. But even though he could not resist, he still struggled a bit and screamed like an angry duck, "You dare to touch me? You remember my face. I'll pay this back to you, with full interest." "Shut his mouth," Zhao Mingshan said a bit frantically, and a man gagged Lin Xiaodong with a cloth strip between his lips. The result was that the steady stream of curses became an inaudible whining sound. "Let's go." As soon as Zhao Mingshan waved his hand, they trotted down the road with Lin Ming and Lin Xiaodong strapped to the horses' backs. In just a bit of time, they were already several miles down the road. Wang Yigao was behind them. He suddenly laughed and said, "Brother Zhao, put them down. Let's drag them through." He wanted to drag the two men behind the galloping horses. It was interesting, but Zhao Mingshan did not answer. At this moment, there was suddenly a red light in front of him that burst into a mass of light. It was a sound-transmitting talisman. The sound-transmitting talisman directly transmitted the sounds to one's mind. Others would not be able to hear it. The flash dissipated. Zhao Mingshan's voice rang with the sound of the minister of the police department roaring at him at maximum volume. F***CK your mom, and listen to me. Release those people. Do you even know who is behind that boy? It is the Crown Prince. Did you want to fucking revolt against me? You even dare to touch someone that is the Crown Prince's person? Your fucking mom. Do you even know how to spell the character dead? If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Zhao Mingshan, I swear to you, if anyone comes troubling me, I will kill you myself. Zhao Mingshan was scolded so loudly that he thought his head would explode. His whole body stiffened, and his mind blanked. Crown Prince. Zhao Mingshan suddenly stopped the horses and looked to Lin Ming with his jaw agape. Lin Ming was also looking at him the same calm and indifferent eyes that he'd been all along, like he were some ordinary clown. He remembered the sound transmitting talisman that Lin Ming had sent out. That was for the Crown Prince. What sort of existence was the Crown Prince? He was just a young police captain. He would probably never encounter anything that was related to the Crown Prince in his life. His heart was shocked with unspeakable words. He finally understood the meaning behind Lin Ming's gaze. I do say, Brother Zhao, now is a good time. There isn't anyone watching. So in any case, let's drag them along. They shouldn't die. Wang Yigao said with a smile and a heh-hep, I'll fucking drag your mom. When he heard Wang Yigao speak this nonsense, he had an urge to draw his sword and chop him in half. If it weren't for this idiot, then how could he have fallen into this predicament? Everyone dismount. Release them. As soon as Zhao Mingshan ordered this, his men were shocked. Wang Yigao was also shocked. Release them? Wang Yigao was not a total fool. He thought to that sound transmitting talisman. Was it related? However, Zhao Mingshan said nothing else besides the order. Wang Yigao was very unhappy about this turn of events and was preparing to argue, but at that moment, another sound transmitting talisman also burst into flames in front of him. As soon as he heard the message, Wang Yigao almost dropped to the floor. This was the sound transmitting talisman that his father personally sent out. It only had a few words, return immediately to me. Wang Yigao was able to feel the chill in his father's tone. He had no doubt that when he returned, he would be in for a world of pain, since one party was the Crown Prince's person, and the other party was the son of General Wang. The police department naturally sent out a sound transmitting talisman to explain the situation to General Wang. General Wang hadn't felt such anger before. The throne was changing, and it was a sensitive time. And this Wang Yigao decided to annoy the Crown Prince. Although he didn't know what connection this boy had to the Crown Prince, even if it was too much, because of a small matter, it was enough for the Crown Prince to decide to select someone else for his position and remove him. He really wanted to kill this good-for-nothing son. Zhao Mingshan saw Wang Yigao freeze with terror at receiving the sound transmitting talisman. He immediately barked at his men, Why are you still holding them? Release them now. After being reprimanded, the men began to panic. They went to untie the rope, but Lin Ming sneered. You want to tie me up, so you tied me up? Now you won't release me? I already told you. Once you do, there won't be a good outcome for you. Chapter 32 Oppress with Others' Power. Chapter 32 Oppress with Others' Power. Zhao Mingshan gaped at Lin Ming. He recalled that Lin Ming had once said the words, You want to tie me up, but once you do, there won't be a good outcome for you. Faced with such a superior backing, Zhao Mingshan had no choice but to lower his head and play as a dog for this boy. Even though this was a heavy loss of face for him, it was nothing in comparison to keeping his own little life. Zhao Mingshan immediately changed his countenance. His whole face locked up with a forced smile as he said, "It appears that we accidentally fished out two Dragon Kings. These two fellow brothers. Today was truly just a silly misunderstanding. I hope you can show some mercy and overlook my transgressions. You people, quickly untie these two fellows." Although he hadn't been untied, yet Lin Xiaodong's gag cloth was taken out, and he was a bit perplexed. But Lin Ming had given him all sorts of surprises these days, so he adapted quickly. Was it that elusive and mysterious master that Lin Ming had spoken of? To Lin Xiaodong, such a powerful and mighty being was only a foreign concept to him. But in any case, with someone like that backing them up, he had no need to fear these idiots. F***CK your whole family, F***CK your mom, and your family, you little motherfuckers. Lin Xiaodong let out a string of epithets as the officer struggled to unwind the ropes that bound his large body. They were pushed aside by Lin Xiaodong as he rolled around. "You think that you tie me up and let me go whenever you want." Lin Xiaodong had originally suffered a loss of face, but now that he had the upper hand, he naturally would return the favor. Zhao Mingshan had nothing he could do but to take the words and suffer silently. He smiled and painstakingly said, "Little brothers, I was blind and foolish. Would you be merciful and overlook these matters today? I would truly be grateful if you somehow allow us to compensate you." Lin Xiaodong crooked his neck. These officers of the police department only had a tiny salary with a bit of gold that they scraped up off the books. Lin Xiaodong did not have a liking for any of this money, so what was the point of offering it to him? At this time, Lin Xiaodong happened to see Wang Yigao off to the side. He was taking advantage of the distraction to make his escape. Lin Xiaodong angrily said, "Stop! Whose mother said to let that kid go? Return here right now." Wang Yigao nearly fell off of his horse as he heard these words. The turn of events and frightened him silly. His father was waiting for him to return home for punishment. This was an absolute nightmare. Now, even seeing Lin Ming made his heart shudder with dread. Forget retaliating. If he ever saw Lin Ming again, he would make a full effort to scamper away. Not only did Wang Yigao fear Lin Ming, but he also didn't know what kind of backing Lin Ming had. Whatever it was greater than anything he could compare with. Losing the only advantage he had, Wang Yigao finally realized he was completely inferior to Lin Ming. What do you want? You want to get away? You think there is anything in this whole world that is that easy? Lin Xiaodong had a sudden inspiration. He turned to several officers. "You there, beat this guy up." Wang Yigao trembled as he heard this. Zhao Mingshan grimaced. Now, he really didn't know if he could preserve his own head. If they hit Wang Yigao anymore, he really might die. Zhao Mingshan looked to Lin Ming with a pleading look. Lin Ming finally said, "Consider this finished. There's no point dealing with this kind of person." He looked to Wang Yigao and asked, "I asked you when you came up to stir trouble. I saw that there were also people spying on me. From the blue carriage. Was that Zhu Yan?" Wang Yigao felt his stomach fall. Did this man have eyes on the back of his head? He had already thoroughly feared Lin Ming, but now that fear was deepening as terror filled his eyes. He still didn't speak, so Lin Ming took a single step towards him and coldly said, "Yes or no?" Wang Yigao's heart stopped, and he clenched his teeth. He nodded. Today's matter was also thought up by Zhu Yan. Wang Yigao nodded again. "Good. You may go." Lin Ming was already thinking that this was the case. Zhu Yan did not want him to enter the Seven Profound Martial House. Wang Yigao was just a pawn that had been used to prevent him from taking part in the entrance exam. Lin Ming did not want to bother with such a small bit player again. The reason was because Wang Yigao's father was the general. Lin Ming also knew discretion, and he had already left behind some hidden true essence in him that would leave him confined to his bed for a period. Zhao Mingshao breathed a sigh of relief as he heard Lin Ming. He hurried forward to personally untie them. Lin Xiaodong flexed his chubby wrists and looked at Zhao Mingshan, who had jumped off a black-maned horse. Lin Xiaodong had a sharp eye for money, and he understood at a glance that this horse was a superior breed. Although they couldn't compare with the snow-white horses of the martial quarters, their value was no less than 500 gold taels. We're fine. You don't need to send us off. Leave behind 2 horses. That black maned horse is also nice. I'll take it. Zhao Mingshao's mouth twitched as he heard this. This horse was his beloved and treasured beauty, but he clenched his teeth and said, "If these fellow brothers like my horse, feel free to ride her." "Ha! Then don't mind me being impolite," Lin Xiaodong said. He leapt up, and his pudgy body seated on the black-maned horse. "Ha! Let's go." As they left the group, Lin Xiaodong was in an excellent mood. *T. That was better than getting money. I've never felt so great in my life. Not only did that idiot Gao Yiwang earn his lesson, but even the captain gave me his own horse. Ha! This is what they call the great life. Lin Ming smiled and said, "We borrowed others' power and influence today, but anyone can rely on connections to do that. If we really want to feel great, then we must get strong ourselves and depend on our own strength to intimidate the world. Then no one would dare to bother us. That feeling would really be great." "Intimidate the world? Ha! Brother Lin, I don't have such grand dreams as you. I'm fine with relying on others' power and influence. How about this, Brother Lin? When one day your name is known across the world, you cover for me. I'll tell them your name and frighten them off." "Okay." Lin Ming laughed out loud. The two were originally only brought 3 or 4 miles down the road. They galloped on their horses, and in a short while arrived back at the square. In the square were still a sea of people. It seemed that the strength trial had just begun. Lin Ming had forgotten about the blue carriage until now. He noticed that it was still sitting there. But now Zhu Yan had disembarked from it. He was holding onto a long sword while staring an ice-cold gaze. "It seems I gave you less credit than was due. You are quite talented." In a moment, Zhu Yan had transmitted his voice to Lin Ming. They were 200 meters away, but it was as if Zhu Yan was speaking right beside him. This was a message sent with true essence. It required an extremely high degree of control of true essence to achieve. Zhu Yan must have reached the peak of the 3rd stage in the last 6 months. Don't think that just because you reach the 2nd stage of body transformation that you are anything special. Beating up some useless potatoes that are on the same level as you is no accomplishment at all. You said that one day you would surpass me? Good. I will wait for you. I will let you know the true difference between you and I, and you will learn that you are not destined to be an elite of this world. An elite of this world. Lin Ming looked at Zhu Yan and smiled. Certainly not of this world. Chapter 33, Strength Trial. Chapter 33, Strength Trial. The 7 profound martial house had a total of 20 stone pillars for the strength trial. After the exam begins, the candidates would divide into 20 teams as to reduce the congestion in the square. The 20 stone pillars were set up in front of the doors of separate entrances to the 7 profound martial house. At the top of each stone pillar was a shining light, which was the mark of every candidate's destiny. Whether they would pass this gate, or whether they would be tossed aside, would all be decided by this one number. A roughly 30 or 40-year-old woman stepped in front of the crowd and stood on a platform that had been set up. "Hello, everyone. I am one of the supervisors for the strength trial. I would like to announce that the 7 profound martial houses examination has altogether 3 parts. For those who manage to qualify through the end, they will be given an official assessment based upon their age, talent, and result. The top 10 will obtain an award, and the number 1 will be rewarded with a crimson gold dragon marrow pill." A crimson gold dragon marrow pill. The entire crowd gasped in surprise. Even the juniors of the aristocratic families were flabbergasted. Those among them with lower strength were filled with regret. Their faces revealed sorry and depressed expressions as they were destined to never achieve first place. Those that were stronger straightened their backs. Their eyes shone with hope, and they twitched around as if they were itching for a fight. They had assumed that this crimson gold dragon marrow pill was prepared especially for them. Lin Ming had read through a medicinal manual before and had a rough sense understanding regarding the properties of the crimson gold dragon marrow pill. This pill was about the size of a grape and was created by mixing a crimson gold dragon's marrow with several species of rare and precious herbs. It would then be boiled and distilled into a pill that would be able to improve the physique, enhance cultivation, and even help break through bottlenecks. The crimson gold dragon was not a real dragon. It was a descendant that only shared some blood. Nevertheless, creatures that were related to dragons were not weak. Even Hotian experts would not be a match. Sky Fortune Kingdom did not have many Hotian experts to begin with, and they also didn't have anyone that was capable of refining such a precious pill. Therefore, Sky Fortune Kingdom was unable to produce the crimson gold dragon marrow pill. Without a doubt, this medicine originated from the 7 profound valleys. Every year, the 7 profound valleys would screen talents, and medicines were provided from the main school to attract talented youths to participate, perhaps to the 7 profound valleys. The crimson gold dragon marrow pill was not particularly precious, but to those of Sky Fortune Kingdom, it was absolutely a valuable treasure that could not be purchased by money. Even a large aristocratic family would be terribly jealous of anyone who possessed such a treasure. The beautiful supervisor did not seem excited or unhappy as she continued. The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th placed will receive a golden snake scarlet pill, and 5th to 10th will receive 10 soul gathering pellets. The golden snake scarlet pill was refined from the gallbladder of a 100-year-old golden scarlet snake. This kind of gallbladder was named because of its gold-red appearance. It was inferior to the crimson gold dragon marrow pill, but it was also a rare and precious medicine which most people would never see. But the 4th through 10th place only received 10 soul gathering pellets, which were much less rare. Each pellet had a value of 200 gold taels, and 10 of them would be equal to 2,000 gold taels. But the 2 medicines given to those that ranked higher were at least 10,000 gold taels. In fact, even if one could pay several times over, they would still not be able to buy one. The rich rewards made the talented candidates incomparably excited. They were impatient to go on stage and show off their skills. Looking at this eager crowd was a group of young men and women wearing silk clothing. They laughed contemptuously. In the group was a handsome youth wearing a jade belt and smiling. The youth's entourage smiled and flattered him. These people really overreach. This crimson gold dragon marrow pill is already in young master's pocket. Winning is already a foregone conclusion. Do they also think to try and compete? Truly, they do not know their place. The youth faintly smiled and waved his folding fan. He didn't respond. He was a talent of the Yulu City's Wong family. He had a 4th grade talent, early 3rd stage of body transformation cultivation, and had once taken the number 1 spot in Yulu City's elite competition. Yulu City was a big city, thus this number 1 spot held some weight. On the platform, the woman continued, "We will now begin the first round of the entrance exam. Please participate in the exam with your full strength. The light beam on the stone column will signal the strength of your attack. An inch represents 100 genes of strength. As long as you pass 1,000 genes, then you will pass this round. Each candidate will have 3 attempts. So long as you qualify, once then you will pass. Everyone, we will now have a demonstration." Lin's son stepped forwards. As the beautiful lady finished speaking, a man walked up on stage. He was tall and gaunt, almost appearing emaciated, with a pale, cold face and harsh eyes. He wore a black suit, and on his back was a 3-foot-long knife. Even though it was broad daylight, when he stepped on stage, the temperature of the crowd plummeted several degrees. "Is that Ling's son someone from the heavenly abode of the seven profound martial house. This Ling Sun was obviously famous, but Lin Ming did not know of him. He turned and asked Lin Xiaodong, "Who is this Ling Sun?" Lin Xiaodong might not be diligent when it came to practicing his martial arts, but he was extremely gossipy and curious about all matters. Thus he knew about matters such as these. He said, "Ling Sun is one of the senior apprentices of the heavenly abode, which is the fiercest department in the seven profound martial house. He is 20 years old and is a fourth-grade talent. His cultivation is at the peak of the fourth stage, and he just entered the heavenly abode last year. On his own initiative, he requested to be sent to the war front for 1 year, where he slaughtered countless people. Right now, his combat ability is difficult to estimate, but people say that he will soon enter the fifth stage of body transformation." 20 years old and fifth stage of body transformation? Lin Ming was slightly startled. Generally, martial artists were considered extraordinary if they reached the fifth stage, the bone-forging stage, by the time they were 30. This Ling Sun was also overflowing with killing intent. It seemed he had killed many people in the battlefield. Compared to those with the same level of cultivation, this man was truly a master. Ling Sun loathed demonstrations like this. However, it was a tradition that the apprentices of the heavenly abode would show off for the candidates. This was for the sake of letting them know that there was always someone out there who was better, and they should never stop striving to reach the top. Lin Sun casually stood before the pillar, and without even preparing, he casually waved his right hand. A boom sound was heard, and the stone pillar fiercely shook. The light beam jumped high, stabilized, and finally stabilized at 4 feet and 9 inches. 4,900 genes. In the field, everyone was full of praise and astonishment. If Ling Sun had used his full strength, he might even surpass 5,000 genes. Seeing this result, Lin Ming's eyes widened. This Ling Sun's strength was almost double his own. Lin Xiaodong said, "It's not anything surprising. He is one of the top talents in Sky Fortune City's younger generation. It would only be weird if he didn't have a result like this." Lin Ming said, "One of the younger generation? Could Qin Xingxuan defeat him?" Lin Xiaodong shrugged. "I don't know Qin Xingxuan's strength, but Qin Xingxuan is well-rounded and studies all subjects. Ling Sun only focuses his training on fighting and killing. Really, he is a man who specializes in life or death battles. I don't think Qin Xingxuan could possibly win if their lives were on the line. But don't forget that Qin Xingxuan is only 15 years old, while Ling Sun is 20. Hearing this, Lin Ming nodded slightly. Body transformation had a total of 6 stages. The further you were, the more the gap between the stages increased. The strength of one in the pulse condensation stage could reach 8,000 genes. Lin Ming was very far away from this state. "Exam, begin." At this moment on stage, the beautiful middle-aged lady sent out the order to start the strength trial. The young candidates were all very eager. Each was itching to get up and test their strength. However, when they actually tested their strength on the stone pillar, there were many who failed. 900 genes, 850 genes, 850 genes, 3 times failed. Next, 950 genes, 900 genes, 900 genes, 3 times failed. Next, many of the candidates had barely reached the second stage of body transformation. If they were in peak condition, then they might be able to hit 1,000 genes. However, they could not be at peak condition for every attempt. In addition, they also suffered from nerves and were unable to show their highest level of strength. These people were naturally eliminated. 1,000 genes qualified. Someone in Lin Ming's line passed, and that man shouted happily as he danced around in excitement. The truth was that this man also understood, although he passed and barely qualified, he would most likely be eliminated during the second round. Even so, it was an honor for him to have passed the first round of the 7 profound Martial House's entrance exam at 16 years of age. 1,300 genes qualified, 950 genes failed. When a result came out, those that failed would dejectedly leave in low spirits. The ones who succeeded were giddy, and among them were those that showed indifference. To these talents, passing this trial was a given. At this moment, there was a commotion in front. Lin Ming looked ahead and saw that a youth wearing blue linen clothes was standing in front of the stone pillar and was gathering his strength. Lin Ming was curious about who this man was. He heard some people discussing that is Sun Ping from East Water City. He is at the 3rd stage of body transformation. His strength is fierce. As the discussion was occurring, Sun Ping shot forwards. He hit the stone column with a pung, and the light beam began to tremble as it shot upwards. It stopped at 2 feet and 3 inches, 2,300 genes. This was the first person who had passed 2,000 genes. The crowd burst into exclamation. Chapter 34 Dream Trial. Chapter 34 Dream Trial. This Sun Ping has already been at the 3rd stage of body transformation for a period of time, but still only managed to strike out with 2,300 genes. He's also only 17 years old. He isn't a threat to me, Wang Yanfeng said as he waved his fan. He narrowed his eyes as he gauged Sun Ping. The final evaluation of the entrance exam would be dependent on not only the results of the trial, but of the age and talent grade of those who passed. The younger they were, and the higher the talent grade, the higher the evaluation would be. In the many young martial artists and talents that participated in the exam, 17 years of age was considered a bit old. Young master, it's your turn. Wang Yanfeng folded his fan and handed it to his attendant. As Wang Yanfeng stepped in front of the stone column, many people began to recognize him. It's Wang Yanfeng of Yuelu City. As the crowd began to spread the news, the nearby candidates turned their gaze over to him. In this group of candidates, Wang Yanfeng had the greatest chance of competing for first place. Not only was his strength formidable, but he was a youth of 15 years of age. And most importantly, Wang Yanfeng's talent was high. Wang Yanfeng was a grade 4 talent, but the truth was that the grade 4 talents and above was also divided into low, medium, and high quality. Wang Yanfeng was of the rare high grade 4 talents. Wang Yanfeng stood before the stone column and let out a single breath. The breath curled into the air like twin snakes. This was a sign of the 3rd stage of body transformation, viscera training. The surrounding crowd gasped in awe. Seriously, he has just entered the 3rd stage of body transformation, and yet he can already breathe out the twin snakes, and he is only 15 years old. This is truly talent that defies the will of heaven. Martial artists at viscera training have true essence protecting their heart and lungs and other 5 major internal organs. They can protect their frail internal organs from attacks, and moreover, their heart and lungs are strong. They have abnormal vitality and could prolong their breathing. Their muscles would naturally strengthen under these conditions and rise. This Wang Yanfeng already breathes snakes, but has just entered the 3rd stage. It truly makes one jealous. As this discussion continued, Wang Yanfeng had already struck out at the stone column. A bang rang through the air, and the stone column shook. The beam of light jumped up and finally settled at 2 feet 4 inches, 2,400 genes. Generally speaking, the average martial artist who had entered the 3rd stage of body transformation would reach about 2,000 genes. But Wang Yanfeng, he had just entered the 3rd stage, was only 15 years old, and yet managed to show a strength of 2,400 genes. It really was shocking to all onlookers. However, before the crowd had recovered their composure, there were cries of alarm and surprise coming from another side. A tall and burly youth had walked in front of a stone column and punched his fist. The light beam rose and fell 2 feet and 4 inches, 2,400 genes. Wang Yanfeng's record had just been born, but was already rendered average by another youth. Lin Ming looked at that tall and burly youth, and was startled to see that he was someone who was also at the second stage of cultivation. It wasn't out of sorts to see someone at the third stage of body transformation reach 2,000 genes, but 2,000 genes at only the second stage? That was just too excessive. By now, Lin Ming had noticed that although the youth appeared to have a naive and innocent appearance, his height was higher than those of his peers around him, and his muscle body seemed to be thicker and denser than an adult's. Was this what they called inborn divine strength? Those with inborn divine strong were several times stronger than those of their age. Although they were very rare, it appeared that this tall and burly youth was one such type. Wang Yanfeng also saw that impressive youth and let out a light humph. He didn't give it too much thought. Inborn divine strength? Martial artists fought with not just their strength, but also with their martial arts and skills. Not only that, but the higher one's cultivation, the more important true essence becomes. Those who were born with this divine strength did not necessarily become some fierce martial arts figure. The trial continued, and several youths passed with a strength of 1,000 genes that were at the peak the second stage. The 7 Profound Martial House stipulated that the candidate's age must be between 15 to 18 years of age. It was easy for those of this age bracket to have had achieved the peak of the second stage of body transformation. Occasionally, there would also be those youths that had reached the third stage of body transformation. These youths had managed 2,000 genes, and some even reached 2,500 genes. Now, it was finally Lin Ming's turn. Before Lin Ming arrived at the stone column, he had already realized that this was a more serious situation than he thought. Although he was confident that he wouldn't lose to Wang Yanfeng, his natural talent was also far from his. It was third grade compared to a high fourth grade. In the final evaluation, Lin Ming would suffer a great penalty. In every round of this exam, Lin Ming had to put forth his whole heart and soul. Lin Ming breathed lightly and let his entire body relax. He eliminated all distracting thoughts and sounds. The true primal chaos formula revolved silently in his body. Compared to a martial art at the same cultivation, his true essence was several times thicker in his muscles. Strength trainings flow like silk, the principles of hardness and softness. Lin Ming engraved these thoughts onto his mind as he meditated with the chaotic virtues combat meridians, his vision condensed, and his relaxed body suddenly went taut like a longbow. His waist lowered, and he thrust forwards with the strength of his thighs like a sleek and mighty leopard. Bang! The strike hit the center of the stone column. The light beam rose dramatically and crazily bounced up until it settled at 2,700 genes. Lin Ming's strength was 2,600 genes, but if he put forth his full effort, 2,700 genes was also possible. My God, 2,700 genes. This boy is simply a vicious beast in human form. A few hundred more genes, and he would have caught up to someone at the fourth stage of body transformation. No, this isn't right. It's just not right. The young fellow is only at the second stage of body transformation. Is he also someone with inborn divine strength? The crowd wildly discussed this, and some people had quickly recognized Lin Ming. I know that person. Just half an hour ago on the main road, he had used his strength of arm to throw off someone on a horse like a windmill. He threw off someone that was also at the second stage of body transformation and was holding a lance on a horse. The man was thrown, but the boy hadn't been moved at all. I thought he was some demon child, but it turns out he was also someone with inborn divine strength. No wonder he was capable of that. Wasn't he arrested by the authorities? How did he get back? As people buzzed, the tall and burly youth who had beaten Wang Yanfeng and reached 2,400 genes also looked at Lin Ming. The youth revealed a friendly expression as he happily smiled at Lin Ming. He had not thought that he would also meet someone with inborn divine strength at this examination, so he was quite sympathetic towards Lin Ming. Wang Yanfeng looked at Lin Ming and frowned. This boy also had inborn divine strength. It truly was annoying. It was like these rare youths were crawling out of the woodwork like sea croaches. Brother Feng, this kid came out of nowhere and dared to steal Broth Feng's limelight. Brother Feng truly was robbed. A man at Wang Yanfeng's side said. Wang Yanfeng said, "It's not anything special. Having this result at the second stage of body transformation is decent. Battle prowess doesn't depend on just strength. Although those with inborn divine strength are rare, not many of them have great achievements in the future." Wang Yanfeng said this with a tone of exasperation. Although he had already determined that he would take first during this entrance exam, he was repeatedly overshadowed again and again by these fellow youths, which made him feel extremely uncomfortable. What Brother Feng said is absolutely right. In the future, what one will need to focus on is the true essence. The superiority of strength is only useful at the start. This kid will only be happy for a few years. Wang Yanfeng's entourage echoed. After Lin Ming, it was Lin Xiaodong's turn. As he approached the stone column, he began to turn his neck back and forth and wiggle his waist. He continued this for a few minutes until the examination officials appeared to be increasingly annoyed and impatient. Then Lin Xiaodong finally cried out and punched through the stone column. Thud. There was a dull thumping sound as the stone column's light beam shook for a bit and then settled. The examination supervisor frowned as he looked at Lin Xiaodong. 750 genes, but you also have 2 more opportunities. The result was really bad considering that anyone less than 900 genes would not dare to register. No one wanted to idle in this huge crowd, only to end up embarrassing themselves. But in Lin Xiaodong's point of view, this result was very good, and he had this natural, shameless capability of ignoring the thoughts of others. He wiggled his waist and stretched his neck again, and then punched out again. Pung! 700 genes. Another punch. 750 genes. Without a shadow of a doubt, Lin Xiaodong had suffered a miserable defeat. To Lin Xiaodong, this was a decent result. He was only 15 years old, and his father had decided that only when he was 18 would he have any possibility of entering the 7 profound martial house. Lin Xiaodong had not planned on breaking through the pulse condensation period from the start, and his only ideal and wish was to preserve his position within the family. I gave you the golden deer pills. Did you not take any? Lin Ming asked as Lin Xiaodong walked back. I ate them all. Otherwise, there was no way I would get past 600 genes. Lin Xiaodong innocently shrugged. He left Lin Ming at a loss for words. However, Lin Ming also thought this was normal. After all, before he practiced the chaotic virtues combat meridians, his best result was 850 genes. His diligent and tireless training was far above Lin Xiaodong, who had only managed 600 genes at the time. It was difficult for someone with only a grade 3 talent and no formidable aristocratic background to enter the 7 profound martial house at 15 years of age. Even the first round of the entrance exam was prohibitively difficult to pass. The strength trial finally finished around noon, and the candidates were allowed a short rest before the entrance exam continued. Because the rest time was too short, Lin Ming simply ate a small meal before sitting back in meditation and then hurrying back to the square. The second inspection was the dream trial. It was a test of a martial artist's heart. For a martial artist, they needed not only talent and support of their background, but moreover, they had to be someone with an earnest and indefatigable martial heart. Chapter 35, The Lake's Jade Platform. Chapter 35, The Lake's Jade Platform. The heart of martial arts was by no means anything that was greatly loyal or virtuous, or even good, whether it be living Buddhas that brimmed with righteousness or demon sect leaders with dark intentions. The truth was that the heart of martial arts judged neither good nor evil. It only resolved to ask whether one had the determination to tread the rocky path. Practicing martial arts was a daily struggle, One's life would be filled with misery, danger, enticements. If one's mentality was not firm, then it was easy to fall from the path of a martial artist and give up, thus wasting all previous efforts. Some people only practiced martial arts for wealth and sensual pleasures. In the heart of these people, they practiced martial arts without truly understanding what it meant. This would not affect them during an early period of cultivation, but as would be an insurmountable roadblock later. The post-condensation period was enough for one to have a sumptuous and luxurious lifestyle where one could drown in money and beautiful women. Sky Fortune Kingdom had many such warriors. Because Sky Fortune Kingdom would handsomely reward those who reached the post-condensation period, there were those who would suffer untold hardships to attain this goal, only to halt their path of martial arts because they could not resist the temptation of extravagance. The dream trial did not examine one's cultivation. It perceived one's determination and heart of martial arts. Lin Ming had complete confidence regarding this. Even if he had not obtained the mysterious magic cube, he believed he still had a 120% chance to pass. At this time, more than half of the candidates had failed the first trial, so after they had left the field, the square was much more spacious. Pitiful and sad Lin Xiaodong had already lost the qualifications to enter, so he could only stay on the main road beyond the square. Lin Ming turned around to look at Lin Xiaodong. Although there were many people in the crowd, he still saw him. Lin Xiaodong also saw Lin Ming, and he gave him a thumbs up. Lin Ming smiled. When he turned his head, he saw a figure in the crowd that caught his eye. The girl wore a form-fitting daffodil yellow dress. She looked to be an aristocratic junior with a top hat made of swan feathers. She stood in an obscure corner and observed everything. Lin Ming recognized this girl. She was Lan Yunyue. Lin Ming quickly turned his eyes from her. He knew that if they saw each other, it would only increase Lan Yunyue's embarrassment. It was better to have not seen at all. In his heart, Lin Ming had not blamed Lan Yunyue for anything. After all, there had only been a silent agreement between them, and they had not discussed marriage or anything like that to an extensive degree. Lan Yunyue had made the only choice that an ordinary girl could possibly make in her circumstances. Lan Yunyue did not know that Lin Ming had already discovered her. Lan Yunyue had struggled in her heart for a long time as to whether to come here today or not. She did not want to see Lin Ming, but in her heart was a faint bit of worry, and she wanted to know whether or not he was well. She could only remember back to 2 months ago, when Lin Ming had been trying to sell several inferior and poor symbol papers. The scene in front of the shop had made her feel several points of pity. Supporting one's own martial arts without depending on a wealthy family background. He didn't even have a particularly fearsome talent. He only had meager savings that he could use to rent a room, to buy a meal and some medicines. In these sad circumstances, he could probably only afford iron thread grass, and perhaps even not that. And if so, then in his body he would have accumulated several internal injuries. These thoughts caused Lan Yunyue distress. She liked his strength and his persistence. She remembered when she was a child, he had protected her from a large group of bullies. He had stood in front of her like a brave knight, arms spread wide, and taken the beatings. He had made her feel protected and safe. But alas, such feelings were in the end unable to replace certain things. She was an attractive girl and had the makings of an outstanding woman. Her natural talent was good, and although she was not from an aristocratic family, her family was well off. Such a girl would inevitably have feelings of superiority, like a noble peacock confined to a playpen with chickens. She was unable to convince herself to settle in her ordinary life, a life where she would eventually marry Lin Ming and become the mistress of a family restaurant, a life where they would love each other and have little kids at 20, and then he would gradually age and die, and she would be there by herself with even her looks having gone. She did not want to have such a life. She did not. Therefore, she chose Xu Yan. not only because of the relations between the Zhu family and the imperial family, but he could also help her enter the 7 profound martial house. He would give rare and precious medicines to Lan Yunyue and help her enter the pulse condensation period. Under the enticement of the pulse condensation period, Lan Yunyue was unable to withstand her desires. This morning, Lan Yunyue was restless. She did not want to come, but ultimately failed to convince herself. So she had arrived this afternoon. She came thinking that Lin Ming would fail the strength trial. As long as Lin Ming failed, he would be able to give up his dreams and go home to a safe life. With this, she would be able to relax and lay down all her worries. She did not actually think she would see Lin Ming in the qualifying team. This made her simultaneously surprised and worried. Surprised because Lin Ming had unexpectedly managed to break through to the second stage of body transformation at only 15 years of age and having no family background. Worried because she could not conceive that Lin Ming could reach this stage safely. She only imagined that on his body were several internal injuries and that he would be nothing more than a cripple by the time he was 30. In the morning, the beautiful lady supervisor of the strength trial appeared once again. She stared down at that crowd and saw that there were still many people remaining and thought this result wasn't too shabby. Everyone follow me. We are now headed to the CJ platform. The crowd of about 100 boys and girls followed the beautiful woman supervisor as she passed through the mighty and intimidating gates of the 7 profound martial house. The 7 profound martial house was nestled into the hillsides. There were no tall buildings or massive constructions inside, but endless stretches of land and streams dotted with gorgeously designed pavilions. These pavilions were carefully crafted with smooth, fine lines and surrounded by a perfect blend of scenery. It really made one exclaim in amazement at the seamless craftsmanship and sense of natural aesthetic that went into its design. The crowd people walked for about the time it took to drink a cup of tea, until they approached a deep green lake. It had a vibrant color like living jade. The surface had no trace of waves and was peacefully quiet. The lake was hedged by weeping willow trees, and even though it was autumn when the leaves of trees would fall, it amazed everyone that not even a single leaf was floating on the calm lake surface. In the center of the emerald lake, a jade platform had been carved out of pale white jade. The jade platform was joined to the shore by 9 stone bridges. It was like a mystical fairy world come to life. Lin Ming found that a few dozen meters from the jade platform was a pavilion that was floating in water. In the pavilion was placed a stone table that was covered with tea and dried fruits. Around the table were sitting several old men and a single girl who were looking towards them with great interest. It was unexpectedly Qin Xingxuan and Mr. Mui. Lin Ming slightly hesitated. Why would they appear here? Mui had also discovered Lin Ming looking towards him and faintly smiled back. Qin Xingxuan also had a friendly, smiling face. Lin Ming returned a smile, out of courtesy. He had a faint suspicion that the other people accompanying Mui were not simple. Among them were several, who it seemed from their breathing and appearance were not any less strong than Mui. These people were masters. Lin Ming wasn't mistaken. These people were several of Mui's friends and several officials of the Sky Fortune Kingdom's government. There were also elders from the 7 profound martial house. Exams were twice a year, and they would come to observe to see if there were any good seedlings among the candidates. They were mostly looking for those with sufficient talent and who also had the pure heart of a martial artist. Every year, the candidates had to register their talent and other information in order to enter the entrance exam. Thus, the elders did not need to measure, as they had already looked through the files. The candidates this time around were barely satisfactory. The strongest was a high 4th grade talent. Having a 5th grade talent was a once-in-a-decade event and wasn't a usual occurrence. The high 4th grade talents were also good, and the low 4th grade talents could make do. The 3rd grade talents were somewhat inferior. The first round of the exam was not anything important. Therefore, the Marshall House's elders had not made an appearance. They have seen the talent already, and this time they came to observe which one of these candidates had an especially strong heart of a martial artist. Come up, defend your mind, sit in meditation, and once you cross the 5 trials, then you will have passed, the beautiful lady supervisor said. The candidates stepped onto the 9 stone bridges one at a time. Their hearts began to drum wildly in their chest. During the first round, their hearts had been filled with confidence. They knew the limits of their own strength. Only some of them had thought that they might be nervous and not able to display their full potential, but they knew in their hearts that they did not need to be too anxious about passing. But this time was the dream trial, and they were nervous. Many of the candidates had never attempted the dream trial before, so they did not have an idea what sort of scene they would encounter at the end. But they had heard that this was the trial with the highest rate of elimination. It would reach as high as 90%. In a group of 10, only one would pass. One had to know that these were the most outstanding talents among those of their age. In a small town or small family, or even in an entire city, they were the most splendid and majestic of their generation. They had constantly been revered and labeled geniuses since childhood, but even in such a group of people, most would be eliminated within the dream trial. This trial was truly terrifying. Sit upon the jade platform. After 10 breaths, the trial shall begin, the beautiful lady supervisor said. Even though she was separated by a far distance, her voice was clearly heard within every candidate's ears. This method of passing messages via true essence was even more profound and powerful than Zhu Yan. Lin Min suspected that this beautiful lady supervisor was a martial artist at the pulse condensation period. As Ling Ming stepped onto the jade platform, he scanned the distant crowd and discovered that among them was Lan Yunyue. She was leaning against a willow tree and was still gazing at Lin Ming, not thinking that she had been sighted by him. Lin Ming gave a single sigh and no longer looked. He sat cross-legged on the jade platform. Chapter 36, Lin Ming's Heart of Martial Arts. Chapter 36, Lin Ming's Heart of Martial Arts. After sitting down, Lin Ming discovered that although the jade platform was built from white marble, there was not the slightest chill in the air. Instead, there was an incomparably peaceful warmth that overflowed. Looking carefully, he could see that the jade platform had been engraved with a number of different lines and symbols. These were runes. This large jade platform was a magic array. It was said these magic arrays were created by the Xiantian masters of the 7 profound valleys. In them, one would not even be able to differentiate between reality and illusion. However, Lin Ming did not worry. A dream world was still only just a dream world, as long as he reinforced his mind. Even if the dream world was boundless and infinite, he would stand firm on the ground. As Lin Ming sat on the jade platform, his mind filled with a bright light. As the 10th breath ended, Lin Ming saw a blinding flash all around him, and all the candidates disappeared from his vision, leaving only himself. An endless prairie appeared before him, extending as far as his eye could see. At this moment, a pack of vicious beasts, each as tall as a man, darted from the high grass and ran straight towards Lin Ming. The several dozens of beasts were the same first-level vicious beasts that Lin Ming had deboned before. As they ran together, the grass and the ground began to vibrate. An imposing force rolled towards him. Lin Ming did not even blink an eye until the first beast lunged at him. Fu! The vicious beast pierced straight through his body. Lin Ming stood there still safe and sound. But when that beast had pierced him, Lin Ming felt a very intense shock and pressure. Although he knew it was only a dream, he could not rid himself of this feeling, as if it were a fear that originated from his soul. This was the effect of a magic array. Even though he knew it was an illusion, it was still possible to lose himself in it. And once lost, he would not be able to tell that it was an illusion. If that happened, then the illusion would turn to reality. If the illusion killed him, then he might even die in this dream. As Lin Ming safely passed this first round, on the jade stage a dozen bright lights flashed. In an instant, several people disappeared from the jade platform and stumbled onto the store. These people all had bone, white expressions, and their pale eyelids trembled. They had lost themselves in the dream. And once they were lost, they had fantasized that they had been ripped up and torn apart by the dream beasts and eaten, with even their bones crushed. Their fear had grown more and more intense until their minds had been broken, and they passed out into reality. At the pavilion, the elders of the seven profound martial house slowly shook their head. The first round of the dream trial tested courage. The martial arts path was full of danger. If one did not have courage to face it, then what was the point of cultivating the martial path? Mui, do you know how ferocious that boy is? He instantly passed. The man who spoke knew that Mui had recognized Lin Ming and that they were acquainted with each other. But Mui did not speak of Lin Ming's achievements in inscription techniques. This was what Lin Ming had asked of him. Mui had only said he knew Lin Ming, and he had come to this entrance exam to take a look at his growth. The beautiful lady supervisor also stood in the pavilion. Because of Lin Ming's outstanding performance in the strength trial, she had kept note of him. She saw the Lin Ming had frowned for a brief moment, but had restored his calm and tranquility right after. But looking at some other people, they had clenched their jaws tightly, and their faces were changing colors. Obviously, they had been struck by these vicious beasts in the dream world and were struggling. In the illusion, the higher one's belief in themselves, the stronger their heart would be. The opposite also held true. These candidates who struggled with the vicious beasts had some courage, but they did not have Lin Ming's dauntless heart. Lin Ming was like an immovable rock that had been tested by the passing of millennia. Whatever vicious or wild beast that jumped at him, he would remain steady and true, and the illusion had thus been broken. No wonder you especially came to see this boy. His heart of martial arts is indeed exceptional. It's comparable with Lin Sr., an old man said. Mui only smiled. He was not surprised that Lin Ming has passed the first hurdle. Qin Xingxuan had also been secretly comparing herself. Although Lin Ming's talent was inferior to her by far, his heart of martial arts was surprisingly firm and steady. When she had participated in this trial, during this first round, she has spent a period of time, but Lin Ming had only taken a few breaths of time. At this point, Lin Ming had arrived at the second stage. In this second trial, the scenery shifted before his eyes and changed dramatically. Lin Ming instantly arrived at a battlefield that overflowed with murderous intent. Scenes of battle surrounded him. Mountains of bodies piled up to the sky, and seas of blood flowed around him. Broken spears and swords littered the ground with the crushed bones of the dead. On this battlefield, cries of war suddenly rang through the air. Vast plumes of smoke billowed in the distance. On both sides of Lin Ming suddenly appeared two armies of cavalry. Warriors wearing thick armor and grasping lances approached from his right and left. They had suddenly appeared, and Lin Ming had been stuck in the middle of them. The two mighty forces rushed towards him. Their horrific war cries filled the air with overwhelming killing intent. Lin Ming remained motionless and focused his mind. During the first experience with the illusion, he had been surprised, and his heart had fluctuated a bit. But this time he was prepared, and he defended his mind. As a result, as the armies approached him, they turned into floating ashes. The illusion was broken again. Did he break it? Or not break it? An elder looked at Lin Ming. This kid was weird. His expression had not changed even a bit. If he did not see the beams of light that emitted from the runes, then he would have thought the magic array was defective. This boy isn't simple. I don't know if he can continue and break the record. If he could catch up to Ling's son, then it would be a pleasant surprise. The 5 hurdles of the dream trial. The average person would take an hour to pass them. These past 10 years, the one with the best result had been Heaven Abode's Ling senator. He had spent an incense worth of time to complete the trial. This surprised the elders of the 7 profound Marshall House because except for Ling's son, the fastest time was half an hour. Ling's son originally had no wants or needs. He was in essence closest to a cold-blooded killer. As sayings went, this type of person who cultivated the martial path was truly fearful. Ling's son had proved this point. He was only 20 years old and was a medium 4th-grade talent. With this medium 4th-grade talent, he had become an elder apprentice brother within Heaven's abode. Many prodigies with high 4th-grade talent had been left in his dust. Now is not the time for flattery. It only becomes hard during the last 3 hurdles. An old man stroked his beard as he said this. Ling Sen's record won't be broken so easily. This time in the illusion, Lin Ming had arrived at the 3rd trial. The thousands of soldiers and scenes of destruction had vanished. He had arrived in a luxuriously decorated tent. The walls and roof were draped with the finest silks, and a smoky, intoxicating fragrance drifted in all directions. But beyond all the pink silk draping, a dozen impressive young girls danced in the background. Their slim and beautiful bodies were slender and smooth. Their flawless appearance shamed the night moon and the sweetest flowers. As they bounced up and down, they began stripping off their clothes and walking towards Lin Ming. In the next moment, abundant scenery filled Lin Ming's vision. There were boundless amounts of heavy breasts and fragrant buttocks that swayed in front of him. These beautiful women surrendered themselves to Lin Ming and draped themselves around him. Between their every breath, their tempting bodies released a seductive fragrance. In that moment, Lin Ming felt a dryness and heat from his heart and a slight stirring in his loins as his bodily blood flow sped up. But he quickly suppressed this heat and guarded his mind yet again. However, these young girls did not immediately vanish. Instead, they were not happy and pouted as they picked up their clothes. Even their anger was charming as they sashayed their buttocks back and forth as they made their way away from Lin Ming. As soon as they left, the surroundings changed again. This time it was a warm and intimate bedroom. Against a wall was propped a mahogany bed. Sitting on the bed was a woman in a scarlet-lined cotton jacket and a feathered robe. She had a jade pin in her hair that was shaped like a flower. This woman was about 25 years old. Even sitting there, she released an elegant aura and temperament. Her appearance had changed from what he remembered. Although she had a more mature and seductive charm to her, this was clearly Lan Yunyue. Lan Yunyue. Lin Ming was startled in his mind. Was this Lan Yunyue 10 years from now? Behave! Don't cry. Lan Yunyue softly hummed a sweet nursery song to a pair of 2-year-old babies on the bed. These babies were a pair of matching twins. These babies' features were also somewhat similar to Lin Ming. As if they knew that Lin Ming was looking, the pair of babies opened their wide and beautiful eyes and smiled innocently at him. The cry of innocent children echoed into Lin Ming's ears and directly passed into his stunned heart. Lan Yunyue also smiled at Lin Ming. Her delicate red lips parted slightly, and she said, "Lin Ming, darling, it's very late. You should rest." At this moment, seeing Lan Yunyue and the twin babies' sweet smiling faces, Lin Ming's heart of martial arts shook. A wife, children, and a rich and warm home. Had he not once wished for such a life for himself? Now he had obtained it. He could stop. As this thought suddenly appeared, Lin Ming woke up. He fiercely bit the tip of his tongue and let the pain restore his state of mind. The surroundings changed and Lan Yunyue and the babies disappeared. Gazing at the empty darkness, Lin Ming's heart palpitated, and he was covered in a sheen of cold sweat. He had almost lost himself. Thinking of the dream visions, Lin Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Everything, all of this, and all of her were in the past. Perhaps once in his heart he had held such desires, but those thoughts were in the past. In the past. An ethereal and faintly recognizable voice sounded from behind him. Lin Ming turned around. A woman stood there wearing an alluring cheongsam. She held a simple long sword in her hand with an imperious and mighty air, and had a brave and valiant appearance that accentuated her heaven-gifted beauty. Qin Xingxuan. Lin Ming was shocked. This woman was clearly Qin Xingxuan and was only a bit older, around 20 years old. Since it's in the past, then how about you cultivate together with me? We can explore the world of martial arts together. How about it? As she said this, Qin Xingxuan's clothes unraveled into threads and vanished, revealing the most perfect and exquisite body that he had ever imagined possible. Lin Ming had a full view of this, and his heart almost stopped as his eyes widened like saucers. She slowly walked towards Lin Ming. Chapter 37, Invulnerable to 10,000 Evils. Chapter 37, Invulnerable to 10,000 Evils. As this beautiful and impossibly exquisite example of womanhood stood before him, this image was unforgettably carved into his mind, and he felt the tower of his will tremble in its firmament. His breath became shallow and blood rushed to his head. After all, when it comes to matters between men and women, Lin Ming was still only a young boy. Qin Xingxuan reached her arms around Lin Ming. She was like a warm and fragrant jade that surrounded him, and the delicate fragrance of her virgin body wafted into his nostrils and left a strong impact in Lin Ming's heart. Fabrication, illusion. Lin Ming squeezed his eyes shut, and in his heart he began to revolve the true primal chaos formula. He managed to hold down his quickly fleeing sanity. Lin Ming, do you not like me? This voice was gentle and soft like a spring rain. Lin Ming's eyelids jumped, but he remained unmoved as before. Ah. With a gentle sigh, she let Lin Ming go. Qin Xingxuan stood up, her expression revealing some hidden bitterness, and she slowly departed. The scene before him began to slowly fade away, and the world returned to tranquility. The third hurdle had finally been passed. Lin Ming breathed deeply, his heart still beating rapidly, and his palms still wet with sweat. This third trial was truly fierce. It had managed to find and unearth the moral flaw in his own heart of martial arts. It seems that he had been too naive. There was no human between heaven and earth that was not without a single weakness. This boy has passed the hurdle. It wasn't a short time. It took around half an incense stick of time. An old man looked to his side where an incense burner stood. A single stick of incense in it had been burnt over halfway. This boy is different from Ling's senator in Ling Sen's trial. He only used several breaths of time, but this boy used half an incense stick. His heart was probably filled with a girl that he liked. However, as it stands now, he probably won't be able to break Ling Sen's record. The old man meaningfully smiled with a ha-ha as he said this. Ha-ha. Valiant heroes have loved beautiful women since ancient times. This is normal. I like this normal part of a hot-blooded boy full of vigor. That young fellow Ling's son made me feel overwhelmed. Watching him only let me feel cold and uncomfortable. Several elder teased between themselves because of the generational difference. Qin Xingxuan had digressed from conversation and was peacefully sitting there while she looked at Lin Ming. In her heart, a strange thought suddenly appeared. Who exactly was the girl that had appeared in the dreams of Lin Ming? The fourth trial. Lin Ming had fallen into the depths of hell. The surroundings were dark and dim. Lin Ming was immersed waist-deep in a thick, crimson pool of blood. White skulls were piled high like mountains that emerged from a sea of blood. The overwhelming shrill cries of ghosts and endless devils that blotted out the sky rushed towards Lin Ming. 10,000 ghosts want to stop me." Lin Ming sneered and revolved the chaotic virtues combat meridians. His whole body began to shine with a brilliant golden light, and an overwhelmingly pure, true essence emitted outwards. Chaotic virtues combat meridians originated from the body transformation manuals found within the realm of the gods. It was said to have been created by a war god Buddha and represented the purest light and yang. It could pierce all evils, shatter all illusions, and cut away all demons within the heart. Lin Ming disregarded these ghosts and demons and continued to revolve the chaotic virtues combat meridians to its limit. "My heart is at peace. Not even 10,000 evils can break me." Luminous golden light radiated out, and all of the malicious ghosts and devils it touched disintegrated into ash. "Damn, it's over?" Ooh. In the 5 trials of the Dreamland, the first tested courage, the second tested morale, the third tested temptation, the fourth tested one's inner demons, and the fifth tested the will. The first 2 trials were rather simple. The latter 3 were on a different level. How they appeared differed from person to person. Ling Sun had been stuck on the 4th trial that tested the demons in his heart. Perhaps it was because of Ling Sen's bloodthirst, but the demons in his heart had been a terrifyingly difficult trial for him. Therefore, he had slaughtered in that blood sea for half an incense stick of time, and only then did he barely cut away his inner demons. This Lin Ming, does he not have a single inner demon within his heart? His heart and mind are pure. It is truly rare. Including the first 4 trials, only half an incense stick of time has passed. "This is a good seedling," an old man exclaimed honestly. As time went on, more and more candidates failed and appeared back on the shores of the lake. The first and second trials were easy, but from the 3rd trial and on, the number of people being kicked out sharply rose, and the jade platform flashed with brilliant lights. Lan Yunyue had been paying attention to Lin Ming from a distance. Lin Ming had not always been calm, but his expression was firm and did not resemble the other candidates who had fierce fighting expressions, horribly distorted faces, or were bone white. At this moment, Lan Yunyue had a feeling that she couldn't identify. She somehow knew that Lin Ming had passed, had crossed the trials of the dream realm, and was on the last step before the end. The last trial of the dream. Lin Ming had still not left hell. He was still soaked in the oozing thick blood, but suddenly the blood sea became scalding hot as it bubbled. The temperature had suddenly risen. The sanguine sea seethed with a dark fury. Each bubbling pocket that burst open showered the air with a crescendo of blood. It was as if the blood sea had turned into a lake of flowing lava. Lin Ming could distinctly feel the pain that gushed into his body. It was as if he was being boiled alive in this sea of blood. Although he knew that it was merely an illusion, this kind of pain was incomparable. It was a throbbing misery that made him almost wish for death so that his suffering would end. The first 4 trials were illusions, but he hadn't anticipated that the 5th trial would be true pain. Lin Ming clenched his teeth and desperately clung to his consciousness. When he had practiced with only a tiny amount of iron thread grass to ease his pain, or when he had suffered the agonizing soul-tearing pain of fusing with the soul fragment, he had shouldered the pain. This scalding sea of blood was nothing but a light summer day to him. As Lin Ming thought this, the blood sea suddenly ignited. A combustion of black flames shot to the sky in a hellish inferno. The flames surged towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming could clearly feel the waves of hot pressure pressing down on him. Seeing this flood of flames, an average person's impulse would have been to feel utter and complete horror. Lin Ming suddenly gave a ferocious shout. "My martial arts path is like a moth to the flame. You wish for me to turn to ashes in an ocean of 10,000 flames. I couldn't wish for anything more." Flames swallowed Lin Ming. In the next moment, everything turned to nothing. The world became void. Lin Ming stood up and looked around. He had returned to the jade platform. All around him were boys and girls that were grimacing in pain or had lost all their color. Seeing Lin Ming suddenly open his eyes and stand up, Mui was startled. He looked at the incense burner. That incense stick still had a tiny bit left. Frosty Ling's record had been broken. Qin Xingxuan was also incomparably surprised. She had experienced the 5 trials of this dream realm before, and knew exactly how fierce and powerful they were. Although her 6th grade talent was unprecedented in Sky Fortune Kingdom, talent was not much help in passing the trials of the dream realm. Qin Xingxuan had used less than half an hour, but Lin Ming had used less than an incense stick of time before he had awoken. Anyone would think this was absolutely impossible to believe. Extraordinary! Extraordinary! This is the first time I have seen someone with such a heart of martial arts. Yes, what was his score in the strength trial? An old man asked the beautiful lady supervisor who had been in charge for then. 2,700 genes. Lin Ming had taken the first place in the strength trial. The beautiful lady supervisor remembered with certainty. Oh, the old man's moved, and he eagerly asked, "What is his talent?" Listening to the old man, before the lady supervisor had even replied, Mui had already said, "Grade 3 medium." Only grade 3? The only man was surprised, and he began to shake in disappointment and sighed. What a pity, what a pity! A grade 3 talent wasn't too bad, but it was inferior to the prodigies of the 7 profound Martial House. However, Mui said, "Sometimes talent isn't everything. Just you wait and see that Lin Ming is a dragon among humans." Mui said this with confidence. When he had first seen Lin Ming's talent grade, he had been greatly surprised and had thought that there had been some sort of mistake. But he knew that Lin Ming already had a great achievement that many people in their entire lives could not hope to reach. Since that mysterious elder had chosen Lin Ming, then Lin Ming must have extraordinary talents that he could not see. Though Mui spoke with confidence, the other man only shook his head. The role that talent played in a martial artist's future was too vital and important. It was pivotal for their future achievements. With a medium grade 3 talent, even if this boy had massive financial support backing him, he would only end up stuck at the pulse condensation stage. As Lin Ming left the stage, Lan Yunyue, who had been distantly looking at Lin Ming, had eyes full of complex emotions. She had long known that Lin Ming's will was firm and steady, but did not expect that he would have passed the dream trials so quickly. She also now knew that for Lin Ming to give up the martial arts path was impossible. His own determination had reached the highest limit. After Lin Ming left the Jade platform, he was led to the resting lounge, where he would later be escorted to the final trial, the exquisite pagoda. Chapter 38, The Exquisite Pagoda. Chapter 38, The Exquisite Pagoda. The 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was constructed by the masters of the 7 profound valleys. The mysterious and unknown materials that made it were from beyond the borders of the Sky Fortune Kingdom, and the light that filtered through it made it glitter like translucent gems in the daylight. The exquisite pagoda had 7 floors altogether. Each was engraved with subtle and meticulous formations. These were a magic array. However, this magic array was different than the one on the Jade platform. The Jade platforms was only an illusion array that provoked harmless dreams, but this exquisite pagoda's magic array was a killing one. The killing array was able to utilize illusions to kill. Those who were trapped in the illusion and died would truly die. Of course, the exquisite pagoda was only used for the entrance exam, so a death inside was not real. Instead, those that were defeated would only be kicked out from the magic array. Inside the exquisite pagoda, one would not be able to use rare weapons or armor. They would only be able to use ordinary weapons. The trial would depend on one's own ability to pass. As time passed, the number of candidates on the Jade stage began to decrease. Each flash of light that appeared signified that another candidate had failed. Out of the 100 people that had started, 60 or 70% had already been eliminated, which even included someone at the third stage of body transformation. When he was ejected from Dreamland, the third stage martial artist slumped his shoulders and looked dejected. This was his third time participating in the 7 Profound Martial House entrance exam, and he had not thought that he would be defeated this time around. He was already 18 years old. This had been his last and final opportunity. After less than a half hour had passed, a second person on the Jade stage finally opened their eyes. That person exhaled a single long breath, and with a pale face and trembling legs, he stood up. His back was soaked in sweat. This person was the high 4th grade talent, Wang Yanfeng. After he stood up, he turned to look for the tall and burly youth and Lin Ming, who had stolen his spotlight during the strength trial. However, he only saw the suffering burly youth and did not see Lin Ming. Wang Yanfeng's lips turned up to form a proud and happy smile. However, when the staff led him to the lounge, he saw Lin Ming already inside and meditating in silence. His face darkened. He had thought that Lin Ming had already been eliminated and hadn't thought that Lin Ming could possibly have passed the dream trial first. This guy. Wang Yanfeng felt a deep crisis in his heart. Without resting, he left the lounge and found his hanger-ons. He whispered to them, "Look up what talent this fellow is." Lin Ming noticed Wang Yanfeng's hostility towards him. But this was normal. Each candidate was in competition with the others, and there was only one first-place reward. Slowly, the number of people in the lounge increased, and the second trial had reached its conclusion. In the end, out of the candidates that had participated in the second trial, only 92 remained. Nearly 90% had been eliminated. The candidates who had just barely managed to pass the dream trial were not given time to rest. The last trial would begin immediately. If they passed this final trial, then they would be a disciple of the 7 Profound Martial House. If they failed, then all of their previous efforts would have gone to waste. The third trial, the exquisite pagoda, a loud and forceful voice resounded in the crowd. This time the supervisor for this trial was a tall, thin, middle-aged man. Though he looked ordinary, his body had an imposing manner that made one's heartbeat speed up. Lin Ming only needed a glance to tell that this person was a master, perhaps even someone who was at the Hotian stage. Lin Ming could not help but sigh. Before coming to 7 Profound Martial House, he had not seen many martial artists who were at the 6th stage of body transformation, the pulse condensation period. But now he had seen at least 5 or 6 Hotian masters. However, this was also normal. In Sky Fortune Kingdom, Hotian masters would usually not be found at the Imperial Palace or even the martial quarters. Instead, they would be at the 7 Profound Martial House. Here, most Hotian masters came from beyond Sky Fortune Kingdom. Most were disciples of the 7 Profound Valleys. "Follow me," the middle-aged man said, and then turned around and walked away. The 92 remaining candidates followed after him. Some onlookers also followed after. Not everyone could watch the second trial and third trial. These people following were either nobles or were students of the 7 Profound Martial House. The middle-aged man's pace seemed slow, but the speed was similar to running. The candidates had to race forwards to keep up. After a period of time about equal to how long it takes to finish a meal, they arrived in a valley of the Zhou Mountains. In this valley was a large and magnificent building. The building's entrance plaque had 4 calligraphic characters written with a large brush, 7 Profound Martial Pavilion. As they entered, they saw a building that was 200 feet high. This was the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Really high. This was Lin Ming's first thought as he entered. He had never seen a building that high before. It had 7 floors, and each floor was about 30 feet high. It would take several men standing on each other's shoulders to reach the ceiling of one floor. The The grandest temple of Green Mulberry City could only match up to a single floor of this seven treasures exquisite pagoda. Now, you can go in. There is no time limit. As long as you pass through the first floor, you have qualified. The second floor is good, and the third floor is outstanding. The fourth floor is for geniuses. As for the fifth floor, the middle-aged man slyly smiled and let the anticipating crowd hang on to his word. It's simply impossible. Hearing the words of this middle-aged man, some of the youths remained unconvinced. Wang Yanfeng saw these youths and sneered. What a group of idiots! As if the exquisite pagoda would be so simple. The seven profound Marshall House entrance exam had 3 trials. The first trial tested the foundation, the second trial tested the heart of a martial artist, and the third round was the most important. It was a practical test of combat prowess and degree of genius. These genius talents, when compared to their contemporaries, had those with differing levels of combat strength. The exquisite pagoda contained a killing array. The enemies inside came at various levels of strength. The magic array used the age of one's bones to determine which enemies would be faced. The older the bone age, the more difficult the opponent. Because of this, there had only been one person who had reached the 5th floor. This person was not elder senior brotherling's son of the heavenly abode, but the girl who seemed to be like gentle water, Qin Xingxuan. A 6th grade talent, this was not a joke. Many people did not know Qin Xingxuan's cultivation, but Wang Yanfeng knew. She was at the peak of the 4th stage of body cultivation. She was similar to Ling's son in cultivation, but she was younger than him by 5 years. Although Wang Yanfeng was an arrogant man, he was not arrogant enough to think that he could match Qin Xingxuan. He would be satisfied with the 4th floor. Looking at this 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, Wang Yanfeng's heart surged with an overwhelmingly strong fighting spirit. For him, the first and second trials of the exam had been empty, and he was unable to show his true strength, so those powerful feelings could go nowhere. But this third trial was a measure of true battle. Strength, skill, agility, and combat skills were all involved inside. Wang Yanfeng was confident in himself. He would amaze the world with a single brilliant feat and become an overnight sensation in this third trial. Go in. The difficulty of the trial will be decided by your age. As soon as the middle-aged man waved his hand, the gate of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda swung open. Beyond the arched entrance, there was a brilliant light shining from inside. Lin Ming took a deep breath and slowly stepped in. At this time, Qin Xingxuan had arrived and was watching the scene. She saw Lin Ming's fading back in the distance and kept her gaze on him as he vanished past the 7-colored gate. "Haha, Xingxuan, you are very concerned about Lin Ming," rather abruptly asked this question by her teacher. Qin Xingxuan lowered her head as she bashfully blushed. She said, "Xingxuan cannot hold a candle to the inscription technique and achievements of Lin Ming. But if we compare our fighting ability, then Xingxuan is a little confident. MN, concerning fighting strength, Lin Ming is truly inferior to you, Xingxuan. What floor do you think Lin Ming will reach?" This is, well, according to common sense, a 15-year-old at the 2nd stage of body transformation would already have a very difficult time. But Lin Ming's strength is much stronger than average. I think he has a possibility to reach the 3rd floor. Qin Xingxuan thought that this was already a very high appraisal of him. If Lin Ming wanted to reach the 3rd layer, he would at least need to cultivate to the 3rd stage of body transformation. You're right, but I think that Lin Ming might be able to give us a pleasant surprise. As Mui and Qin Xingxuan were talking in an obscure corner of the valley, Lan Yunhua was also distantly looking at Lin Ming's fading back, and her eyes were full of complex emotions. As a disciple of the 7 profound Marshall House, Lan Yunhua had the authority to enter the valley and observe the entrance exam. This was the last trial of the exam. As long as one passed, they would become an official disciple of the 7 profound Marshall House. With Lin Ming's current condition, he would probably pass the first floor of the exquisite pagoda. She had not thought that only after half a year, Lin Ming would have such an astonishing growth. If she had to practice martial arts with Lin Ming in the martial house, Lan Yunhua didn't know how to feel about this in her heart. At this moment, Lin Ming could not read the thoughts of others who were thinking about him. He had already arrived at the center of the killing array. As soon as he entered the exquisite pagoda, the other candidates disappeared from his vision, and only he was left. He appeared in a dark world faded in black. The night sky was carpeted with stars, and the ground underneath his foot was hard, black rock. In front of him, not too far away, a shadow-gray miasma gradually congealed into reality. It became a warrior holding a longstaff. This is the enemy. Lin Ming judged that this shadow warrior's cultivation was around the early second stage of body transformation. The middle-aged man had said a moment ago that the strength of the enemy was determined by one's own age. Lin Ming was 15 years and 8 months old. The enemy's cultivation was the early second stage. Those older candidates would naturally face enemies whose strength was higher. For a 15-year-old youth, it seemed he had to defeat someone at the second stage of body transformation in order to pass. Lin Ming no longer wasted his time. His supple body shot forward like a ferocious and vigorous leopard. The true primal chaos formula revolved in him, and true essence pooled in his muscles. The first strike would be a killing one. Lin Ming no longer wasted his time. His supple body shot forward like a ferocious and vigorous leopard. The true primal chaos formula revolved in him, and true essence pooled in his muscles. The first strike would be a killing one. Chapter 39, Unstoppable Force. Chapter 39, Unstoppable Force. There were many floors to pass. Lin Ming could not afford to waste his energy and stamina. He had to rush to the top in a single leap and take the first place reward, the crimson gold dragon marrow pill. Seeing Lin Ming flying at him, the shadow warrior raised his staff to block him. But Lin Ming was too fast, and before the staff had been raised to his chest, a hard fist had already imprinted itself onto its chest. Pung! The shadow warrior's chest collapsed, and it spat blood before it fell over dead. Lin Ming easily passed the first floor. This was natural, as Lin Ming's strength had greatly surpassed those of the same cultivation. On to the second floor. This was still a black space like before, but this time a vicious beast stood in front of Lin Ming. A first-level vicious beast. A first-level vicious beast was equivalent to a martial artist at the third stage of body transformation. This beast was a single-horned rhinoceros. Its strength as a first-level vicious beast was relatively poor. It was about as strong as a peak second-stage martial artist. Although its strength was rather ordinary, it had superior defensive abilities due to its tough hide. Even if a martial artist greatly exceeded it in strength and cultivation, they must still expend some effort to defeat it. Lin Ming had to overcome several obstacles and did not want to waste his stamina. His hand turned, and a chilly, deadening knife appeared in his palm. In Lin Ming's mind appeared the single-horned rhinoceros blood vessels and body structure, with each of its weaknesses clear as day. Lin Ming's advantage was his familiarity with the weaknesses of vicious beasts. The single-horned rhinoceros suddenly roared and trampled towards Lin Ming. Although this was an illusionary realm, Lin Ming felt a rumbling vibration in the ground. An illusion array was not the same as a killing array. In an illusion array, the illusions didn't have the power to kill you. They could also cause you to feel fear. As long as you kept your heart and mind and stood your ground, then the illusion would shatter. But a killing array was different. Standing still would only be suicide. As he watched the single-horned rhinoceros barrel towards him, Lin Ming suddenly leapt to one side. His jumping posture was odd. His body was parallel with the ground, and one of his shoulders nearly touched the dirt. In the next moment, the huge body of the single-horned rhinoceros passed by him. Lin Ming slammed his hand against the ground, and the force propelled him underneath the beast's abdomen. He raised his hand and slashed with the knife. Puff! The boning knife struck just half a foot up from the center of the single-horned rhinoceros' front thigh. This exact spot was the softest patch on the beast's abdomen, and was also where its abdominal aorta was located. The knife slid in like butter and gouged out the beast. A stream of blood jetted out like a broken pipe, and the single-horned rhino let loose a keening, anguished howl. The vicious beast trembled fiercely, and then fell to the ground. Seeing the success of his knife strike, Lin Ming was unable to restrain a sigh as he thought of how lifelike and realistic this magic array was. The single-horned rhinoceros phantom had a body structure and weaknesses just like a real single-horned rhinoceros. He thought that perhaps the magic array had a beast spirit of the single-horned rhinoceros sealed inside, thus its potent realism. After the successful knife strike, Lin Ming pulled back instead of taking another cut. Although killing the single-horned rhinoceros at this point was not difficult anymore, he wanted to save his stamina. There was no resting between the floors of the exquisite pagoda. The aorta had been cut open, and the single-horned rhinoceros was losing more and more blood. Its movements began to slow, but this time Lin Ming waited for another opportunity and slashed his knife down again. There was a puff sound, and the abdominal aorta on the other side of the single-horned rhinoceros was also cut. The fight has lost its suspense. It was only a matter of waiting now. The single-horned rhinoceros thrashed about as it teetered back and forth on the edge of death, until it unwillingly went still. Lin Ming had entered the third floor. Oh, someone has entered the third floor. Outside the exquisite pagoda, several elders had seen that the runes and symbols on the third floor began to move and light up. The third floor was activating, but they did not know who it was that had entered. It should be Wang Yanfeng. He is strongest in consideration of his age. Lin Ming's strength lies in his martial heart and in his inborn divine strength. In terms of combat prowess, strength is only a small part. Speed, skill, and fighting techniques are not any less important than strength alone. Most of the candidates are still stuck on the first floor. That Wang Yanfeng has already rushed up to the third floor is impressive. As these elders discussed, another person had reached the third floor. This person was only 30 breaths slower than Lin Ming. This person was Wang Yanfeng. Wang Yanfeng and Lin Ming were similar in age, and the opponents they fought on the second floor were the same. Both were first-level vicious beasts that were equal to the peak of the second stage of body transformation. Wang Yanfeng was at the early third stage of body transformation. Not only that, but his combat strength exceeded that of those his age. The vicious beast was not his match, but its skin was coarse, and its meat thick and tough. Wang Yanfeng had spent much of his true essence to defeat it. There was no rest in the exquisite pagoda. On the third floor, Wang Yanfeng now came head-to-head with two dark and shadowy humanoid figures holding two long swords. These shadow warriors were at the early third stage of body transformation. Wang Yanfeng gritted his teeth and maintained his dignified demeanor. He could deal with these two warriors, but he also had to think carefully about how to use his true essence. Otherwise, breaking through to the fourth floor would become increasingly difficult. He had to make this as quick a victory as possible. He began to revolve the true essence within his entire body and prepare the display martial skill handed down in his family, the 9 paths of truth. At this time, Lin Ming also confronted two early third-stage shadow warriors on the third floor. The third stage of body transformation was viscera training. He hadn't anticipated that he would face something of this level at only the third floor. And there were also two. The difficulty of the fourth and fifth floors could only be imagined, and there was no rest allowed between them. No wonder the middle-aged man had so confidently said that the fifth floor was impossible to pass. While Lin Ming revolved the true primal chaos formula, He also cautiously kept the two shadow warriors in his line of sight. For now, the two were motionless. He would be glad to this moment to recover just a bit, although he had not spent that much true essence. But the two warriors did not give Lin Ming the chance. In a single leap they both reached him. One attacked from the left, and one attacked from the right, both with vicious killing intent. The two warriors were amazingly swift and had teamwork. Their movements seemed to be in harmony with each other, like two halves of a whole. One warrior swept the ground with his long sword. Lin Ming jumped to dodge the strike, but the other warrior took advantage of Lin Ming as he was twisting in the air and stabbed his sword towards Lin Ming's chest. Ha! Lin Ming cried out and suddenly shot his foot out towards the warrior's wrist. Gotcha! The warrior's wrist broke with a single kick. However, the shadow warriors did not feel any pain. The shadow warrior only shook his wrist and sent an open palm flying towards Lin Ming. Every movement he made left him wide open. These shadow warriors could only aggress. They could not defend or retreat. This was a suicidal form of fighting which wished for both sides to perish. This moment was where Lin Ming's old strength would have perished, but he had a new strength now. Seeing his opponent fight with such a self-destructive style, he forcefully revolved the true primal chaos formula and forced his true essence to the forefront. A punch went flying out that intersected with the shadow warrior's palm. Pung! The shadow warrior was forced back a few steps and spat out a mouthful of blood. But Lin Ming's vitality only swelled up. It was easy to force them down, and he didn't even have a single injury. Even so, he was secretly surprised. These two shadow warriors may not have been top-tier martial artists, but they were not weak either. Their close cooperation and kamikaze fighting style were really tricky and difficult to deal with. And this was only the third floor. There was still the fourth and fifth. Although he was surprised, Lin Ming had not stopped moving for a single half-second. He had landed back from the recoil, and while the injured shadow warrior was catching his breath, he slammed his fist straight into the shadow warrior's face. Now, the other shadow warrior rushed to intercept him. He wielded his long sword in his hands and cleaved downwards. This strike was to cut Lin Ming in half. Ha! Now it's you! Die! Lin Ming's fist was only a feint. He suddenly turned around with the deboning knife in hand and made a horizontal cut on the shadow warrior's blade. Boom! Sparks scattered everywhere as the blades met. As the knife met the sword, Lin Ming had not been forced back. This was a reflection of his astonishing physical strength. Be defeated by me. After Lin Ming fended off the long sword, he punched out at the center of the shadow warrior's chest. Pung! There was a dull thud as the opponent's ribs collapsed, took a fatal blow to the heart, and died on the spot. After defeating one, the other was already injured and no longer a threat. Lin Ming set out several kicks at the last shadow warrior's legs and then stabbed him with the knife. The third floor passed. Outside the exquisite pagoda, the elders saw the magic array of the fourth floor light up, and they were startled. My goodness, the fourth floor, and it only took half an incense stick of time. Chapter 40 Break Through the Fourth Floor. Chapter 40 Break Through the Fourth Floor. Outside of the exquisite pagoda, the elders saw the magic array of the fourth floor light up, and they were startled. My goodness, the fourth floor, and it only took half an incense stick of time. This Wang Yanfeng, he's not simple. These elders had already expected Wang Yanfeng to reach the fourth floor, but hadn't anticipated that he would do it so quickly, at such speed. Perhaps Wang Yanfeng can break through the fourth floor and step into the fifth. Certainly I had thought that the fifth floor was impossible, but he should be proud even with this result. I just don't know how Lin Ming and Liang Taishan will perform. Those two's results weren't too bad. Liang Taishan was the tall and burly youth who had inborn divine strength, He was also 15 years old. Lin Ming and Liang Taizhan were 15 years old, had cultivation at the second stage of body transformation, and also had inborn divine strength. This kind of power at their age was definitely impressive. However, in the eyes of the numerous elders, if these two were compared to Wang Yanfeng, there was still a gap. That Lin Ming had inborn divine strength was not wrong, but he was only at the second stage of body transformation. Wang Yanfeng was at the third stage of body transformation. The main characteristic of the third stage was infusing true essence into the visceral organs. Viscera training martial artists' heart and lungs would be empowered. Their breaths would be long and their endurance double that of a second stage martial artist. Without a doubt, Wang Yanfeng also had superior technique and speed. Even looking at strength, Wang Yanfeng's record was only 300 less than Lin Ming. The disparity was not too great. For this third trial, if there was no accident, then Wang Yanfeng would take first place. The third trial also accounted for the largest proportion when it came to the final evaluation. If Wang Yanfeng came out first in the third trial, that in addition to his talent would surpass Lin Ming, and the entrance exam's first place would belong to him. However, at this moment, the truth was that Wang Yanfeng was struggling at the third floor. These two martial artists were difficult to deal with. For every few moves they traded, he would encounter one that threatened his life. Wang Yanfeng used a tremendous amount of strength and true essence to defeat one, but had also suffered a minor injury. Damn it. How is this so freakish? Even with the 9 paths of truth that is passed down in my family, I only managed to kill one. It seems that chances of reaching the 4th floor are getting less and less certain. Wang Yanfeng worried. He had already consumed 20% of his inner true essence. In this dreamland, he was unable to supplement it with pills or drugs. He could only depend on his third stage viscera training to supplement his energy bit by bit. Wang Yanfeng was anxious over his true essence consumption rate, but Lin Ming was also worrying over the same reason. He was not at viscera training, but was only at the second stage of body transformation, flesh training. He did not have excessive vitality, and his every move consumed more true essence. Luckily, Lin Ming had the true primal chaos formula and had achieved the small success of the first stage. This ancient skill revolved within him. It allowed him to supplement his true essence with an unceasing supply. Although he could not use it endlessly, it was still able to alleviate the intense pressure he felt. This time in front of Lin Ming, the opponents were 2 first-level vicious beasts, iron armor bears. There were strong and weak first-level vicious beasts. The single-horned rhinoceros was weak. It was only equal to a peak second stage martial artist. But this iron armor bear was actually equal to a peak third stage martial artist. Not only that, but there were 2. Lin Ming was solemn. Before this, he had never fought against an opponent at the peak of the third stage. He did not have complete confidence in victory in defeating one, and not to mention this was a pair. But most importantly was that this battle had 2 strict conditions. First, he could not use up his limited true essence. Second, he could not receive a single injury. Lin Ming took a steadying breath as he recalled every detail he knew about the iron armor bear. The iron armor bear's strength was 5,000 genes. Its speed was a bit slow, but the entire body was covered in thick plates of bone armor. A sword or spear would find it hard to penetrate this carapace, and it did not have any specific weakness. Although he knew that the armor did not have any weaknesses, Lin Ming knew that the iron armor bear itself had a weakness, and that was that between the numerous intersections and crosses of the bone armor were a few small slits. The slits were located at the joints. They were thin and hard to target. If he wanted to strike at these places in the heat of battle, he must open his eyes to his insight and utilize instantaneous judgment and peerless accuracy to have a chance. But after practicing the true primal chaos formula, Lin Ming's perception had risen to a new level in his judgment and accuracy had been fostered steadily by his years of deboning. Zhu Yan should have easily been able to deal with these two iron armor bears half a year ago, not to mention now Zhu Yan must have progressed. I can't lose to him like this. Lin Ming stared at the two iron armor bears, and his fighting spirit began to rise in his heart. Who? An iron armor bear suddenly leapt upwards and smashed its thick, heavy paws at Lin Ming. The iron armor bear weighed over 1,000 genes. Coupled with its awesome strength, this strike would have even felled an elephant. Lin Ming's eyes widened, and he did not retreat. Instead, like a graceful bird that flew with grace and poise, he passed by the iron armor bear. His eyes focused onto a point of the bear's abdomen, where two bone armor plates joined with each other, and struck out with his knife. It was only a simple deboning knife, but Lin Ming had practiced its strokes tens of thousands of times. The knife accurately slid between the two bone armor plates. The knife was quick, and with only a slight hitch in the thick flesh, it slid through with extreme speed. As soon as the blow struck, before the time it takes to snap a finger, blood shot into the air. Rah! The iron armor bear became mad. The knife wound had not been fatal, and it rushed crazily at Lin Ming. Less than 40 people have been eliminated, and more than 50 have passed. This is a decent result. A 7 profound Marshall House elder slowly said as he watched the candidates who had been kicked from the exquisite pagoda. The exquisite pagoda was completely sealed from the outside. The elders were not Xiantian experts and had no way to see what was happening inside the exquisite pagoda. They could only judge how far the candidates had gone by which layer they had been ejected from. If they were ejected from the first floor, then they were eliminated, and if they were ejected from the second, then they passed. A quarter of an hour had passed since the candidates had entered the exquisite pagoda, and all of them had long since passed the first floor. Some had arrived on the third floor, and some were even challenging the fourth. Now, only 5 people have not yet come out. As an elder said this, the symbols began to flash on the exquisite pagoda, and another 2 candidates were kicked out. They had been ejected from the third floor, so they had failed at the third floor. Several martial artists had already ran up and were caring for the unconscious candidates. These 2 candidates were at the peak of the third stage of body transformation, and their strength results had been 2,300 genes. Unfortunately, they were also 17 and 18. They had not been able to break through the third floor of the exquisite pagoda, but they were also proud of their results. When these 2 people were ejected, Lan Yunue immediately turned to them and instantly distinguished that they were not Lin Ming. Out of the 92 candidates that had entered so far, 39 had already been ejected from the exquisite pagoda. Lan Yunue could clearly see that these people did not include Lin Ming. That could only mean that Lin Ming was still within the exquisite pagoda. Lin Ming. Lan Yunue lightly nipped her lips as her eyes glazed over with memories. She knew that this meant that Lin Ming had passed, and was at least at the third floor. The third floor was in truth an enormous glory. In the school records of the 7 profound Marshall House, those that passed the third floor would one day achieve the peak of body transformation, the 6th stage of pulse condensation. The royal government would bestow upon all those martial artists of the pulse condensation period a rank and title within the kingdom. Although it was only a third-class viscount, it was not that different from an official position, and was even hereditary. This was a noble title. In the Sky Fortune Kingdom, this was a symbol of glory and of the aristocracy. Because of a single person's personal glory, their family would enter the lineage of the aristocracy and bring honor to their ancestors. Just then, another candidate was expelled from the 4th floor. This meant that Lin Ming had passed the 3rd floor. This tall and sturdy boy with thick features was the boy with inborn divine strength, Liang Taizhan. He had put forth his utmost effort, and after taking a severe wound, had broke to the 3rd floor and was defeated nearly upon arrival. This Liang Taishan is a good seedling. He's worth cultivating with resources. He's quite good. Now there are two left, Lin Ming and Wang Yanfeng. That Lin Ming can persist even with his present strength is not easy. His strength is greater compared to Liang Tieshan's, and he also has a strong heart of martial arts that helps him. But to break through the fourth floor is uncertain. Let alone Lin Ming. Even Wang Yanfeng will not find it easy. Po! With a single stroke from his knife, blood shot out from the leg of the iron armor bear. Lin Ming tumbled away as the angry iron armor bear pounced on him. By now, the two iron armor bears had become blood bears. They each had several more knife cuts across the weak points between their armor plates. While the wounds were not fatal, loss of blood could quickly become deadly. The motion of these two iron armor bears had obviously slowed down from excessive blood loss. Chance, Lin Ming dodged around the two bears who tried to catch him. Their blood loss and exhaustion exposed openings in their defense, and Lin Ming sprung upwards like a cheetah. Roar! The iron-armored bear stood up on its hind legs and threw a strike with its paws. But Lin Ming had already escaped, and while evading at the same time, Lin Ming directly stabbed his deboning knife into the iron armor bear's eye. Blood splashed from the grisly wound, and the iron armor bear let out an angry and painful roar. Lin Ming closed his hand into a fist and punched down on the handle like a jackhammer, and the deboning knife sunk directly into the brains of the beast. The iron armor bear died. Chapter 41, Fifth Floor of the Exquisite Pagoda. Chapter 41, Fifth Floor of the Exquisite Pagoda. Half an hour! A profound Marshall House elder said with surprise as he looked at the hourglass. These two have already been in the fourth floor for a period of time. Outside of the Exquisite Pagoda, the once glowing runes of the first three floors had already been extinguished. Only the fourth floor was left shining with a brilliant light. This was the proof that two people were still challenging the fourth floor. This is getting more and more interesting. I had thought only Wang Yanfeng would have this result, but even this Lin Ming can insist for such a long time. It really makes one not believe that he is a mere grade 3 talent at the second stage of body transformation. Even with inborn divine strength, reaching the fourth floor with just this strength is not simple. An elder said, as he stroked his long, white beard, Lin Ming's battle prowess was peculiar. He could not find a reasonable explanation for it. By now Mui opened his mouth and said slowly, "Sometimes, Sir Sun, a person's battle prowess cannot be explained nor extrapolated by mere common sense. The earlier trials cannot measure a person's battle talent and perception." Mui did not explain that Lin Ming had an ancient master behind him, the workings of a Xiantian-level expert, and their legacy skill manuals were far too complicated for him to comprehend. What Mr. Mui said is not wrong. His fighting talent is truly extraordinary, but his cultivation is shallow, and the skill manual he uses is ordinary. He can actually rely on his superior fighting skill and intuition to face a superior enemy, but in this kind of battle, skill and intuition have their eventual limits. As they say, strength can break 10,000 skills, but with just skill alone, the most that can happen is their combat ability is raised a level. The end result will not be good. Mui smiled slyly and said, "Sir Sun, please have a good look." As these elders discussed, Wang Yanfeng was struggling mightily on the fourth floor. His cultivation was at the early third stage, but his true strength and battle ability rivaled someone at the peak of the third stage. However, what he faced now was two iron armor bears who were also at the peak of the third stage. Although the iron armor bears appeared a bit cute and clumsy, their attack method and strategies were coordinated, and their terrifying strength and near-flawless defense were nothing but an incomparable headache. Even if he were to only be scratched, his fate would be for his muscles to be torn to shreds and his bones to break. As soon Wang Yanfeng used a secret family skill 3 times, he finally managed to bring down an iron armor bear. However, his body's true essence had also almost reached its limit, and the remaining iron armor bear's resisting defense was able to block his family's secret skill. Seeing the last iron armor bear rushing towards him, Wang Yanfeng let out a roar and jumped upwards. His hand grasped his sword, and with a thrust he maliciously jabbed it into the bear's gaping maw. The iron armor bear's entire body was covered with hard iron plates. The only 2 weaknesses he could see were the eyes and mouth. Wang Yanfeng's sword pierced the bear's throat, but at the same time his wrist was snapped by the bear's bite. Pa! The iron armor bear angrily struck Wang Yanfeng in the chest with his paw. It felt as if he was struck by a sledgehammer, and his internal organs shook. Wang Yanfeng was thrown backwards like a falling chicken and slammed against the floor. He was covered in dirt and only barely managed to prop himself up. His entire body was covered in blood, and this blood was mixed with meat. This meat was actually parts of his internal organs. Even though I'm at the viscera training stage, and my organs are protected by true essence, this single blow was fatal. Although Wang Yanfeng was severely injured and on the verge of death, the iron armor bear was not much better off. Its throat was crushed, and its life was ebbing. It was only a matter of how long it could last before it died. But it could still kill Wang Yanfeng. Wang Yanfeng spat a mouthful of blood. I have to break through this 4th floor. Even though I'm number 1 with my results, if I pass the 4th floor, my status within the family will definitely rise. Even if I'm not the eldest son, I still have a chance to be the future head of the household. I can also shut up those old codgers and their stupid mouths, and they'll stop bothering father to take my resources. As Wang Yanfeng thought of these things, his face became grim with a hideous color. However, even as Wang Yanfeng was desperately going all out, he did not know that Lin Ming was using bloodletting tactics and tricks to fight, and had already pierced the 2nd iron armor bear's brains. 4th floor passed. Lin Ming took a deep breath. He had finally reached the 5th floor. This was also the final floor that Qin Xingxuan had reached, the floor that middle-aged examiner had said was impossible to pass. I did not think that Lin Ming could go this far. Outside the exquisite pagoda, Qin Xingxuan looked upwards as the runes of the 4th floor glowed, and felt surprise in her heart. She had guessed that Lin Ming would at most reach the 3rd floor, and that had already been a high appraisal of him. But she didn't actually think that Lin Ming would stay at the 4th floor for such a long time. At this rate, it might even be possible to pass the 4th floor. When I first challenged the exquisite pagoda, my cultivation had already reached the 4th stage of body transformation. With cultivation at the 4th stage, it is naturally not difficult to defeat the inferior beasts of the 4th floor, but with cultivation at the peak of the 2nd stage, it is impossible to last such a long time at the 4th floor. Qin Xingxuan secretly compared herself and her achievements with Lin Ming. She had relied on her deep cultivation base to rise to the 5th floor. If she was at the same cultivation she would not be his match. It's already been half an hour, Qin Xingxuan said as she looked to her side at the hourglass. But as Qin Xingxuan looked at the time, the 5th floor of the exquisite pagoda suddenly lit up, and the runes and symbols began to activate one at a time. Heavy and trembling true essence immediately fluctuated in all directions. Seeing this, elder son's teacup almost fell out of his hands. The 5th floor. Wang Yanfeng is really so fierce? He's been there less than half an hour. Did Yuelu City's Wang family finally produce the peerless talent? For the last 10 years, this result is only matched by Lady Xingxuan. The middle-aged man spoke as he looked at Qin Xingxuan. He saw Qin Xingxuan's eyes widen, but did not know what it meant. Absolutely incredible. This child is not a fish in a small pool. With superior 4th grade talent, in addition to the Wang family's backing, It would be outstanding even within the 7 profound martial house, and would easily qualify to receive superior martial arts manuals and one day become a martial house core disciple. Even entering the 7 profound valley is a possibility. This Wang Yanfeng is truly a heaven-gifted talent. As the elder said this, the rune lights of the exquisite pagoda's 4th floor began to tremble with a sudden burst of vibration. A figure was bounced out like a sack. As soon as Elder Sun saw this, he immediately issued an order. Lin Ming came out, quickly catch him, and don't let him injure himself falling. It had been less than half an hour. The martial arts catchers of the exquisite pagoda were inevitably tired, and someone distracted. Therefore, Elder Sun had spoken a reminder. The exquisite pagoda's death was only in the dream realm. If a candidate failed and died, he would be shunted out of the dreamland and out of the pagoda, and at that moment, that person would have lost their consciousness. Each floor of the exquisite pagoda was 30 feet. The 4th floor was 90 feet high. In those conditions, if an unconscious person fell to the ground, even a pulse condensation expert would not be able to withstand the impact. The men responsible for catching the ejected candidates firmly caught the falling figure. They saw that the man had a pale, contorted face covered with cold sweat. Because the appearance was so twisted, it took a moment for the elders outside the exquisite pagoda to identify him. In that instant, they were all dumbfounded. This person was probably Wang Yanfeng. Several elders' jaws dropped as they looked up and saw the shining runes of the 5th floor. This was the one who entered the 5th floor, Lin Ming. The 7 profound martial house elders were shaken. They had already felt that Muyi's previous praise of Lin Ming was incredible. Lin Ming's cultivation was only at the peak of the 2nd stage. It was worse than Wang Yanfeng, but now he was the only to have reached the 5th floor, and had already stayed there for several dozen breaths of time. Qin Xingxuan looked at the 5th floor of the exquisite pagoda. Her eyes changed with various emotions: wonder, awe, respect. Lin Ming had surprised her yet again. Would he even slowly overtake her in martial arts cultivation? At this time, in a corner of the exquisite pagoda's mountain valley, Lan Yunhua was shaken as she looked at the glowing 5th floor. She appeared lost and in a daze. Lin Ming, he entered the 5th floor? In the history of the 7 profound martial house and the opening of the exquisite pagoda, only Qin Xingxuan had successfully passed. There had been those who entered the 5th floor, and this would happen every couple of years. Each one who did was a monstrous talent of their generation, and in the future, their path to reaching the pulse condensation period was only a matter of time. Lin Ming, a thought popped into Lan Yunhua's mind. Even if compared with Zhu Yan, Lin Ming was no worse. Although he did not have a great family supporting him, as long as he reached the pulse condensation period in the future, he has been given a rank and title. At this time, on the 5th floor of the exquisite pagoda, Lin Ming looked at the radical scene in front of him and could only force a smile. The 5th floor unexpectedly had 2 second-level vicious beasts. Although they were only the weak species of vicious beast, their strength was equal to a martial artist at the 4th stage of body transformation. Not only that, but these 2 vicious beasts had 8 beastly little brothers surrounding them that were equal to the peak of the 3rd stage. 10 vicious beasts stood in front of him. They had hideous-looking bone armor, bright red beastly pupils, and their sharp nails and teeth were stained red with blood. All of this caused a surge of evil presence to soar to the heavens. A martial artist at his cultivation would normally look at this scene and imagine himself being torn to thousands of pieces and lose any will to fight. Chapter 42, The First Place Candidate. Chapter 42, The First Place Candidate. Lin Ming was just able to resist the overwhelming evil aura from the vicious beasts, but he also knew that it was impossible to pass this floor. Let alone the 2 second-level vicious beasts, he could not even deal with the 8 little brothers that crowded around them. Even if his physical condition was restored to top shape, the situation would be untenable, and he had even consumed the majority of his true essence. He knew in his heart that although he had managed to reach the 5th floor, his ability ultimately fell short of that 6th-grade talent Qin Xingxuan. Half a year ago, Qin Xingxuan was able to overcome these 10 vicious beasts and attain victory. As he looked at the overwhelming presence that the vicious beasts exuded, Lin Ming sighed with emotion. She was truly someone who possessed a 6th-grade talent, that worthily beautiful and arrogant girl. By his conservative estimate, Lin Ming guessed that he needed to increase his cultivation over an entire level and at least achieve the peak of the 3rd stage of body transformation to stand a chance. Only then could he have a possibility of passing, and that was considering a life and death struggle to his life's limit. But Qin Xingxuan had already passed through this hurdle half a year ago. No wonder that middle-aged examiner was so confident when he said that it was impossible to pass. If it truly was impossible to pass, then such being the case, he would kill as many vicious beasts as he could. Lin Ming would not give up without a fight. This was a rare opportunity to improve and hone his combat ability while dancing on the edge of death. The feeling where his strength and will were pushed to their limits in a life or death situation where any mistake could be fatal. This was a true, rare, and valuable experience. Come on! Seeing the vicious beasts rush at him, Lin Ming shouted and stabbed his knife outwards at a silver tiger. His mind was clear. He knew that he had no chance of injuring the 2 second-level vicious beasts, so his goal was their 8 little brothers. Some had thick meat and fur that he could not hope to penetrate this late in the game, so he chose those that had high attack power but had an equally low defense, like this silver tiger. Pa! A knife stabbed into the silver tiger's abdomen. At the same time, Lin Ming felt a tremor pass up his arm. The silver tiger's thick flesh held the knife tight, and Lin Ming almost let go. Damn! In a split second, a whip-like tail lashed out at Lin Ming's belly. This was an attack from the 2 second-level vicious beasts. Its speed was quick like lightning, and it was sharp as a knife. A strike from this would bisect any normal martial artist. Lin Ming twisted in the air and barely dodged the tail, but it still scratched his thigh and left him bruised and lacerated. Lin Ming felt as if someone had branded his thigh with a heated iron bar. It burned with an aching pain. He grimaced. Even a gentle touch felt like his skin was sloughing off. During this time, the 8 first-level vicious beasts surrounded Lin Ming. In the blink of an eye, he was in the center of a deadly circle. As long as these vicious beasts attacked together, they would instantly tear Lin Ming apart. Not good. Lin Ming was very clear. As long as these vicious beasts pounced on him together, there was nowhere he could run. In that crucial moment, Lin Ming kicked his feet against the ground and thrust his knife at the silver tiger. He who struck the first blow had the advantage. Roar! The silver tiger howled with anger and also rushed at Lin Ming. In this dreamland, the wild and vicious beasts here knew not fear within their heart. Po! The knife jabbed straight into the silver tiger's throat. However, Lin Ming was also caught by its claw and drew a gaping hole in his abdomen. His second-stage flesh training's true essence barely protected him from being eviscerated in one strike. One down, Lin Ming clutched his bloody abdomen that was dripping red. He had finally suffered a severe wound now, and his true essence was at less than a single %. He had not thought that the 5th floor would be so difficult. Compared to the 4th floor, it was at least 10 times the trouble. A quarter of an hour. Lin Ming has already been on the 5th floor for a quarter hour. This Lin Ming is still persisting on the 5th floor. It's truly unbelievable. Although he could only be running, but he probably does not have much true essence left. Even running for a quarter hour is an achievement. There will probably be some great forces that will try to recruit Lin Ming. Mui, you had talked about him earlier. Is your martial quarters not interested in the boy? Mui smiled, but did not say anything. This group of fellows did not know as he did that behind Lin Ming was an incredible master. He probably came here for his own experience. Perhaps this mysterious master of his would soon bring him back to the mountains for painstaking cultivation. How could his martial quarters possibly hope to attract him? But Mui did not say these thoughts out loud. By now, an elder surnamed Su, who was playing with 2 jade balls in his hand, slowly said, "Elder son, you had a somewhat high opinion of him. I acknowledge that this Lin Ming has done well, but with only a grade 3 talent. To achieve this accomplishment so far, he probably had a fortuitous encounter of some kind and ate some rare and precious material, and because of this, experienced an increase in his strength. As for his future accomplishments, I don't see much need for flattery." The elder surnamed Su heard these words and knew they held some truth. If a person's luck was good, and blessed by the heavens, he might be able to eat some precious and rare object or material and experience an increase in his cultivation or strength. But that sort of superiority by ingesting these things had its limits and would slowly be worn down by time, until it vanished and became not too rare. The elder surnamed Su rationally said, "This Lin Ming is good, but his cultivation speed will not be able to follow him in the future. He'll be easily overtaken." Several elders echoed this. Mui faintly smiled and said, "There's no need to say anything more. Lin Ming's future achievements. Everything will be seen in the future." As Mui's voice fell, he looked up and saw the 5th floor of the exquisite pagoda begin to tremble. The runes flashed, and suddenly a person's shadow was ejected and floated downwards like a slip of paper. That boy, Lin Ming, finally came out. Lin Ming had killed a silver tiger on the 5th floor and taken a serious wound in exchange. However, even on the verge of death, in his dying moment, he had brought down a wind wolf and finally killed 2 first-level vicious beasts. He was already proud of this result. It had to be known that on the 5th floor, being able to kill 2 vicious beasts while being surrounded on all sides was incomparably more difficult than the 4th floor. In the distance, Lan Yunhua looked at Lin Ming as he was caught by people waiting for him underneath the exquisite pagoda. In her heart, she did now know why she felt a tiny tremble. She pursed her lips and without a pause turned around and quietly left. Lin Ming is already awake. Death in the dream realm is only the imagination of the mind. The candidate's true body would be shot out of the exquisite pagoda upon death, but they would have already thought they were dead. Thus they would be unconscious for a period of time. But Lin Ming had unexpectedly awakened so quickly, and his complexion only showed a bit of paleness. This caused the elders of the 7 profound martial house to feel a bit startled. Compared to Wang Yanfeng, he had still been unconscious even after a while. This was the disparity that came with such a pure heart of martial arts. This Lin Ming should be the first-place candidate of this entrance exam. Elder Sun said, "You say that, but the award for first place is a crimson gold dragon marrow pill. You do not think it is wasted on a boy with a mere grade 3 talent? How much of it do you think he would be able to absorb? The final assessment does not depend on just the results, but also on the candidate's own talent." Elder Su responded to Elder Sun's proposal in a hoarse voice. Elder Sun said, "It is true that we must also account for talent, but that is only if there is a close tie in the final results of the exams. This Lin Ming took first place in all 3 trials. How can his assessment not be first in the final assessment? Otherwise, everyone would only think that we are corrupt and unfair. Regarding the waste of the crimson gold dragon marrow pill, its only use is for the main sect to attract top-tier talents to come to the 7 profound martial house entrance exams. Can it be that you thought the main sect would create just a crimson gold dragon marrow pill to enter into the main sect as a core disciple? Moreover, as far as I know, aren't Elder Su and the head of Yuelu City's Wang family good old friends?" As Elder Sun finished his words, Elder Su's eyes twitched, and he let out a cold humph. "Sun Sifan, I was only considering all angles of the exam, for the sake of argument. If you wish to guarantee this Lin Ming as the first-place candidate, then I have no objections. How about we make a bet? We shall see 6 months from now who is stronger between Wang Yanfeng and this boy Lin Ming, and who will enter the heavenly abode. How about it? Elder Sun felt shocked by Elder Su's words and was somewhat speechless. He began to feel an angry stirring in his heart. He was only trying to act impartially for this entrance exam. He did not think much of Elder Su and did not normally have any dealings with him. He also could not get used to his self-serving nature that only tried to advance his own interests in the guise of helping with this entrance exam, which ultimately led to this struggle. But even as Elder Su challenged him, Elder Sun did not dare to meet it. Lin Ming's talent was limited, and only at the 3rd grade. It was a very real possibility that Elder Su was correct with his guess that Lin Ming had some sort of fortuitous encounter and ingested some rare herb or something of that nature, thus resulting in his accomplishments today. But Wang Yanfeng, in comparison, was actually a rare person within 100,000 people with a superior 4th grade talent. In that case, it could really be Lin Ming that would be left in his dust. Seeing Elder Sun backing down, Elder Su sneered and said, "How could you not accept? If you really think that this Lin Ming should be first place, then we might as well make a bet. I remember that Elder Sun has a treasure of the human step." As Elder Su mentioned this human step treasure, Elder Sun's complexion twisted. Human step treasures were extremely rare and valuable in the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Not even with several tens of thousands of gold taels would you be able to purchase one. This was handed down and granted by the 7 Profound Valley, and was also Elder Sun's most valuable belonging. How could he use it in a gamble, much less one with such an uncertain chance of success? Seeing Elder Sun so dumbfounded, Elder Su had a smug and arrogant look plastered on his face. He knew that naturally Sun Sifan would not dare to take up this bet, so he said this because he wanted to ruin Sun Sifan's prestige and reputation. But at this moment, Mui opened his mouth and said with a smile, "How about I take up that bet with Elder Su?" Chapter 43, Refusal to Accept. Chapter 43, Refusal to Accept. But at this moment, Mui opened his mouth and said with a smile, "How about I take up that bet with Elder Su?" Elder Su was startled as he heard this. He did not think that Mui would open his loud mouth and speak such words at that time, moreover with such a smiling expression and happy laugh as if he were filled with confidence. That moment caused Elder Su's confidence to shake a little. Was it possible that this boy Lin Ming had some sort of hidden card up his sleeve that he did not know of? But he could not reason out why this mere medium 3rd grade talent could in any way exceed the superior 4th grade talent, Wang Yanfeng. He had also spoken such high and haughty words in the presence of so many peers. He had already jumped on the tiger. How could he get off now? So Elder Su could only clench his teeth as he said, "Good, of course, what would Mr. Mui like to bet?" Mui smiled and said, "For something of this nature, a casual bet should be all right. It's best not to harm friendly relations. I think a treasure of the human step should be fine." Human step treasure. Could this still be called something casual? The corners of Elder Su's mouth twitched. Mui had been a famous inscription master for so many years that out of everyone present, he was without a doubt the one with the most wealth. Elder Su clenched his teeth and said, "Good, then I will bet a low-grade human step treasure, a spatial ring." The spatial ring was a type of interspatial storage treasure. You could carry it anywhere on your body and use it to store any type of goods that you wanted. This sort of treasure was very difficult to refine, so its value was also several times higher than something at a similar grade. A human step low-grade spatial ring would be approximately the same worth as a middle-grade human step treasure. Great, Mui readily agreed. He laughed casually, giving off a feeling of self-satisfied assurance. The matter of Lin Ming as the first-place candidate was thus decided. However, the inspection had already carried on for most of the day, and it was already a late hour. The results would be announced tomorrow in the afternoon. Besides Lin Ming as first place, the 2nd through 10th place spots also had to be assessed. The age, results, and talent of these remaining candidates would have to be discussed between the 7 profound Marshall House elders to decide. Xingxuan, let's go greet Lin Ming, Mui said as he stood up. Although Lin Ming had awoken by now, Mui was sitting with the 7 profound Marshall House elders, so Lin Ming naturally did not walk towards them. Qin Xingxuan nodded. As the 7 profound Marshall House elders had talked, Qin Xingxuan had shown etiquette and courtesy for her elders and had been sitting silently and peacefully at one side. But the truth was that in terms of status within the 7 profound Marshall House, Qin Xingxuan was on equal footing with these elders. This was because Qin Xingxuan was the most talented core disciples who, if in the future all things went smoothly with no major accident, would enter the 7 profound valleys and become an official disciple. This was the greatest glory. It must be known that even the heavenly abodes number 1 senior apprentice Ling Sun had no chance of entering the 7 profound valleys. The only slight glimmer of hope he had was if he could reach the peak of body transformation, the pulse condensation boundary, in a short time. But reaching that distant boundary was easier said than done. Ling Sun was 20 years old and was only at the peak of the 4th stage of body transformation. In the evening, Lin Ming and Mui chatted with each other before Lin Ming returned to his bedroom that the 7 profound Marshall House had prepared for all candidates. He rested in the bedroom and meditated. A quiet night passed. It was the afternoon of the 2nd day, and the weather was clear and beautiful. In the 7 profound Marshall House contest field, many important figures were gathered. Among them were the 53 candidates who had successfully passed. Today was the announcement of results. After an evening of debating, the final results had been decided. When Lin Ming arrived at the field, the people gathered there sent him frequent looks filled with envy, jealousy, and even some admiration. Lin Ming had become famous after a single night. Reaching the 5th floor of the exquisite pagoda, even the senior apprentices of the heavenly abode paid attention to him. Congratulations. At this time, a slightly cold voice sounded. Lin Ming followed it to see Wang Yanfeng standing nearby, holding both hands to his chest with a fake smile. Your luck is truly good. A mere medium 3rd grade talent could reach the 5th floor. Incredible. Incredible. Wang Yanfeng spoke very loudly, and the people around them heard him. They were surprised that Lin Ming was only a 3rd grade talent. Although a 3rd grade talent was a 1 in 100 cream of the crop talent, in the 7 profound Marshall House this could be considered only ordinary. They thought that Lin Ming was at least a superior 4th grade talent. How could it be that he was just a medium 3rd grade talent? The surrounding people immediately began talking, and Wang Yanfeng heard this all with a smile on his face. Yesterday, he had especially sent his lackeys to look up Lin Ming's talent. You, the one called Lin Ming, I do not know when a stray dog like you managed to eat some rare herb in your childhood, and nor do I care, but if you think that you can rely on this to pressure me and win against me, then go and daydream some more. You just have a bit of good luck, and you think your combat prowess is good? Using inborn divine strength to deal with the clumsy, stupid beasts of the exquisite pagoda is easy, but if you want to challenge a real human? Humph! With your stupid little basic skills you probably learned from some cow, you think you can actually defeat a real person? The truth was that yesterday in the exquisite pagoda, Wang Yanfeng had also killed the 2 iron armor bears of the 4th floor, but he had been fatally wounded and thus kicked out. This made Wang Yanfeng feel aggrieved. If only he could have lasted one more breath, he could also have entered the 5th floor. If only he had entered the 5th floor, then he would have had the same result. Wang Yanfeng could not believe that Lin Ming achieved anything on the 5th floor, even though he was there for a quarter of an hour. Wang Yanfeng believed he would only have had about 10% of his true essence left, and would only have run away like a little dog with his tail between his legs to pass that time. Wang Yanfeng's fault had been that he was too eager for quick success and to immediately pass the fourth floor. The result was that he had to resort to desperate, all-out tactics. If he had slowly taken his time to deal with the two iron armor bears, he would not have been fatally injured. Moreover, the most important part was that in the exquisite pagoda, he could not use his rare equipment. Without his treasures, Wang Yanfeng could not fully utilize the power of his secret family skill, the 9 paths of truth. Its might would be greatly reduced, which would cause his striking power to fall, resulting in him having such a hard time passing the fourth floor. But in battles of martial artists, treasures and equipment were not forbidden, just like pills. They were items that belonged to the superiority that one's own family would bring, and were also a part of a martial artist's total strength. Wang Yanfeng touched his saber and looked at Lin Ming with a face colored with absolute contempt. If I could only use the 9 truth saber, then killing you would be easier than killing a chicken. Wang Yanfeng viciously thought in his heart, though he did not say these words aloud. How could I possibly lose to you? Not even in the future, but even now I would win. The thick tension in the air was palpable. Lin Ming did not respond to or dispute Wang Yanfeng's words, as he did not want a needless conflict. He was also disinclined to pay any attention to this Wang Yanfeng. Stop. My family's son is speaking with you. Are you deaf? Are you stupid? Can you not hear? A lackey bossily said, as he stood by Wang Yanfeng's side. The servant's speech was coarser than the master's. Lin Ming stopped his footsteps, calmly turned around, and gave the man a shiver-inducing glare. This is the 7 profound Martial House contest field. How could a little lackey like you, who is only at the first stage of body transformation, come on? You. The scolded lackey turned red in the face with anger and shame. According to regulations, he really did not have the qualifications to enter. The atmosphere was strained, but at this moment an elder of the 7 profound Martial House walked up on a stage and said, "Quiet! We will now announce the results of the entrance exam." The people downstage naturally silenced themselves. Even the lackey could only curse in his heart, and he silently stood there. The elder took out a long list and said, "For this examination's results, candidates were judged on the results of the 3 trials, their age, and their talent. All 3 factors were considered and discussed for the final assessment by the elders. Now we will announce the first 10 as follows. 10th place, Zhou Xinyang Prize, 10 soul-gathering pellets. 9th, the elder slowly announced the results in an unhurried voice until he reached the 2nd place. 2nd place, Wang Yanfeng, prize, a golden snake scarlet pill. 1st place, Lin Ming, prize, a crimson gold dragon marrow pill. The results have been announced. Congratulations, everyone. If there are no objections, then we have invited Elder Sun to hand out the awards." "Wait a moment. I have an objection." Wang Yanfeng raised his hand. The 7 profound Martial House's Elder Su was his father's good friend, so he had already known the results of the assessment. This time he had objected because of Elder Su's advice. What objection do you have?" said the elder who had read out the announcement as he frowned. Wang Yanfeng smiled and stepped out to the front of the square. His voice was clear and resounded as he said, "As far as I know, Lin Ming's talent is only a mere medium 3rd grade. My talent is superior 4th grade. The elder earlier said that the results for the final assessment take into account the 3 trials, age, and talent. The final decision-making is in the elder's hands, but the subjective factor is just too big. I refuse to accept the choice for 1st place candidate." To Wang Yanfeng, the crimson gold dragon marrow pill was something he could absolutely not give up. If he had this pill, he was confident that he could break through the 4th stage of body transformation before he was 18 years old, and even reach the peak of the 4th stage before he was 20. With such strength at his disposal, he wouldn't even necessarily lose to the Heavenly Abode's senior apprentice, Ling Sr. If this happened, then no one in his family would doubt his status anymore. At this time, Elder Sun stood up and with a cold snort said, "You dare to question the final assessment of the elders?" This cold snort was filled with true essence. As it came out, those in the periphery were shocked with an icy chill as the temperature dropped several degrees. Wang Yanfeng could not bear the brunt of this disdainful pressure and was forced back several steps. "Sun Sifan, an elder like you is bullying the young?" Elder Su said, as he also stood. He did not originally like Sun Sifan either. By now Wang Yanfeng said, "Elder Sun, please calm down. I do not dare to question the elder's decisions, but I only think that it is not fair. In the third examination trial, I also killed both vicious beasts. It was only because I was too hasty for victory that I became fatally injured and was unable to step into the fifth floor. If I had progressed slowly, then I too would have achieved the fifth floor. Therefore, I cannot do anything else but refuse to accept this result. I do not believe my strength is worse than Lin Ming's." "Then what do you want?" "Simple. I want to fight Lin Ming. If I lose, I will completely admit defeat. But if I win, then I want the first place candidate spot to be turned over to me." Wang Yanfeng suddenly swiveled to Lin Ming and with provocation in his voice said, "Lin Ming, do you dare?" Chapter 44 Killing You is just right. Chapter 44 Killing You is just right. Simple. I want to fight Lin Ming. If I lose, I will completely admit defeat. But if I win, then I want the first place candidate spot to be turned over to me. Wang Yanfeng suddenly swiveled to Lin Ming and with provocation in his voice said, "Lin Ming, do you dare?" Before Lin Ming could answer, Elder Su rose again and said with a smile, "This idea is good. The truth is that the Martial House examination trials vary, but ultimately are looking for the same attributes. The first is combat skill. The second is talent. Wang Yanfeng obviously wins when it comes to talent, but if the actual combat skill is also won by him, then the situation in principle should be his, and the first place candidate should belong to Wang Yanfeng." The few words Elder Su said had already blocked Lin Ming's exit and left him with nowhere to retreat to. However, Elder Su felt this was insufficient. He turned to Lin Ming and said with an eerie smile, "Not only must a martial artist cultivate their body and fortify the mind, the martial artist must have faith that they can overcome obstacles and win against challenges. If they feel fear and do not fight, then their heart will falter. This type of person would have no great future achievements." Elder Su's words were not wrong, but he said them with malicious intent. Under this type of situation, once someone lost, then they would suffer an enormous blow to their self-confidence and psyche, especially considering that Lin Ming was only 15 years old. If he at first place lost to the second place candidate and the gap was too large, then he might be unable to psychologically recover in light of this. Elder Su had already recognized that Lin Ming had the greatest chance of losing. After all, Wang Yanfeng was ahead of Lin Ming by an entire stage, and in the exquisite pagoda he did not have any treasures on him, so he was unable to display the true strength of his family's skill, 9 Paths of Truth. Martial skills greatly increased a martial artist's fighting ability. Sometimes high-level martial skills could let martial artists fight those that were ranks beyond them. As for Lin Ming's inborn divine strength, it was easy to use against the slow beasts of the exquisite pagoda that had high defensive power, but against a real person, brute strength was not so simple a solution. Under these circumstances, it was impossible for Wang Yanfeng to lose. Lin Ming turned a cold eye to Elder Su and took note of him. He then looked to Wang Yanfeng and said, "I could fight with you, but in this competition the only one to suffer a loss would be me. If I fight with you, then as the first place candidate, if I win I am still first place, and I do not gain any advantage. But if I lose, then I have to just meekly surrender my spot like that. What do you think about this? When Wang Yanfeng heard Lin Ming already intent to compete, his heart immediately blossomed with happiness. This little fellow is just bargaining back and forth, as if he could win just because he reached the 5th floor of the exquisite pagoda. Humph, he really is an idiot. I will let you know how fierce the 9 paths of truth really is. Wang Yanfeng playfully smiled and asked, "What do you want then?" Lin Ming responded, "If I win then, I want you to give me your golden snake scarlet pill. If I lose, you can take first place candidate and also the crimson gold dragon marrow pill. How about it?" "Good. Since you said it, then you meant it." Wang Yanfeng felt a great happiness in his heart. This way he could have both precious pills for himself. It was really a dream come true. He impatiently said, "Then let us start our competition." Sure." Seeing Lin Ming agree so readily and happily, elder son could only shake his head slightly. Lin Ming would most certainly lose, or at least he had more than a 50% chance of losing. Undergoing the trials and fighting with a real person was different. This Wang Yanfeng came from an aristocratic family and had a special master in his youth teach him to fight, and he also had martial skills. This fight was already a foregone conclusion. There was nothing left to say. As soon as Wang Yanfeng arrived at the center stage of the contest field, he flicked his saber and gave it shake as he roared, "Come up!" Seeing Wang Yanfeng's long saber, the crowd present were startled. A rare weapon. As long as it was a rare treasure, the value would be several thousand gold taels. Even aristocratic family juniors would only receive one after reaching the 4th stage of body transformation, or even the 5th stage. Only then would they have the qualifications to receive a rare treasure like this. They had not thought that this Wang Yanfeng, who was only at the 3rd stage of body transformation, would have one, and one that had an inscription on it. Obviously, this Wang Yanfeng had a high position within his family. The people looked at Lin Ming to see if he could also put out some equally rare weapon. Thinking of his family background, it was just not possible for him to have any rare treasures. Although this may not seem fair, but in the Sky Fortune Kingdom's martial artist contests had always been like this. It was impossible to trade weapons to momentarily use, and even if possible, then they would be unfamiliar with it. One's family was also a form of strength. If the weapon is unfair, then the pills or other medicines that increase cultivation are also unfair. It would be impossible to prohibit martial artists from assisting their cultivation with pills. Therefore, Lin Ming could only swallow this disadvantage. This Lin Ming probably doesn't have any sort of good weapon. There is no way that he would have something worth several thousand gold taels. The average person just doesn't have those advantages. Hopefully Lin Ming doesn't pull out something too inferior and is immediately cut down. This way he might have a chance. As these people talked, Lin Ming took out a weapon from his pouch. This was his deboning knife that he had used to slice meat at the Great Clarity Pavilion. Seeing this scrappy deboning knife, everyone's eyes immediately widened. Was this a pig butchering knife? Though no one had thought that Lin Ming would have a good weapon, they did not think he would pull out such an inferior weapon. It was only a foot in length. As the saying went, 1 inch longer, 1 inch stronger. This 1-foot deboning knife compared to a 3-foot-long saber was at a bit more than just a disadvantage. Moreover, could a knife used to kill pigs even be sturdy? What would happen if it were to be cut in half by the opposition's sword? Wang Yanfeng saw this deboning knife and laughed. "You would use that to challenge me? That's just a knife for killing pigs. You really are a daft idiot." Lin Ming appeared slightly surprised. He said, "I didn't notice it, but it seems you were right. This really is a knife for killing pigs. I usually do use it to kill pigs, so for today, killing you is just right." Lin Ming's scolding words insinuated that Wang Yanfeng was just a pig. This made Wang Yanfeng furious. He shouted, "You don't know the meaning of death." As Lin Ming slowly stepped on stage in the contest field, and Wang Yanfeng had drawn his saber, he had already been using an inscription master's soul force to study the sword's strength and its inscription. In this, Lin Ming was an expert. Wang Yanfeng's saber looked powerful and impressive, but in Lin Ming's eyes, it could only be considered common goods. Even that inscription would not even normally grab his attention. As long as an inscription master knew the proper technique, they could use the soul law formula to seep their soul force into the treasure and judge whether its quality was good or bad. Lin Ming had learnt his inscription skills from the memories of an elder who came from the realm of the gods. Thus, he also naturally knew a viewing technique. Although he had only studied this technique a bit, it was already far more than enough to take a look at Wang Yanfeng's saber. The saber was able to greatly enhance a martial artist's combat strength, but Wang Yanfeng was only at the early third stage of body transformation and had not reached altering muscle or bone forging. Thus, Lin Ming was not worried, as he could only display a very limited effect of the saber. Of course, even if Wang Yanfeng could not display the saber's true strength compared to Lin Ming's deboning knife in hand, it would be immediately cut apart if Lin Ming used it to receive a strike. Although this was a good and trusted knife he had used for countless hours, it was just made of regular iron from an ordinary blacksmith. But this did not matter to Lin Ming. Lin Ming had not planned on using this deboning knife originally. He would rely on the strength of his own fists. Chaotic Virtue's Combat Meridians was an unsurpassed, almighty body transformation skill manual that was the essence of light and yang. For those that practiced this, their own muscles and bones were themselves the best weapons. With Lin Ming's peak second stage cultivation, his fist strength reached 2,700 genes. With this strength, he could punch straight through a thick ironwood tree. If this fist directly hit a person's body, even a master at the altering muscle or bone forging stage could not necessarily withstand it. Chapter 45 Shatter, The 9 Paths of Truth. Chapter 45 Shatter, The 9 Paths of Truth. Wang Yanfeng's entire body revolved with an intense aura of true essence. He did not even wait for Lin Ming to finish stepping on stage before he gave a loud shout, and the 3-foot-long saber in his hand began to radiate with bright runes. There were 10 runes in total. 9 green runes were congealed from Wang Yanfeng's true essence, and the last was from the inscription, symbol left behind by the inscription master. The 9 Paths of Truth swordsmanship was a family skill that was given to the head of the Wang family after he performed a great military deed. The first emperor of Sky Fortune Kingdom had bestowed this skill to Yuelu City's Wang family so that it could be passed down and studied by future generations. This Wang Yanfeng relied on only his early third stage of body transformation cultivation to already reach the boundary of forming 9 runes. Although this is almost the most basic level of green runes, it is still impressive. The onlooking elders commented as they watched the fight. They had vast experience and could easily determine Wang Yanfeng's martial skill, as well as its level and origin. The 9 Paths of Truth can display its true power if used in conjunction with a rare weapon. The aristocratic family juniors are truly on a different playing field than others. They have martial arts handed down through their family line, and also treasures that easily cost several thousand gold taels. Compared to commoner martial artists, they are much better off. Lin Ming is in danger. He's just a regular boy. What kind of martial skill could he possibly have to fend off the 9 Paths of Truth? On stage, Lin Ming's eyes shined brilliantly as he looked at the green runes on Wang Yanfeng's saber. Before studying inscription techniques, he first had to study the soul law formula and develop the ability to control his own soul force. Lin Ming had studied the apex level soul law formula, overbearing soul tactic. With this, Lin Ming was extremely sensitive to the flow of true essence within rare treasures or objects. As long as he extended his soul force, He could clearly understand all things. I can feel Wang Yanfeng is using some sort of martial skill, but even if I can sense it, I'm not too familiar with martial skills. There is simply no way for me to find out where the flaw is. But when looking at inscription techniques and equipment, there might be no one in the entire Sky Fortune Kingdom who can understand them better than I do. I can clearly identify vulnerability within the flow of true essence. As Lin Ming was thinking deeply about this, Wang Yanfeng had already grasped his sword and rushed forwards. He would close the distance and use his family martial skill, the 9 Paths of Truth, and in the next several moves, finally solve this problem called Lin Ming, while increasing his own reputation. True essence gathered in the long sword, and it whistled with a sharp, keening sound. This was an advantage of using treasures. Once true essence was focused, it would enhance one's imposing image and strength, thereby increasing their momentum. Facing this, along with the aura of power, a martial artist with no treasures would discover that they felt incapable of any resistance, because even if they tried to compete with weapons, their own would likely break off at first contact. Lin Ming, prepare to die. Wang Yanfeng shouted out as the 9 symbols on his saber began to bloom with an incandescent green light. As soon as the long sword cut down, an immense sword pressure struck at Lin Ming's shoulder. Lin Ming's pupils widened, and both his feet suddenly slammed the ground as his body moved like a bolt of lightning. Bang! As Wang Yanfeng's saber cut into the ground, explosions scattered broken stone into the air. This blue stone stage was supported by a magic array and was as hard as iron, but still, Wang Yanfeng's blade had cut a hole half a foot deep. The power of this single strike was just too much. Even though his saber did not hit, Wang Yanfeng did not feel any sadness, but instead laughed. Lin Ming, you want to compare speed with me? Not only do you have some small inborn divine strength, but it seems your speed isn't too shabby either. But what a pity you cannot use any movement martial skills. Speed? How pitiful you can even think of comparing with me. Wang Yanfeng. As soon as he said this, Wang Yanfeng's footsteps changed. His body had changed to an indistinct, blurry afterimage. 7 despairing steps. The Wang family's movement martial skill. This is one of the Wang family's secret martial skills. In 7 steps, one can appear and disappear at will, and its speed surpasses the ghosts and gods. The old aristocratic families really make one jealous. The weapon is weaker, the martial skill is weaker, the movement is weaker. How can one even fight like this? As they were talking, Wang Yanfeng moved 7 steps and instantly appeared at Lin Ming's side. The radiant green line appeared once again as the 9 runes shimmered with true essence. The saber cut down at Lin Ming's arm. It was against the law to kill others during a competition at the 7 Profound Martial House. Otherwise, they would receive a severe punishment from the school. Therefore, Wang Yanfeng had cut at Lin Ming's arm. Although this strike would not be lethal, but it could break his bone and rip apart the tendons of his arm. Even with superior medicines to repair the bone and mend the muscles, the arm would be mostly useless and would greatly inhibit later cultivation. This was an insidious blade filled with malice. Wang Yanfeng's mouth traced a sneering grin. Are you not some kind of talent? Then I'll cut off the road of talent and see how you dare to ever struggle against me again. This was the reason of his blade, and he could not think of the slightest reason that he would lose. However, at this time, Lin Ming shouted, fiercely swiveled on the ball of his foot, and thrusted out his fist. This was a non-flashy, even fist that would bring at least 3,000 genes of overbearing might. Bang! The center of the first hit the blade edge of Wang Yanfeng's saber. This was the only vulnerability that Lin Ming had discovered in the weapon, where the true essence was at its most weak and turbulent point, with the speed at which Wang Yanfeng wielded his saber. The difficulty of striking this precise spot was inconceivable, if not for the years that Lin Ming had spent deepening and honing the accuracy of his moves until every action became a memory that was ingrained within his muscles. then even if he could grasp the flaw within the inscription symbol, it would only have been useless. In the space of that brief moment, Wang Yanfeng only felt a sudden chaotic surge in true essence transmit through his body as the flow of energy in the saber was interrupted. If the concentration of true essence in the saber was like a deadly emerald snake, then Lin Ming's first was a hatchet that cut off the snake around the middle, 7 inches up its body. How? As soon as flow of true essence stagnated, Wang Yanfeng felt pain rack his body as his blood dangerously upwelled. Before he could unravel the meaning of what had happened, Lin Ming had let loose a leg and kicked towards Wang Yanfeng's head. Every day for several years, Lin Ming had been training his leg on tree stumps. The simplistic strength of this strike had been tempered by deeply constant pain that had only been quenched by iron thread grass. This was the terrifying strength that had been cultivated by practicing the chaotic virtues combat meridians. It was no different to an explosion of pure force. Lin Ming's leg was like a dragon's tail as it kicked out, but Wang Yanfeng also had some capability. Even as his mind reeled, he managed to stiffly raise an arm to block Lin Ming's leg. However, when Lin Ming's kick struck Wang Yanfeng's arm, Wang Yanfeng only could feel as if a thick iron rod struck him. His arm immediately lost feeling, and he almost passed out from the pressure. Wang Yanfeng's heart was shocked. What was this abnormal power? With a jolt of surprise at the change in the battle's tempo, the hearts of the elders present were equally shocked. That simple fist was not so simple. The candidates who were watching could not notice anything strange, but these were Hotian masters. They had easily captured the mystery behind the meaning of that simple fist. This Lin Ming, how could he possibly do this? The kick sent Wang Yanfeng flying backwards into the air. Before he had even exhausted a single breath, he could see in his vision the sight of Lin Ming instantly approaching. Not good. 7 despairing steps. Wang Yanfeng pedaled his feet with the 7 despairing steps, and his body completely violated the rules of physics as he suddenly swerved sideways and escaped Lin Ming's fist. But with this sudden change in direction, along with the damage he had taken earlier, Wang Yanfeng could no longer control the rampaging true essence that ravaged his body and spat a mouthful of blood. This time Wang Yanfeng felt panic seep into his heart. Initially, he had thought that his strength had been weakened in the exquisite pagoda with the decrease in strength of the 9 paths of truth, and thus was only able to reach the 4th floor and die together with the 2 vicious beasts. He had thought if only he had his rare saber with him, then he would be completely confident in reaching the 5th floor with ease and even slaughtering many vicious beasts there. Instead, he was now being suppressed so heavily by Lin Ming. At this time, could Lin Ming also kill the vicious beasts of the 5th floor? The 9 paths of truth that he was so proud of and had so arrogantly bragged about had been completely defeated. This made Wang Yanfeng feel a deep and foreboding sense of humiliation. Before he could even think about how to retaliate against the loathsome maggot, that Lin Ming had already rushed forward again. This time, Lin Ming used his knife. "I'll cut your knife." Because he had just exhausted a great deal of true essence earlier, he could only use about half of his true essence. Wang Yanfeng did not have any time to utilize the 9 paths of truth. He could only focus all of the true essence he could muster in the saber and rely on its strength, sharpness, and superior quality to block Lin Ming. He had already concluded that if he blocked with his saber, then Lin Ming would have to withdraw his knife. Otherwise his knife would be cut apart. However, he did not imagine that Lin Ming would not retract his knife, but even meet the saber head-on with just a deboning knife. Boom! With a fierce explosion, in the crazy collision of true essence, the deboning knife was cut apart. Ha! Wang Yanfeng did not even have time to be surprised, as Lin Ming already gave a loud shot, and the deboning knife exploded into several sharp fragments. Puff! These fragments were like a concealed weapon that blew up like a bomb that shot out in all directions. With such a short distance and the immediate surprise of a weapon like this, Wang Yanfeng could not even dodge, even though he possessed the 7 despairing steps. Ah, 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 ah. Wang Yanfeng cried out pitifully as his shoulder, belly, and thighs were stabbed by the fragments of the deboning knife, and blood flew in all directions. A fragment had even directly pierced through his shoulder. Lin Ming sent a flying kick towards Wang Yanfeng's chest. Wang Yanfeng spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent reeling backwards. That instant kick had broken his ribs and sent him flying upside down like a broken kite. Stop! As Lin Ming's kick sent Wang Yanfeng flying, Elder Su flew out like a cheetah, and the chair he was sitting in was smashed apart by a burst of true essence. Elder Su stormed onto the stage like the wind and caught the heavily injured Wang Yanfeng. He immediately took out a medicine bottle from his sleeves and applied it to him. He was old friends with Wang Yanfeng's father, so he naturally had to look after him. With Wang Yanfeng injured to this extent, how could he explain this to his friend? After applying the precious medicine, Elder Su looked gloomy as he stared at Lin Ming. You little boy, so young, and yet already your actions are so ruthless. As Elder Su said this, each word was enhanced with true essence and was like a steel ball striking, full of momentum. Facing the pressure from a Hotian master, Lin Ming's eyes narrowed as he secretly revolved the true primal chaos formula within himself and resisted the pressure. His expression was neutral as he said, If you say I am vicious, then what is not vicious? Wang Yanfeng tried to cut apart my arm a moment ago. Should I just extend it and let him do as he pleases? If I did not retaliate with a fist and my arm was cut off, would you then say Wang Yanfeng is vicious? Good. You dare to talk back? Elder Su suddenly stepped forwards as he flared with murderous intent. It felt as if this Elder Su was like a tiger that had chosen its victim and was ready to leap out. Chapter 46, 2 Top Quality Pills. Chapter 46, 2 Top Quality Pills. An ordinary person would be frozen in fear, as if they were locked down by chains, if they saw a tiger with such a murderous aura approach them in such an imposing manner, much less this vastly more dangerous Elder Su, who looked like he could launch an attack at any time. But Lin Ming had still not revealed a single hint of fear or dread on his face, even though Elder Su's strength surpassed him by hundreds, if not thousands of times. Lin Ming had seen flying sages and kings in the dreams of the magic cube. These ancient elders had parted seas and smashed mountains. Compared to these warriors, Elder Su was just an ant beneath their boot. In addition, if Lin Ming was to act like a fearful ant, then how could he have the qualifications to pursue the peak of the martial artist's path? Seeing that his imposing manner and murderous intent failed to oppress Lin Ming, Elder Su became somewhat angry. Before he could step forward again, a shadow flashed, and a man passed Elder Su like a ghost out of nowhere. Su Fengyuan, are you planning to make a move and bully a little junior? Heh, that really is the superior air of a true master. As Elder Su's nemesis, Sun Sifan could not let him do as he pleased, and he had already arrived in front of Lin Ming's body. With such an elder standing in front of him, Lin Ming felt the immense pressure on him being lifted. From the point when Wang Yanfeng had used his superior martial skills to assault Lin Ming, to the sudden change in fortune, and to when Lin Ming had severely wounded Wang Yanfeng, and then the two elders had appeared on stage, the truth was that it had only been a very short period of time. Under the stage, the candidates and other guests that surrounded them were already reacting, and their voices filled the entire with chatter. This Lin Ming, he had undergone a complete metamorphosis. However he had managed to simultaneously offend Wang Yanfeng and Elder Su, his future days would not pass in peace. The majority of those present came from humble backgrounds, so they had several points of sympathy and compassion for Lin Ming. After all, their families were all similar, and some of them were the talents of their generation. Yet, How many of them had suffered losses when faced against aristocratic family juniors that had vastly more resources behind them? Seeing Sun Sifan defending Lin Ming, Elder Su gave a cold snort and waved his voluminous sleeves. He signaled the severely injured Wang Yanfeng to follow him off stage. But at this moment, Lin Ming said, "Elder Su, please stay a moment." Elder Su frowned. He didn't think that this Lin Ming would have the guts to call him. Any normal candidate who saw Hotian Elder of the Seven Profound Martial House would be submissive and timid, but this Lin Ming had actually compelled himself to call him out. How stupidly courageous of him. He coldly said, "What do you want to say?" "Before I and Wang Yanfeng agreed to a duel, we made a bet. If I won, not only would I keep the first-place candidate position, but I would also obtain the Golden Snake Scarlet Pill that was the second-place prize. Since Elder Su is bringing Wang Yanfeng away, when the prizes are handed out, I will receive it myself." Lin Ming said all these things now, as it was a matter that had to be made absolutely clear. Otherwise, as soon as Wang Yanfeng left, then the prize would probably not be given to him. Away from the eyes of all those present, it was unlikely that Wang Yanfeng would so easily send him the Golden Snake Scarlet Pill. Wang Yanfeng had been unconscious until now. This loss of face truly made him wish he hadn't woken up. Hearing these words of Lin Ming almost made him cough up more blood. Exactly how precious and rare was the Golden Snake Scarlet Pill? Yuelu City's Wang family was an old aristocratic family with massive wealth, deep ties to the country, and a long and storied history. Yet, no matter how much money or power they had, there was no way they could buy a Golden Snake Scarlet Pill. It just wasn't something that could be purchased by money. Moreover, all these years, Wang Yanfeng had used many resources of his family, and the Council of Elders had already been keenly critical of him. If he lost this Golden Snake Scarlet Pill, to Wang Yanfeng, this was a truly deadly blow. He deserves death. Wang Yanfeng cursed in his heart. He glared at Lin Ming with unmasked hatred in his eyes. But he had already made a promise, and it had been heard by everyone. In the presence of so many people, it was impossible to renege on a promise. He spat out several words between clenched teeth. "The Golden Snake Scarlet Pill belongs to you. I wish you good fortune and luck in taking it. I hope nothing wrong goes wrong in the absorption, and your veins don't implode, tearing you to shreds." Lin Ming heard the naked threat in Wang Yanfeng's words. "I really have offended too many people. Until now, there is Zhu Yan, Wang Yigao, Wang Yanfeng, and all these people are from aristocratic backgrounds. Even Zhu Yan and Wang Yanfeng are talented martial artists. Wang Yigao is another matter. After last time, he probably pissed his pants and would be too afraid to do anything, but Zhu Yan and Wang Yanfeng will also be studying in the Seven Profound Martial House with me, and will look for every opportunity to get revenge on me. Not matter what. It seems I can't put an end to all these future troubles. I offended so many people, and yet could not properly clean up the mess. Now it's become a huge omen. But they provoked me. It was just impossible for me to swallow all the insults and let others humiliate me as they pleased. Otherwise it would wear away my heart and spirit of martial arts. Since it's come to this, what's most important is that I enhance my own strength as soon as possible. I am definitely not Zhu Yan's match. Not even Zhu Yan, but this Wang Yanfeng also luckily underestimated me, and I also underestimated him. I thought that because I defeated two vicious beasts on the 5th floor of the exquisite pagoda, that I was much stronger than him, but I didn't think that his strength would increase so much by combining his rare treasure and family's martial skill. Even if I could see the circulation of true essence in his saber, it was not necessarily my victory. Perhaps I should also go to buy a rare treasure of some sort. Lin Ming thought about all of these things. Tomorrow he would officially enter the Seven Profound Martial House, and most likely encounter Zhu Yan at some point. Half a year ago, Zhu Yan had relied on his peak third stage of body transformation cultivation to enter the heavenly abode, which all of the most talented students would go to. His strength most likely had its own specialty. Lin Ming would not underestimate him. After seeing Elder Su walk away, Sun Sifan gave Lin Ming a deep look as his eyes were traced with surprise and a hint of disbelief. In that fight a moment ago, if Lin Ming had used some amazing and almighty martial skill to defeat Wang Yanfeng, then he would not have been surprised, but what he used was nothing but an ordinary fist and foot. Using nothing but his own body, he had hit the exact point of the snake-like true essence 7 inches up the saber, and disrupted Wang Yanfeng's true essence. To achieve this would require extraordinarily keen judgment and remarkable accuracy. To hit a saber that was being wielded with such speed and on such a precise spot was no less difficult than catching a speeding arrow in mid-flight. It could be said that if one practiced their basic skills enough, then they would be able to do this. But how Lin Ming found the weakness in Wang Yanfeng's true essence was unclear. This could only come from an extremely high soul force strength and a breadth of experience. This type of experience could only be accumulated by years of actual combat. This boy was only 15 years old. It was impossible for him to have this kind of experience. Was he some genius talent? Some martial artists were geniuses at fighting. By virtue of their intuition and godly monstrous perception, they would be able to see any opening on a battlefield, any sort of great and awe-inspiring martial skill to them would actually be full of holes. Meeting someone like this and not being able to understand how they would suddenly close in on you with their sword in your face, this sort of person was truly terrifying. Is it possible that this Lin Ming was also this kind of talent? It was a bit odd. Elder Sun thought this and looked at Lin Ming. You come with me? Lin Ming found that Elder Sun walked in a direction that was away from where the rewards were being handed out, and he had some doubts in his heart. Lin Ming, measure your soul talent with me to reach the 5th floor of the exquisite pagoda and also defeat Wang Yanfeng. In a quiet room patterned with a blue stone tile floor, Zhu Yan stood in the center, on top of a wooden pillar. He was topless, exposing the solid and strong muscles of his upper body. By his side stood a thin, old servant. Although the servant looked a little baggy, his breath was even and long, which was the culmination of practicing the 3rd stage of body transformation, viscera training. Zhu Yan's servant and Wang Yigao's servant were like heaven and earth. This was because the Zhu family were relatives of the emperor and their influence was bigger. And also because of Zhu Yan's status within his family. It was not something that the useless Wang Yigao could possibly compare with. Although Zhu Yan had not been present to watch Lin Ming's exam, he had sent his old servant to pay attention to the situation. As soon as Lin Ming and Wang Yanfeng's competition ended, the old servant had come back to report the situation to Zhu Yan. This little bastard, I hadn't thought he had hidden so many secrets. Bang! Wang Yanfeng punched out a fist and smashed apart the wooden pillar. This kind of pillar was extremely hard, as it had been soaked in medicines that increased rigidity and density, and was several times more tenacious than normal, but it was actually smashed apart by Zhu Yan's fist. This was a sign that Zhu Yan's fist strength had reached a high stage. It was absolutely above 4,000 genes. Compared to Ling Sun, it was just a little bit worse, but not by too much. Wang Yanfeng was too arrogant, but he did have some ability. As far as I can tell, he had already practiced the 9 paths of truth to forming 9 green runes. And he also had the 7 despairing steps movement skill. Yet he still lost to Lin Ming? Did Lin Ming use some sort of martial skill? Ooh, the old servant said. Young master, Lin Ming did not use a martial skill. He only used punches and kicks. His movements were straight and basic. There were no flashy moves that he used. What? Then how could he possibly win? Zhu Yan could not believe this. This old servant has poor vision, and did not see what methods Lin Ming used, but he managed to break that little Wong boy's 9 paths of truth, and then used a series of moves to gain the upper hand. He relentlessly pursued to the end, and defeated the little Wong boy without giving him the slightest opportunity to retaliate. He broke the 9 paths of truth. Zhu Yan felt shocked. Each kind of martial art had weaknesses that could be exploited, but these were absolute secrets that were never divulged. Lin Ming was only a junior of the branch family of the Ling family. His background was normal. It was impossible for him to know any sort of decent martial skill. How could he possibly have the experience to defeat the 9 paths of truth? Was this a dream? Zhu Yan was unable to understand the reason why. Then the old servant said, "Young master." This older servant also discovered that Lin Ming's true essence was very pure. He is unlike a normal martial artist at the 2nd stage of body transformation. Zhu Yan responded, "I have already discovered this. There's nothing too strange about it. This boy probably found some valuable material and ate it. In addition to diligent studying and hard work and practice, even a rabid dog could show some degree of success. Because he had a fortuitous encounter, his strength suddenly rose to a new level. Because his talent was originally garbage, this will slowly fade away. This sort of happening is too rare. That this Lin Ming could encounter such luck, that boy is truly an eyesore." Zhu Yang slowly clenched his fist. He did not care at all about Lin Ming, and did not even think he had the qualifications to be remembered by him. He was, after all, 2 years younger and at a lower level of cultivation. It was only because of Lan Yunhue that Zhu Yan felt this Lin Ming was such an eyesore. Chapter 47, Lin Ming's Soul Talent. Chapter 47, Lin Ming's Soul Talent. This is the soul talent test, Lin Ming thought, as he was presently standing in front of the large stone tablet. This stone tablet was similar to the one used to measure strength, but with one small change. The color was different. The stone tablet to measure strength was a deep obsidian black, but this stone tablet to measure soul force was actually red, a deep crimson red that was somewhat like fresh blood. Lin Ming was a junior of the Lin family and had his soul talent and martial talent grade measured as soon as he was born, and both were at medium 3rd grade. This talent level was decent. If Lin Ming were born in the Lin family, then he would have been worthy to raise and cultivate, but it was a pity that he had been born in the branch family. This medium 3rd grade soul talent and martial talent was insufficient to make him an exception that was directly added into the line of male family direct descendants. To a child between soul talent and martial talent, the cultivation of martial talent was more important, as it directly related to that child's future achievements as a martial artist. As for soul talent, that was negligible. This sort of talent was mainly related to occupations that needed soul force, such as inscription masters, refiners, apothecaries, alchemists, and so forth. Generally speaking, only an outstanding soul talent, such as a superior 4th grade of 5th grade, would be worthy of having massive amounts of money spent by the family to raise into an inscription master, apothecary, or other niche occupations. A decent soul talent and below would be completely neglected. Lin Ming knew this. That soul talent was completely useless in the physical transformation stage. It would gradually become more useful after one reached Xiantian and began to cultivate their soul. In Sky Fortune Kingdom, the majority of low-level martial artists and warriors would not use their soul force at all. However, some of those who broke through the pulse condensation period might begin to practice inscription. They would then learn soul law formulas, begin to condense their soul force, and become able to see certain things, such as the flow of true essence and treasures, and would then be able to define and understand their weaknesses. Elder Sun suspected that Lin Ming was a genius talent at soul force because of this, and brought him here to examine. Although you already said that you had your soul talent measured by your family, I think it might be good to measure again just in case. This sort of soul talent things is usually neglected and most of the time is a formality, coupled with the fact that stone tablets aren't necessarily accurate. There might be a mistake in the measurement. As Elder Son said this, he placed a small true essence stone in the center of the stone tablet. Although it looked somewhat similar, the cost of this small stone was much higher. This small true essence stone was actually a lavish consumable. Lin Ming placed his hand on the stone tablet and felt the array activate with a flash. In the vast ocean of his mind, he suddenly saw countless phantasmal images, a kaleidoscope of world images, and felt a tingling sensation in his innermost soul. This sort of feeling continued for several dozen breaths of time until he heard Elder Son say, "Measured." Lin Ming opened his eyes and looked. He saw that the light beam of the stone pillar had risen to the 4th position and overflowed by about 1/3. Primary 4th grade talent. Lin Ming looked a bit listless. He knew that his own soul talent had been measured at medium 3rd grade. How could it have randomly increased by so much? It was just as Elder Son said. Was it a mistake when he had his soul talent measured before? A sudden thought suddenly rose in Lin Ming's mind. Is it possible that this talent change was related to the magic cube? Was it because he had swallowed that soul fragment that his own soul talent had risen from medium 3rd grade to primary 4th grade? Lin Ming didn't know anything about souls, but there was one thing he clearly knew. In the entirety of Sky Spill Continent's knowledge, talent was immutable and unchangeable. This was a fact. Regardless of if they cultivated their martial talent or soul talent, it would never change again after birth. There were no rare material in the world that could change one's talent. As for the memories that he had absorbed, they also did not contain any knowledge of any way this could be possible. But because the memories were incomplete, Lin Ming did not dare to affirm this as truth. Was it possible that his soul talent had been measured incorrectly at birth? If swallowing souls could increase one's soul talent grade, then if those powerful elders of the realm of the gods might do so, then would everyone be 6th, 7th, or 8th grade talents? As Lin Ming thought this, he subconsciously traced his own chest where he could feel the magic cube. After the last time that he swallowed and absorbed a soul fragment, Lin Ming had been unable to enter the dreamland of the magic cube again. Although he did not entertain any hope if he did have a future opportunity to absorb a soul fragment again, then he would have to measure his soul talent to see if there was no growth. Elder Son naturally did not know these circumstances of Lin Ming, and he frowned as he looked at the results of the stone tablet. This primary 4th grade talent left him feeling unsatisfied. He originally had a little bit of hope that Lin Ming was a rare soul force talent genius such as 5th grade or even the legendary 6th grade. If that was the case, then Lin Ming would be sent to study inscription, alchemy, and no amount of effort or resources would be spared to raise them. When that time came, then the 7 profound martial house would be able to raise and cultivate Qin Xingxuan and Lin Ming, 2 genius martial soul talents, and their 7 profound martial house would obtain accolades and praise from the main sect. They might even have some hope to obtain precious medicines or elixirs. But now that small hope was dashed. Elder Son shook his head and sighed, lightly with one small breath. He said to Lin Ming, "Come, I will lead you to receive your rewards. Ooh, these are the crimson gold dragon marrow pill and the golden snake scarlet pill." As he returned to his housing at the 7 profound martial house, Lin Ming looked at the 2 pills in the box on the table. His mood was inevitably excited. The harvest this time was just too great. Of these 2 pills, one was refined from the marrow of a crimson gold dragon, and the other with the 100-year-old gallbladder of a golden scarlet snake. The crimson gold dragon was a vicious beast of the 4th grade. Even a Hotian expert would not even be a match for one. As for the 100-year-old golden scarlet snake, although it was a 3rd-level vicious beast, it lived at the apex of 3rd-level vicious beasts and was also extremely scarce and correspondingly extremely rare. These two precious pills were objects that had no market price. They could just not be purchased in the entirety of the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Even the royal family would be startled and moved by these. If I take these two pills, then my strength would increase by leaps and bounds. But taking such a precious pill like this directly is too much of a waste. The memories of the elder had not only inscription techniques to increase the strength of treasures, but also to increase the effect of pills. He had studied them and learnt the inscription symbol to double the effect of a pill. He would just have to apply it to the pill, and then take it. The realm of the gods had unsurpassed inheritances and legacies. Regardless of whether it was body transformation, skills of martial arts, or weapons, every skill and array had already been developed to the peak of possibility. It was not something that anything or anyone on the entirety of the Sky Spill continent could compare with. And the inscription techniques were also the same. Inscription techniques in the realm of the gods were divided into 4 general categories: object inscription, medicinal inscription, body inscription, and soul inscription. Object inscriptions were placed on rare treasure. It was the most simple and obvious. Medicinal inscriptions were inscriptions for pills, elixirs, and other medicines. It would increase their effect or eliminate their side effects. Body inscriptions were inscriptions that were placed on the body. It required absolute knowledge and attainments in inscription to use, and could increase the speed of cultivation and practice of a martial artist, and even their combat prowess. Soul inscriptions were inscriptions of the soul. These techniques belong to the absolute highest boundary and pinnacle realm of inscription techniques. Even the elder's memories of soul inscription were blank. Perhaps they were incomplete, or perhaps he had no experience with them at all. Sky Fortune Kingdom's inscription techniques were limited to object inscription. The overwhelming number of inscription masters had never given much thought to the idea that inscriptions could also be used in other places. With Lin Ming's current skill, there was no need for him to even think about body inscription or soul inscription, much less try to attempt them. Medicinal inscription might be possible with more study, but first of all, Lin Ming had been busy these days with his martial arts cultivation and thus didn't have enough time to practice. And second of all, Lin Ming did not have enough money to buy materials, so he had shelved that idea for future reference. But now he had managed to obtain the crimson gold dragon marrow pill and the golden snake scarlet pill. These 2 pills were miracle medicines. If he could earnestly study his inscription techniques, then he would be able to greatly increase their efficacy. Suddenly, Lin Ming heard a knock on his door sound out like lightning. If not for the fact that the 7 profound Marshall House's door quality was very good, Lin Ming suspected that it might even be smashed apart. Chapter 48, Inscription Master Examination. Chapter 48, Inscription Master Examination. Brother Lin, quickly open the door. Lin Ming smiled when he heard this voice. It was Lin Xiaodong. Holy crap, Brother Lin is my life's idol. Dude, first place, you're way too amazing. Lin Xiaodong had not been able to go to the second trial, therefore he didn't know what sort of situation Lin Ming had been in, and had only just found out the good news. I was able to display some good results yesterday, and my recent progress was quite good, so I was able to attain first place. Let's walk, us brothers will drink. Good idea. But now I don't have time to have a meal. We have to go buy some things first. Lin Ming took out a piece of paper and began to write down the materials he needed for the medicinal inscription symbol. There were a great number and many different kinds of inscription symbols, but Lin Ming had decided on the simplest one, named the lower spirit cure symbol. This type of medicinal symbol could only be used on lower grade pills. In the eyes of the ancient elder, the priceless crimson gold dragon marrow pill and golden snake scarlet pill that could not be purchased anywhere in the entire Sky Fortune Kingdom could only be considered lower grade pills. With Lin Ming's current ability, even drawing This lower spirit cure symbol was already his limit. Beyond that, the many materials needed for higher quality medicinal symbols Lin Ming had never heard of at all. Even this inferior spirit cure symbol had many materials that were exceedingly rare. Although Lin Xiaodong did not know much about inscription techniques, as soon as he saw Lin Ming write an entire page of materials, he was able to recognize a few of them. For instance, 4th grade vicious beast blood. Brother Lin, you want to buy 4th grade vicious beast blood? As if! It had to be known that the Crimson Gold Dragon was also 4th level vicious beast. 4th level vicious beasts were at least equal to a Hotian master. Although the rare vicious beast blood was not unable to be purchased in Sky Fortune Kingdom, it would be sold at an absolutely astronomical price. This sort of thing would only be shipped in from abroad. Even 1 or 2 vials would be 1,000 taels of gold. Lin Ming continued to write, and the increasing numbers of materials made Lin Xiaodong feel increasingly fearful and apprehensive. He finally could not bear it and asked, "Brother Lin, do you have that much money?" Lin Ming nodded. "Mr. Mui gave me 15,000 gold taels in banknotes a few days ago. It was early payment for future overwhelming runed inscriptions. I just need to deliver them to him later." 1:15:000. Heavens! Lin Xiaodong gulped down his saliva. The last time was 9,000 gold taels. This time was 15,000. He suddenly felt numb. It was as if gold had just become a number. There was one place in Sky Fortune City that sold the most inscription materials. It wasn't the 100 Treasure Hall, nor was it any auction house. It was Sky Fortune City's Inscription Association, and there were many rare and precious materials that couldn't be bought anywhere else. And the price was also a bit cheaper than the market price. What? Such a good place exists? Lin Xiaodong felt this was inconceivable, even after hearing it straight from Lin Ming's lips. This is impossible, unless the person in charge of the Inscription Association's trade union was crazy. If I were the one in charge, I would definitely hike the prices up. Lin Ming shrugged. This is what I heard. They spent some time visiting several high-end shops, and also the official auction houses, but really didn't find the rare materials that they needed there. Then I guess we go to the Inscription Association. Seems like that's the only plan left. Lin Ming suspected that shopping at the Inscription Association required the high status of an inscription master, until his strength and cultivation had caught up to his inscription technique level. Lin Ming did not want to expose the existence of his skill at inscription. This might cause much trouble for himself, and even place him in dangerous situations. Although he had Mui's protection, Lin Ming did not want to trouble him too much. Not only do I need an inscription master certificate, but I also need contribution points to purchase any items. After Lin Ming arrived at the Inscription Association, he had inquired to an elder sister there about how to buy rare and precious materials, and had received this sort of reply. I knew it. There was no way such a good deal could exist. Lin Xiaodong crossed his arms in satisfaction. This was normal. What are contribution points? Lin Ming asked. It seems your master is not an inscription master of Sky Fortune Kingdom, said the elder sister who managed the reception desk, as she thought that Lin Ming was here to purchase materials for his master. Contribution points are from contributions made by inscription masters that are recorded down at our office. For instance, if they completed some tasks or duties or missions that the Inscription Association issued, then you could obtain some contribution points. Or you could hold a post or office such as association president and receive some points too. Certainly you could also give and trade contribution points with other inscription masters. There are also several different ways to obtain contribution points. If you would have a look at the rules of the Inscription Association, you can see them. If your master intends to join the Inscription Association, he is welcome to. The Inscription Association was a loose organization. Many inscription masters were old men who were only interested in learning and knowledge. They were usually recluses who did not have much contact with the outside, and lived sheltered lives. If they had not set up a contribution point system, then the Inscription Association's existence would be very dreary, and probably not have many inscription masters that would have joined. Even if they did join, very few would come to the trade market. Lin Ming flipped through the Inscription Association's rules. As long as he joined the Inscription Association, he would be able to immediately obtain 100 contribution points. There were also many other ways listed to obtain contribution points, such as selling rare and precious materials to the Inscription Association. Puffed. If there are rare materials, then you would use them. Why would you sell them to the Inscription Association? Lin Xiaodong snorted contemptuously. Lin Ming said, sometimes there are too many of some materials and they cannot be all used and are just sitting around uselessly. In that case, it's better to trade for something useful. But this way of getting contribution points doesn't suit me. The only road possible seems to be completing some sort of mission. Lin Ming turned to the reception elder sister and asked, this elder sister, where would I go to complete missions? To find missions to complete, you have to go to the mission hall. But you can only enter the mission hall if you have an inscription master qualification certificate. If your master has any interest in this, he could personally come to have a look. There are many benefits to joining the Inscription Association. The reception elder sister said with a very warm smile. Lin Ming thought about it and asked, does the Inscription Association keep member identities confidential? This is certainly a possibility. If your master has need of privacy, then we can guarantee that we can keep all information pertaining to him secret. That's good. How is the examination? Could you take me to participate? The reception elder sister stared at him with wide eyes. Lin Ming shrugged and said, I'm the inscription master. The reception elder sister took a step back and sized Lin Ming up from head to toe. She slowly opened her mouth and asked, could I ask what your age is? 15. 15 years old. The reception elder sister heard this and was left speechless. She guessed that the boy in front of her was under the tutelage of some mighty inscription master and had a certain level of talent and probably also many achievements. But a 15-year-old inscription master was just a bit too exaggerated. In these 80 years of the Sky Fortune Kingdom's records, the youngest had only been 18 years old. The only ones who had any hope of breaking this record were Qin Xingxuan of the Martial Quarters and Wang Yuhan of the Inscription Association. This little brother, if you want to participate in the examination to be an inscription master, you need to prepare the treasure and materials. The reception elder sister had only good intention, as she kindly reminded him. Only after creating the inscription symbol could one see its quality and effects. Generally speaking, a new inscription master's inscription symbols would have a very poor effect, and placing it on a rare treasure would be an utter waste of resources. The Inscription Association was wealthy, but they could not afford such a wanton waste of resources and materials. Therefore, the examination required that all examinees bring their own treasures and materials, as they did not want some random half-baked inscription apprentice to come and test his luck. After all, materials for inscription symbols were very pricey. I knew that. If possible, I'd like to purchase some good rare treasure for this examination. I can disburse the costs of purchase. As Lin Ming said this, he reached into his clothes and withdrew several shiny gold banknotes, all of which were worth 1,000 gold taels. Seeing Lin Ming casually bring out so many gold banknotes, the reception elder sister was astonished. This was an amount of gold that not even the juniors of aristocratic families would have. She looked to Lin Ming and saw that he wasn't treating this as some joke. The reception elder sister said, "Since you insist, please come along with me." Lin Ming followed the elder sister and entered the interior of the Inscription Association. Lin Xiaodong also followed along. As they passed through the halls, they saw all kinds of glowing and complex symbols and runes along the walls. Lin Xiaodong was very excited by everything he saw. The decoration of the Inscription Association was not luxurious, but it had a very spacious atmosphere. There were no murals or ornaments on the walls. Instead, there were complex and unique runes dotted around everywhere. Each rune was a metal sculpture that was full of texture and seemed as if it had come to life. It gave off a very ancient and mystical feeling. "We're here." The reception elder sister opened a door and waved them in. Here was the Inscription Association's inscription room, which also served as the examination space. Thank you, elder sister." As Lin Ming walked in, he saw that the inscription room was about 100 feet long and wide. There were several stone platforms suspended in the room. In the center was a stone platform that was covered with many different materials. Above this one was a young girl of about 15 or 16 years of age who was drawing symbol after symbol in the air. The young girl's 10 slender and jade-like fingers jumped and weaved in the air. The girl's watery eyes were fully focused on each symbol as she traced them, and her full attention was devoted to her work. She simply did not notice Lin Ming and Lin Xiaodong's arrival. The manner in which she drew the inscription symbol was extremely skilled. She was like a superbly skilled musician, and each symbol was a beat in the air that she was nimbly handling. Near the young girl was also an old man. He sat behind her on a large round-backed wooden chair, looking as if he were meditating with his eyes closed. But Lin Ming could see the reality of the situation. The older man's soul force had been placed on the girl's body to assist her, and each rune the girl drew was within the grasp of the old man. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.